Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Karen.
So that everyone knows, we are live on YouTube.
Thank you.
Good morning, by the way.
Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, Michelle. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks for your tech wizardry this morning.
And every time we do this.
There was a little less wizard in it today, so it's going to be a good day.
Given what our schedule looks like, I think we're going to go ahead and start right away. We have one more commissioner still to come on, but I think we'll go ahead and get started. Good morning. Pardon me? Oh, good morning, everyone. Welcome and thank you all for being here. We appreciate the very high level of engagement and comments on these issues that over this last month. There are a lot of people signed up to speak today, and I'll talk about that more in just a minute. For now, welcome to everybody. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I now call the October 15th, 2021 Commission meeting to order. I live in Langlois on the south coast of Oregon in Congressional District 3, and we'll go ahead and do introductions of the rest of the commissioners. Vice Chair Woolley, will you start?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Greg Woolley, and I am in the Portland metro area. And looking forward to a great meeting today. Hopefully we can get through our items and all of our testimony and be done by 5 o'clock. We'll see how that goes.
Wishful thinking. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, good morning, Bob Spellbrink, Siletz, Oregon, District 5. Looking forward to it.
Thank you. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Hey, good morning, Jill Zarnowitz, and I'm in the Yamhill, Carlton area in District 1.
Thank you. Commissioner Labhart.
Good morning, everybody. Mark Labhart. I'm the Eastern Oregon at-large representative, and I live in the Central Oregon community of Sisters.
Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Good morning. I'm Becky Hatfield Hyde, and I'm in Congressional District 2. And I'm calling in this morning from Paisley, Oregon, and really looking forward to hearing everything before us today.
Thank you. And Commissioner Khalil.
Hi, I'm Kathy and Khalil. I live in Southwest Portland, Oregon, and I am the representative for Western Oregon at large.
Thank you. Director Melcher.
Thanks, Chair Wall. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kurt Melcher. I'm the Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, coming to you from Salem, Oregon.
Yay. Thank you. Michelle Tate, will you introduce yourself as well as any platform or meeting logistics items?
Good morning. I'm Michelle Tate. I'm the Executive Assistant for the Commission and for the Director, and I want to thank you for joining us here on Zoom today. I do want to let you know we do have quite an ambitious list of folks testifying today. So when it's your turn to testify, I will move you from the attendees portion and you will blip off of the screen for just a few seconds and then reappear in the panelist section where you will be able to unmute yourself. And then when you're done with your testimony in that time, again, I will move you back and you will experience a blip on your screen once again. If you have any questions, go ahead and email me and I will try to resolve any kind of issues that folks are having. And then welcome to the meeting this morning.
Thank you, Michelle. Just a couple things about the meeting for this morning and then through the day. It looks like there are only a relatively few number of items on the agenda, but we have 100 people who have signed up to speak to the issues. So we're going to have to be exceptionally careful to stay within time limits so everyone gets a chance. When we get to the agenda items, especially agenda item D, testimony, If you can plan to stay within 2 minutes rather than 3, that would be incredibly helpful. We'll be even more careful when we get to item D, because there will be a chance for more public testimony in December. I would like to mention that the testimony that we get is an important part of our decision making. So if you will tell us what you want us to know as we head toward those decisions, that's very helpful. Please don't use your limited time to vilify other speakers. If we can avoid that, we'll avoid wasting your time on what tends to be pretty counterproductive pieces. So if you could stay with what you want us to know for our decision making, that would be helpful. If there are multiple people from the same organization and you can work to limit how many people say the same thing, that would be terrific. You could say, I support what so-and-so has said, and yield the rest of your time. We'll do all of the agenda items through item C, which is the Dungeness Crab Fishery Management Plan, in the morning. And then we'll take a lunch break and come back and spend the entire afternoon on the Rogue South Coast plan. When we get to that one, staff will present the Rogue South Coast plan. Then we have 6 elected officials who would like to speak. And as a courtesy, we always give the elected officials the chance to testify first. When we hear testimony, as noted, we'll be limiting people at that point to 2 minutes. And I'm really sorry that's the case. We would like to give everybody more time, but there just isn't enough time in the day to do that. And we do want some time for the commission to discuss these issues. So thank you again, all of you, for being here, and to the staff for getting ready for this meeting and all the work that went into that. And especially thanks to our online audience and all the people who wrote comments. And there were more than 350 pages of those, and people on this commission do actually read your comments, so thank you. I'll give it to the director now for the director's report.
Thank you, Chair Wall, and good morning. We'll go through the director's report here. It is a fairly lengthy director's report today, but we have a number of topics we wanted to bring you up to speed on and give you briefings. So we did provide the field reports in written form, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have on those. I do have Erica Kleiner here in the other room waiting to provide the monthly expenditure report. So Erica.
All right, thank you, Director Melcher. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, and Commissioners. For the record, I am Erica Kleiner, Deputy Director for Administration. So I'll hop right into the financial report. I'll be brief today in respect of a robust agenda. So your written materials reflect revenue and expenditures through the end of August. And as usual, we're tracking right where we should be. At this point in the biennium, spending remains within available limits, and likewise, no concerns with revenue. As the biennium progresses, we'll start tracking closer with revenue to the biennial percentages. And good news, as expected, we did see a pretty significant surge in license sales revenue in September. So that's tied to the sale of hunting licenses and tags. So September license sales were 22% higher than the previous year. This reflects an increase of $1.3 million, and that's about 50,000 more products sold in 2021 as compared to 2020. So that's good news. So this brings ODFW's unrestricted cash balance to another high, similar to the total we saw in May. Unrestricted cash balance currently sits at 65 million, about 65.5 million. And just for context, as we entered 2020, we saw the unrestricted cash balance hit 40 million. So we're doing really well there. We do expect to see some tapering off as we come into the winter months, and things will pick back up with the unrestricted cash balance the first of the year. So moving on to 2023-25 development, not a lot to report in terms of budget development. We're laying the foundation for establishing program priorities, creating our reduction options lists, and also building policy option packages. But I do have an update for the current biennium. We're more in the execution phase of the current budget. But we did learn this week that we passed audit. So Department of Administrative Services reviews and audits our legislatively adopted budget. So we passed through that, which means that we can now post our agency budget documents to the website. So you all will be receiving a link to those documents. Those will be posted by the end of the month. And moving on to audit updates, nothing to report this month, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
And this month, as I think everyone knows, is Erica's last one. So I think this is thank you and goodbye. And kudos to you for the condition that you're leaving this situation in, and the financial, the strength of the financial situation that we're in really speaks to the job you've done. So thank you. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Labhart.
Yes, I'd also like Aaron to just personally thank you for your service to the department and for your excellent financial work with the department. You will be missed, but very much appreciate all your efforts through the years for the department, and wish you the best in your new endeavor down in California.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Also Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, Erica, same thing. Just I've been enjoyment working with you. I'm going to miss you greatly. Big shoes to fill, and like I say, we're really going to miss you. I really appreciate working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just agree with what everyone says. I'm a little envious you're going down to more sunshine and less overcast and gray, but I think it's really important to spend quality time with family. We never know how long we have people in our lives, and so I think your priorities are absolutely correct. So have a great time.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Erica. And of course, I've already thanked Erica profusely and tried to convince her not to go, but I was obviously unsuccessful. So of course, we wish her well. And as you all know, Shannon Hearn is going to transfer over into that administrative deputy position effective November 1st. So Shannon will pick up where Erica left off. And I told Erica the door is always open when she decides she wants to come back. So with that, we'll move on to our monthly standing item, adapting to climate and ocean change. And for this month, we have Chandra Ferrari, our water program manager, who's been with us now, I think about, well, I want to say 7 months. I might be off by a month or two.
About 4 months.
What was that?
4 months.
4 months. Okay. Well, you know, it's hard to know, but anyway, Chandra is going to give you a presentation on drought impacts. And I think this was a presentation that she was queued up to give to the legislature during the last interim days. But as you all know, the schedule changed there due to a variety of factors. So she was unable to make this presentation. So Chandra, I'll hand it off to you.
Great, thank you, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Chandra Ferrari, or I'm sorry, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Chandra Ferrari, and I am the Water Program Manager here at ODFW. And as Director Melcher said, I'm going to be talking to you today a little bit about drought. And I understand you had an ambitious agenda, so I am going to try to get rolling right away and share my screen here. Are you guys able to see this?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Sorry, a little bit of trouble getting this slideshow started. 1 second. Okay. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so getting right rolling here. The structure of the presentation today will be, I'm going to do a brief overview of the drought conditions that we observed this year, including impacts to fish and wildlife, drought response actions that were taken by ODFW, and some of the things that we're thinking about looking ahead. And a few points before we dive in. The first is that although I'm going to be focusing on drought today, there is, of course, this larger context at play. And drought is a significant piece of a larger set of ecosystem issues that we experience due to climatic changes. And more often than not, we are experiencing simultaneous climate-driven events occurring with drought that either also impact fish and wildlife or exacerbate the impacts of fish and wildlife from drought. So this year, what we experienced was the spring transition from winter conditions to spring upwelling in our oceans happened earlier than usual. So we had a much longer hypoxia season. Additionally, we had these atmospheric patterns generated over the ocean, bring drought to us in our freshwater landscapes. And we also had contributing meteorological events, such as the heat dome event in late June and early July, which really brought record-breaking temperatures to a lot of Oregon, adding to the stressful thermal conditions that we were seeing in Oregon's rivers and streams and oceans. So these events and others cumulatively impacted fish and wildlife this year. The second point is to recognize that our drought recovery periods are shortening if they occur at all. So this year we had many species and natural systems that were still recovering from previous drought conditions because this year actually constituted the second year of a multi-year drought. And this sort of perpetual drought circumstance that we tend to find ourselves in is being increasingly referred to as our new normal. So put simply, droughts are not isolated events. They can have long-lasting and cumulative impacts on fish and wildlife resources. And this is something that we really need to consider as we prepare and respond to them. So a quick snapshot about what we experienced this year. 100% of Oregon experienced drought conditions. 75% of the state was classified as either D3 or D4, which are the most exceptional drought categories. And this was the highest in record, at least from the Drought Monitor data record. That map you see over there are all the counties that experienced drought declarations this year. And actually, I think Curry just applied as well. So they are possibly going to be added to that map. So that's 25 counties. There were record low stream flows on many of our streams this year, reduced reservoir storage and reduced groundwater recharge. Additionally, we had that extreme temperature event. So we, during that late June heat wave and just generally speaking, record high average temperatures that exacerbated our drought conditions. We had below average precipitation and record low precipitation, particularly in the spring and summer months. Again, second driest on record for spring and summer. We had rapid melt of snowpack in April. And actually it was a really interesting year because we accumulated pretty normal snowpack, initially in spring, but then this combination of really low precipitation and above average temperatures, we had rapid snow melt, and most of that accumulated snow melt was gone by June. And we had record low soil moisture, which of course contributed to some of the fire conditions that we saw this year. And again, lingering effects, as 2021 was not only the second year of a multi-year drought situation, it was also our fourth year of below average precipitation. So these are just a couple of maps to give you a sense of how the different areas of the state experience these events, but then also the broader context of the Western United States. So we are all experiencing very similar conditions. So this is precipitation over the last water year. And as you can see by that yellow color throughout most of Oregon, most of the state was in below normal precipitation, but there was that band right in the middle there that had much below normal. This is bottom 10%. These are the mean temperatures over the last year. And again, in Oregon, you can see, generally speaking, we had about a 1 to 3 degree departure from our average temperatures. But thankfully, most of our state did not experience the type of extremes that you see down there in California, where they can experience up to 5 degrees departure from normal. This is the evidence of our rapid snowmelt. This is the snow profiles on May 9th. So again, after we accumulated a decent amount in spring, many of our snowpack reservoirs were depleted in May. You can see a Malheur there, John Day very low. And by June, a lot of these were significantly lower, particularly in the southern part of our state. And this is demonstrating our stream flows statewide. And so you can see, generally speaking, the full state, with the exception of that northwest green corner, experienced below average stream flow conditions, with some areas of the state encountering extremely low stream flow conditions. And again, these are averages. Each of those circles that you see on this map represent individual gauges. So some areas within those color blocks experienced worse conditions, and we did have record low stream flows on many of these gauges, record low readings. And what you see in that color block behind these individual circles are all of the gauges averaged together in that area to produce that color. And so just to kind of show how low we did experience flows in certain areas of the state. And again, this is pretty distributed. These are examples in the Nehalem and on the John Day and also in the North Umpqua. And you can see that the black line represents the discharge in the streams this year. And those different color patterns represent the percentile classes that we've experienced historically, with that very bottom brown being the very lowest percentile. So you can see the black line is really hovering around that brown block, particularly in the spring and in the summer, and in some cases even went below it, like on the John Day. So really, really low flows on some of our streams. And so generally speaking, low flows and high temperatures are a challenging combination for all of our species. But this is particularly true for our cold water fish species, which require really specific habitat and thermal conditions to complete their different life cycle functions. And of course, all of their different life stages are impacted by drought. Outmigrating juveniles, returning adults can be impacted in terms of direct mortality, but also an increased susceptibility to other stressors such as disease and predation. And we did see some of that, which I'll talk about a little bit more on in the next slide. And of course, these impacts can be felt for generations due to the mortality of adults before they spawn, but also due to decreased fitness of our outmigrating juveniles, and they will have a harder time surviving in the ocean and returning. So we saw some expansion when habitat is not suitable for cold water, it tends to be more suitable for warm water non-natives and invasives. And we did see some range expansion of those species in some of our systems. There were algal blooms that we experienced this year as well, particularly in the Klamath and in Willamette. Again, we did see some disease and parasites, and I'll talk about that a little bit more with our hatchery slides. And predominantly, we saw reduced habitat. So perennial streams were experiencing intermittency to a greater extent. We saw ephemeral streams dry up a lot earlier, and then just generally with the reduction of flow in all of our streams was compromising habitat, in addition to reducing the connectivity that some of these streams have with their off-channel areas, wetlands, floodplains, things like that. So it was a really challenging environment out there in the freshwater, but also in our coastal water areas where, with the reduction of freshwater outflow, we saw salinity barriers able to move more upstream. And in addition, we saw some of our species shift in response to that. In addition, in times like that, the saltwater can intrude further into the aquifer, and that compromises infrastructure and causes some other issues as well. And then we did see fish mortality. And again, I'll talk about this a little bit more. And then I just wanted to raise the indirect impacts that we see. Drought conditions lead to other disturbance events, in particular wildfire, and the riparian vegetation challenges that we have due to that cause significant issues for aquatic resources that can last for quite some time. So we did document fish mortality in streams throughout the state, including the Willamette, North Coast, Grand Ronde, John Day basins. Here's some examples of those, both of salmonids, also other native fish, mountain whitefish, lamprey, cutthroat trout, sculpins. And we received many other anecdotal reports of fish kills that we were not able to confirm, either with a picture or written documentation for various reasons. But a lot of times the reports that come into us are a lot later in time than the actual event they observed. And so it's difficult to confirm these. But generally, I'd say that the mortality events or the general feel from most of the biologists that were confirming some of these events were that they were not on the same scale as what we observed in 2015. And I think many of our district biologists were surprised that the outcome actually wasn't worse this year. So I guess that is a slight positive note. So low source flows, high temperatures that certainly can impact hatchery operations. But again, we didn't quite see as extensive of impacts as we have in previous drought years. But there were increased fish health issues and incidents of disease. In particular, we saw fish parasites and bacterial pathogens in our coastal facilities. And also our spring Chinook adults were more susceptible to fungus and pre-spawn mortality in our Willamette Valley hatcheries. And we did see this during the peak of summer when 30 to 50% of our adults that were spring Chinook that were passing through our sorting facility on the Clackamas suffered from columnaris. And we do think that this was a contributing event to a pre-spawning mortality event there. And then I guess I would just note too that we also did some earlier than planned releases from hatcheries, and we also made stocking adjustments this year to mostly address the extreme temperature events in late June and early July. And some of these changes to some of the impacts to our hatcheries will have effects moving forward, particularly when they affect our brood stock. And so we also did experience some increased reports regarding unauthorized dams, push-up dams in particular, but also some other obstructions like this rock dam. And then some of the partial barriers that have been in streams, we noticed became more of a barrier with the low flows and drought. And so it became more urgent that we were trying to address some of these fish passage impediments. And one example is in downtown Medford, where we do have a large number of fall Chinook that are struggling to get past what was, initially just a partial barrier of an abandoned sewer line, but has become a much more significant barrier now. So staff is working on some temporary options for them there. And so now I'll switch over to wildlife. What we experienced or what we observed is some decreased nesting and breeding habitat for our shorebirds and water birds. And I'll talk a little bit more about this on our next slide. And some additional concern about increased disease impacts due to the concentration of species around existing water sources, because we're seeing conditions very similar to last year, where we had avian botulism outbreak on one of our refuges in the Klamath, right? That was really extensive. So there is concern about that again this year. And also for some of our flyway species, again, they're not experiencing refuge really at any location along their migration path, given that the Western United States experience very similar conditions. So that's concerning. And then for amphibians, low water levels did impair stream connectivity to important breeding and rearing sites for them, particularly for amphibians like Oregon spotted frog. Higher temperatures at remnant breeding sites have been limiting reproductive success for amphibians because eggs are stranded or the thermal tolerances are exceeded for juveniles. And of course, predation becomes an issue in these circumstances as well, because there's few remaining good habitats or areas to hide, particularly for some of the tadpoles and juveniles. And with our big game, we have concern about low soil moistures and fire contributing to lack of forage and available water there. And again, with the reliance on more shallow water sources and more isolated water sources, there has been some increased incidence of disease in some of our populations as well. And in particular, that would be our white-tailed deer. We've seen more infections, either blue tongue or EHD this year. So that is concerning. I guess I'd also just mention that we did do some flights to photograph American white pelican breeding colonies in 2021. So we were looking at a lot of the historic sites where we would have expected to see activity, and we saw limited to no nesting at some of those sites. So that is concerning. What the refuges are doing is trying to manage their water as strategically as possible this year, because we do have limited water supplies in certain locations, which will be challenging. We do expect to see some reductions in reproductive success in deer and elk herds because of the drought conditions, but we're really not going to be able to confirm some of that until our survey data is available later this year. And then we did see some impacts to hunting opportunities, mostly due to the fire conditions. So I will give you a brief description of actions and strategies that we use to help mitigate the impacts of drought on fish and wildlife. But again, looping back to this broader context we talked about earlier, these actions not only help us address the immediate impacts of drought, but they're also really intended to help further our long-term goals, in many cases to improve the resiliency of fish and wildlife moving forward, so that they can better weather these disturbance events in the future. So some of our main actions and strategies, including fishing regulation changes, reducing angling pressure, working with partners on water management, because again, one of the limiting factors, particularly during drought, is low flows. So whatever we can do to establish more flows in these streams is usually helpful. Fish stocking changes, which we talked a little bit about before, so I won't go into depth on that one. Data collection and synthesis, so thinking about new tools that we can use and more information that we can gather to more finely tune our responses and understand impacts to a better degree, and public education and outreach. So regulation changes, of course, are one of the more direct levers that we have to help fish and wildlife weather extreme conditions through reduction of angling associated stressors. And I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on these because I know you're all very aware of these actions. But we, of course, instituted a range of regulation changes that were intended to reduce angling pressure during these more extreme time periods. So that was either through full closures, partial closures, or focusing opportunity during the areas of the day that were more conducive and cooler, and also removal of bag limits. So we are continually striving to secure the best available information to understand impacts to species and to support the identification and implementation of solutions. So securing reliable, accurate, and in many cases, real-time information is really critical to this task. So these are a few examples of what we did this year to try to better predict future conditions as well as more finely tune our responses. And if you look at this graph right here, this shows you all the real-time temperature gauges in Oregon right now. And as you can see, there's really an alarming lack of them, in particular in certain parts of our state. And one of those areas is actually along the coast, as you can see here. So what we did is we placed water temperature loggers, about 25 of them in different locations along the coast, from the Nehalem to the Illinois, to really capture temperature events. And we intend to do this for a couple of years. And we also intend to pair them with some of the data that we have from discharge gauges in similar locations. And the goal is going to be, there will be inputs into a water temperature model. The goal is going to be to better forecast water temperature conditions moving forward. And we're also hoping to better understand the flow temperature relationships in these systems. And then that gets to this next point where we created a tool that allowed us to pull these daily temperature readings from the gauges that do exist. And we compared them to habitat suitability curves that we have for species that reside in these locations. So at any given time, we were able to ascertain the impacts and understand how well that system was doing at meeting species needs. And so you can see here, this is just from a particular date. But again, all these particular dots represent how suitable that habitat is right there for species at that moment, given the temperature profile. And then the larger block of color behind those gauges is all of those gauges averaged together in that area. So you can see how this might help us refine our responses as well, though, because we can either choose to operate on a broader scale, and perhaps in that yellow area, we say that whole yellow area requires this sort of response, or we can try to look within that yellow area and say, hey, in this geography, this stream is actually not doing terrible at meeting species needs right now, right? It's green, and this one's yellow, this one's red, and we have different responses for those systems. So it gives us a little bit more flexibility in thinking about tools moving forward. And this is also going to be helpful to inform our climate angling policy. And I think you were briefed on this earlier this year, but in that case, we're developing a set of regulations that can be proactively implemented. And it really requires us having pretty sufficient or pretty good information, right, on conditions out there, being able to forecast events and understanding species response. So these are just a couple of examples. And of course, we did a lot of other things in monitoring, stream monitoring and other approaches, but wanted to highlight these ones in particular. So we engaged in a lot of public education on both the effects of drought on fish and wildlife and habitats, and the role of the public in helping to mitigate those effects, and also on ODFW actions and responses. So you can see the use of Twitter to update on drought conditions and game limit changes. You can see the use of My ODFW to talk about hunting and fire danger and what sort of policy we have on tag refunds, things like that. We did heavy use of our news releases, and we got a lot of media attention this year in terms of our responses, but in also terms of potential impacts to drought and angler behavior, best practices that they could implement during these periods. And then I wanted to highlight down here, episode 71. This is the Beaver State podcast. This is a podcast run by ODFW. We started a water series on this podcast. This is the first episode of it. And this is to really highlight water issues that are occurring throughout the state using regional messengers and kind of the regional lens, because they're all experiencing similar water issues. But of course, the challenges can be unique and the solutions can be unique, depending on the region. So drought did come up in this episode, and it also highlighted kind of a collaboration that occurred there to help flow in the lower Clackamas. And so it's certainly worth a listen to, but it's also an attempt for us to educate a little bit more broadly on water and drought issues. So ODFW did a lot of work with partners, and frankly, we rely on our partners a lot to get things done, because we have only certain levers that we control by ourselves. So we work with partners to better respond, plan, and prepare for drought conditions, particularly in light of climate change. One of the more important things I think that we do during drought is to try to work with water management partners, particularly reservoir operators, to recommend and help determine dam release timing and rates for the benefit of fish. Because again, flow is a very extreme limiting factor in these timeframes. So This example over here, that reservoir, Applegate, ODFW is working with the Corps and Water Resources Department to use stored water in Lost Creek and Applegate reservoirs on the Rogue strategically to meet fish. And we did that this year. But it also does highlight a little bit of the flip side of that approach when you have reservoir storage, in that, those reservoirs are drawn down pretty low right now. So if we have another bad water year, some of our tools are not quite as effective the next go around. And so figuring out the right balance in terms of response can be challenging with reservoirs sometimes. And then down below there on the Clackamas, that was the work that we did with our partners at PGE and Clackamas River water providers to collaborate around flow releases after Labor Day for the benefit of fish. And so again, you can see that black line showing where Clackamas River flows were going, and then you can see that spike in flow. And there was some help from precipitation, but a lot of this also was flow release from Timothy Lake that was negotiated with partners. So that was super helpful. Then I just also wanted to highlight that we are on the Drought Readiness Council. So we do collaborate with other state agencies to share information around drought and to communicate impacts that we're seeing to fish and wildlife. We meet with stakeholders through that forum as well to update them on what's going on around the state. And we also provide recommendations to the governor on drought declarations that have come in from the county. So that is our role on that council. And then speaking of the drought declarations, since 2020, there is a requirement that OWRD consult with us on drought declarations on the impacts of water availability to fish and wildlife. And so we're still kind of refining this process and the type of information exchange that needs to occur during it, but it is an opportunity for us to really highlight the areas of the state where we're very concerned about low water flows during these events. And these last two I reference because there's certain issues that outlive drought conditions, but the impacts of which are very exacerbated by drought. And one of those is unauthorized water use. And it's always a problem, but it's a really, really big problem when streams are at record lows. And many of our districts have been fielding a lot more calls about unauthorized water use during this last spring and summer, and in particular in areas where illegal cannabis is a big issue. And so we're coordinating with other agencies in this cannabis coordination team on enforcement response and how best to wrap in environmental impacts into the investigation that the cannabis regulating agencies and law enforcement are doing. As you may have seen the Jackson County State of Emergency, they are overwhelmed with this issue. And some of the things that you're seeing in those news releases are around water use complaints that have gone up 700% over the last year. And so, of course, another water issue, particularly important, particularly in times of drought, is ensuring that we have sufficient water in stream for fish. And one of our mechanisms is in-stream water rates. And so making sure that when we have flows that are legal, that the in-stream flows are legally entitled to, we want to make sure that those flow levels are actually being met. And that's a little bit challenging to do. Lack of enforcement lack of enforcement resources, but also lack of information. We don't have gauges on all of these streams. And enforcement is a really complaint-driven process right now, and there aren't a lot of folks that are filing complaints for in-stream water rates. Generally speaking, they're usually filing complaints against their neighbors or something like that. So it's a little bit challenging, but we're working with OWRD on an MOA, kind of outlines a strategy for us being able to more effectively do this and share the workload. So that is, again, not everything that we're doing, but kind of some of the highlights that I wanted to bring to your attention. Going forward, what are we expecting? This is our second major drought event in 5 years, right? Climate change predictions are being realized, and what we expect is more intense, frequent, and long-lasting drought events, or this perpetual drought where we just kind of have a low level of drought going on for a long period of time. So in combination with the other climate change related effects that we're seeing, including the hydrologic changes, increased invasive species, disease, ocean acidification, enhanced fire, it really is extremely important that we take a level of urgency to our efforts to build resilient fish and wildlife habitat wherever we can. And so going forward, we need to be proactive. We need to ensure we have the right information and tools to manage these events while building and sustaining these resilient fish and wildlife populations and habitat. So these are the types of questions we're asking ourselves and that we're trying to answer. Do we have the right information, all the information that we need to make informed decisions? And we have a gap in real-time information, which I talked about earlier, and we're trying to address that and we're moving forward. But also generally just some of our monitoring efforts, right? Continuous monitoring and monitoring that will allow us to assess the impacts and the degree of change that we're seeing. So those are targets. Do we have the right focus? We can't do everything everywhere. And not only that, we're not the only ones doing anything, right? So we want to be able to communicate information both internally about our priorities, but also externally, because we want everybody who's doing this kind of work or has an interest in doing this kind of work or has authority to do this kind of work to be rowing in the same direction or providing resources toward the same end. And so we are focused on conservation of our most resilient remaining habitat, because we think it is the best chance for these species to persist on the landscape despite changing conditions. And one of our tools that's nearing completion is the Aquatic Habitat Prioritization Framework, which will particularly allow us to do this for aquatic systems. And so we're really excited about that. And we also need to be strategic about how we proceed after disturbance events, including fire, right? Can we restore these habitats in a manner that will maximize value to aquatic and terrestrial species? And then we're thinking about tools. You know, we can identify all the actions that we want. Can we actually implement them? And this has a lot of different factors, but in the context of drought, we need to continue the sense of urgency in some of the conversations. There was a drought task force that convened after the last drought. They identified a lot of things that might be good if we could get them implemented, but then the will kind of went away because conditions improved, right? So we need to continue those conversations even when drought conditions go away. And then just generally speaking, we need to make sure that we have the right tools, both in terms of regulatory tools, but also collaborative tools, incentives to move forward some of this work. And one of the examples is our in-stream water rates, right? How do we best ensure that we have water in stream for flows? Water in streams for aquatic resources, and in-stream water rates are great. There are some limitations, and we need some other tools to do this as well. And so for my last slide, just in case I haven't said habitat enough, I thought I would put this slide in at the very end to really drive this point home, that protecting, restoring, and enhancing key freshwater habitats is absolutely critical to building resiliency in our fish and wildlife populations that will allow them to adapt to the impacts of climate and ocean change, including these drought events. So our drought response actions are very important. More important, though, is the work that this agency does day in, day out with its other agency partners, with other stakeholders, to protect its high functioning habitat, to restore degraded habitat, to improve water quantity and quality conditions, and to restore access to previously blocked habitat. Because our species, particularly those that migrate, really need to exercise different life history strategies and have different options, right, to be able to persist into the future. And so I know that you have a busy agenda today, and I'll just mention one more thing, because I know one of those is the Rogue South Coast Management Plan. And just to mention that plan does include habitat measures as key plan actions, but those really build off a lot of work that's been occurring in those watersheds to address habitat and connectivity issues. And for example, that watershed between 2005 and 2019, partners in that watershed have removed 21 dams and improved passage at least 14 different facilities. And I know significant work has occurred since that time, including 3 dam removals just last week. And it's early. You need a lot of time to be able to see the benefits of some of these actions, but there is early indications that these have been really successful at improving the resiliency of these populations. And again, our Rogue District is cautiously optimistic that the Rogue fared a little bit better this drought season as compared to previous cycles, avoiding the significant disease and loss of fish that we've observed there previously. And so anyway, hopefully this plan will continue the momentum to address habitat impairment and barriers. And additionally, the creation of our habitat division is a great step that will allow us to elevate the habitat issues statewide and in all these different watersheds, and hopefully advance those priorities in all available venues. So that concludes my presentation today. And I see I have a hand. Commissioner Laphart.
Well, Chandra, I just you did a great job of addressing the who, what, where, when, and why, as well as looking to the future. I just want to thank you. A great presentation. Very well done.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Laphart. Appreciate that. Given it's my first time in front of the commission, gotta admit there were a little nerves there. Commissioner Zarnowitz?
Yes, I also wanted to thank you for your presentation, and I was in your position a long time ago, so I appreciate your energy, and glad to see that position continue and also be in a consolidated habitat division. So thanks again.
Thank you, Commissioner Zarnowitz. And we're really excited for the move to Habitat Division, and I think we'll be able to do some great things there. Vice Chair Woolley.
Okay. Thank you, Chandra. I also appreciated your presentation and just overall the focus of the department, how it's shifting on the impacts of climate change, and including drought as well as fire. And also, I think you have a really great job, and I hope you have fun doing it. And I can tell you got more relaxed as you went along and moved along through the presentation. So I think that's really great first time. Just a couple quick questions. So how would you characterize how the public responded to the regulatory changes that we needed to make? You talked a little bit about the public involvement. And I know that's sort of a broad question and there's a lot of variability in there, but just in general, thinking specifically related to changes we had to make with fishing opportunity. Is that anything that you have any opportunity to hear about? And I see Director Melcher hopping on.
Maybe Director Melcher, would you like to take this one? Because I would say just based on my observations, and clearly others can jump in here, is that I actually think it was better received this year than it has in the past. And I think part of that has to do with the communication that we've had with these stakeholders for some time on the necessity of these changes and their contribution. Like, I think it was significantly more well received based on what I've observed from previous years. But Director Melcher,
Yeah, Chandra, Vice Chair Woolley and Chair Wall, Chandra, I think really captured it. There's always a mixed bag in terms of public response for anything that we do, but by and large, I would say most of these regulations were broadly supported.
Okay, and then just another quick question. I saw on your moving forward slide, you had a beetle. I believe it was probably a bark beetle. So just wanted to know if you had any thoughts on the drought stress and how it opens up increased infestation by bark beetles and other insects. And have you seen that yet this year?
Vice Chair Woolley, thank you for the question. I'm not positive on that. Actually, I'd have to defer to somebody else. I have not heard any reports yet of extensive infestation. I mean, we certainly have observed that before, but but I'm not sure about this year.
Maybe
so,
we
can get you more information on that too, unless anyone else from ODFW on here knows that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if we have exactly a resident entomologist, but I think there may be someone that could address it. I'm just curious. That could happen.
Yeah, we're happy to follow up.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks. That's all I have. Thanks again.
Chair Wall.
A quick question. Thank you for the overview of that. That was a very good report. And I continue to appreciate that the department is looking at these programs and integrating them across the gamut of programs. My question is a quick one. Are we making headway on the backlog that we've often heard about on in-stream flow segments? And are we whittling down that backlog?
Chair Wall, thank you for the question, and it's a great one. We're slowly making some progress, and we do have a lot of challenges in that many of our in-stream waterway applications are protested, and then they end up needing to go to a contested case process, and that has been backlogged for some time because that is a complicated process that needs to go before OAH and have an administrative law judge assigned and so forth. And so to the extent that they do get protested, there is a pretty significant backlog for those. But we did just get 14 in-stream waterway applications noticed for contested case. There was a pretty significant allocation to water resources. I think it might have been $2 million to start moving through their contested case processes. But that's not just in-stream water rights, right? It's several other waterway applications as well. And so this is the first batch, but I anticipate that they're going to be moving forward more. And the benefits there, I think, are twofold in that, to some extent, sometimes the pressure of a case does prompt some more conversation and the possibility of settlement might rise for us. But also to the extent that we actually resolve some of these issues through contested case, those might lay the framework for resolution for the other ones that remain on the docket, right? Because I don't think we'll necessarily need to relitigate all the same issues over and over would be the hope. And then I'll also mention that some of our North Coast applications, we didn't get protested. So those got finalized. I think that was last year or 2 years ago. So we're making progress. It could be faster, and with resources in particular, again, Water Resources got resources for this contested case processes. We did not. But we will, of course, be making it work.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it on the questions.
Thanks. And Chair Wall, I'm glad you asked that question because it was something that I was going to mention as well. And Chandra's given us this great overview, but I just wanted to point out that there's a whole lot of other things going on in the water program that are, that are technical in a legal sense, not technical necessarily in a resource sense. And one of those is the in-stream water rights. Of course, we hold, I believe, over 1,000 in-stream water rights. It might be approaching 2,000. I can't remember off the top of my head. And a number of those have been protested. I think we have about 80 roughly that were protested, and they've been sitting in that protest category for, in some cases, I think in excess of 20 or 25 years. Perhaps Commissioner Zarnowitz actually filed the original in-stream water right. But we are moving on those. And when I say we, I mean state government as a whole, because it's not a process that we control. We essentially, we respond when Water Resources finally moves forward with those, resolving those protests, which is going to be a significant workload for our staff, not just Chandra, but our field staff as well. And we continue to apply for more in-stream water rights. And we've been doing that. And that's what Chandra, I think, was alluding to in the ones that have recently not been protested. And, it's a really important issue. And, one might ask, well, all of our basins are largely over appropriated, and our in-stream water rights simply, we get a junior appropriation date. And so we are never, it's very unusual that we're in a position to make a call because of the structure of water law. But it does make a difference if there's future storage.
Yeah, and I was just mentioning to correct Director Mitchell, if I may, that it does make a difference for us now as well, because we do get a say in different regulatory processes as a water right holder. So there's a lot of movement in water rights around transfers, and as an in-stream water right, we would be engaged in conversations around injury in some of those cases. So it's also an important, almost standing ability for us when we have those rights on record.
Yeah. Very good. So my point is, there's a lot of other things going on that we aren't talking about here that take staff time, and really appreciate Chandra's work on this and her team and her future team. Okay. Any other questions? Very good. Thank you, Chandra. Have a nice weekend. I'm not sure. Next on the agenda is an update from the Alaka Alliance, and I'm not sure if Bob Bailey is on. I have not seen him yet. Michelle?
I haven't seen Bob show up in the meeting yet.
Yeah, I've been looking and I have not seen him. So with that, Chair Wall, we'll move past that item. If he shows up later in the director's report, we'll circle back to him. And if not, we'll put him on the agenda perhaps for the December meeting. Which takes me then to another brief item, and that is at the Oregon Hatchery Research Center, where we have a conference room, and we have just recently dedicated that conference room in the name of Dr. David Noakes. Michelle's got the picture up, and I believe Mark Johnson is on this agenda with me, but I think he could not participate today. So I will carry the load, so to speak. And Dr. Noakes, of course, and you have a write-up in the packet. I'm not going to read it to you, but Dr. Noakes was the senior scientist and essentially director at the Oregon Hatchery Research Center since its beginning in 2005. He passed away in December of 2020, and in his honor, we have posted this picture and named the conference room at the center in his honor. he was, he was truly, I mean, he was a friend to many at the department. We've all known him over the years. He was incredibly intelligent, but also incredibly witty and personable. And he will be missed by all of us at the department. I wanted to say also that David was, he had a strong science foundation, but he also had the ability to really navigate the politics and policies related to the work that he was doing and others were doing at the Hatchery Research Center. But he was not afraid to tell folks if they were supporting something that was merely public opinion as opposed to something that was had a sound basis in science. And so David will be missed, and we just wanted to share this with you and all the other viewers out there. And I would be happy to take any questions, or if Mark Johnson or any of the other staff that's on would like to say anything, I would offer them the microphone as well.
Well, this is Mark. I had the privilege of serving on, I think, the first advisory committee for the Hatchery Resource Center when Dr. Noakes was there. You were right on, Director Melcher. He was an outstanding fellow, and science was his driving. And I think it was a great move when the legislature put this all together, and the department, the Hatchery Resource Center, is producing some really good information. And started with his leadership and is continuing. So it's going to be missed.
Very good. Well, with that, then we will move on the agenda to adoption of temporary rules. And commissioners, you have a list of 15 rules in your packet that require ratification. I will be standing by if you have any questions, or if need be, I will phone a friend.
Seeing no hands up, is there a motion?
Yeah, I would move to ratify the 15 temporary rules set forth in today's agenda.
Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we ratify the 15 temporary rules set forth in today's agenda. Are there any questions or discussion? Seeing none, will those in favor give a thumbs up?
Can I interject something? So I'm sorry, but my main screen froze up for the second time. And so my internet's unstable. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so just a quick question on temporary rule 148, 2021 about those that drivers that kill an animal on the road and regarding turning in animal parts. So just wondering how the department will know that incident occurred. Will that be based on a call-in from permits? I mean, how will the department confirm that those specific animals were encountered on the road by the driver without the parts being turned in? I was curious about that.
And so Commissioner Woolley, which particular rule is it? You're referring to the first rule on the list?
Yeah, the first rule, 148,
Yeah.
21. Yeah.
Well, I think we have Kevin or perhaps Bernadette or both in the room here, and I will let them answer it. But this is essentially a continuation of the rules that we've had in place due to COVID-19 and the fact that our offices are all closed, and so public visitation is not permitted. So essentially, we're taking people's word for it. But Kevin or Bernadette, feel free to chime in here.
Yeah, thank you, Kurt. For the record, this is Kevin Blakely. I'm the Deputy Administrator in Wildlife Division. And yeah, that's accurate. The offices, we're still required to check those in, and we get a lot of great information from those check-ins. So temporarily, then we still collect that information most of the time via just over the phone. But some of it is statutorily required, like the heads from Buck Deer from the roadkill salvage. So we still have people make appointments and come in to do that. The intentions are we will fully bring back public when we bring back public to the offices, we'll certainly re-engage back to the level of having them come in and interact with the biologists. That's a real key aspect of outreach as well.
All right, thank you, Kevin. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other questions? Then in that case, it's been moved and seconded that we ratify the 15. Those in favor, thumbs up. I think we have everyone. So thank you. We'll go to Exhibit A, the minutes. You all have those in your packet.
Wait just a minute. Wait.
Yes.
We've got, before we go to Exhibit A, we've got other business, we've got commission updates, and we've got public forum.
Whoops. I jumped the gun there.
Yeah.
So we'll wait, sorry. Other business, do you want to mention the art judging contest or?
Yeah, I did want to mention that. Commissioners, we do have, as you all probably know, our annual waterfowl stamp, upland bird stamp, and our habitat conservation stamp. The annual art contest is upcoming, and I believe the rules indicate that we'll have one commissioner. We have a panel of judges, including one commissioner, and we are in need of a commissioner that wants to volunteer for that duty. I know Commissioner Woolley has done it, I think, more than once even, but so it will occur here at our office, and I'm drawing a blank on the date. I want to say it was like October 27th. Maybe Kevin or someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but so we would really appreciate if one of you would like to volunteer for that duty. And of course, there is no public component to this again this year. It will be simply essentially a private meeting of you with all the art entries in our commission room.
I heard someone had volunteered already.
No, I actually have 2 meetings on that date, but I would recommend Commissioner Khalil as I think she's got some good artistic talent in the background. In the background.
That's not my.
Well, you wanted to do my room here, so.
It's gonna depend on the date. Yes, I would be interested, but I know I am out of town on the 27th. So
I believe it was the 28th, I think, because I volunteered to do it when Chair Wall called me, and then I found out it was the 28th at 1 o'clock, and I had a prior commitment on the 28th. So I think it's the 28th, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe you are correct. I was off by 1 day. So it is October 28th.
yeah, I have a site meeting for work from the 27th to the 29th.
Okay.
Let's leave it at this. This is Mary Wall. Let's leave it at this, that I will do it if we don't find another person. We typically rotate this, and we thought we had somebody, so I can also call and get somebody. So I will do this one if we can't get somebody else.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I could do it on the 28th. I can't do it on the 27th.
I think we just have our volunteer. Thank you very much.
There we have it. Thank you, Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Then we'll go to commission reports, and I'll try to stay on the agenda this time, on track. The first one is Vice Chair Woolley with 2 reports. The first one being the Beaver Management Work Group, and then the Trap Check Work Group. And we also have Commissioner Hatfield Hyde ready to help with the Beaver Management one, and Commissioner Zarnowitz is working as well on the Trap Check one. So go ahead, Vice Chair.
Okay, so I'll race through this and I'll report on the Trap Check Committee with any input from Commissioner Zarnowitz, and I'll yield the Beaver Group report to Commissioner Hatfield Hyde because she attended that meeting and I was traveling in travel status at that time, so I did not attend. So that will go over to Commissioner Hatfield Hyde. So as far as the Trap Check group, the theme for our last meeting was animal welfare. We had two excellent presentations by Dave Polly from Humane Society of the United States and Michael Nelson with the OSU, who's a professor of philosophy and ethics. There's a lot of information, so I'll just hit a few key points. So Mr. Polly talked about the difference between protection for predators and fur bearers, stated that the regulation should be standardized, that predators have no protections, and that trapping is the least regulated of all animal capture methods. Traps have basically been the same for the past 100 years, though Derek Broman did note that trapping modifications have been getting developed by manufacturers. However, those are expensive to develop and to purchase. Mr. Polly felt that the longer the animal stays in the trap, the more damage occurs to the animal, and the body grips are not always lethal, and the animal could stay in the trap for up to 2 weeks. We've learned that we learned about trap modifications, something called pan tension, which is a development that prevents non-target animals from springing the trap. So that was good to hear about. Mr. Polly also sent a quote from AFWA's Trapper Education Manual that it gives 8 different reasons why traps should be checked every day. And the number one reason is animal welfare. And then moving quickly to Dr. Nelson, he provides some survey information that was interesting that said that 80% of people surveyed acknowledged the intrinsic value of wildlife, and that goes across consumptive and non-consumptive groups. There was very little variation within the groups. And that is important to consider values and decisions about trapping, not just the empirical premise. Empirical data should not automatically lead to conclusions. And then also just a reiteration of survey data that we've seen that our society as a whole is becoming more more mutualistic versus dominant toward wildlife. Then for our next meeting, we're going to look more closely at the states that have reduced their trap check times, where their results, and also just taking in consideration the different states that have different trapping needs. There's a suggestion to have a wildlife veterinarian present to our commission to address similarities among human and non-human mammals, similar anatomy, physiology that we have with other mammals. So I will shift over to Commissioner Hatfield Hyde for the Beaver Group overview.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Woolley, and thank you for letting me give this brief update. The Beaver Work Group really was focusing last time on the sort of the biology and ecology of beavers with some wonderful presentations, and we really were getting into just exciting information about what beavers are doing out there on the landscape, what they aren't doing, what's going on with the habitat that might be limiting what they can and can't do. I feel like this group has gone through that process that groups go through of, forming, storming, norming, and we're hoping we get to performing. We really have some folks in this group that are putting in a lot of time in the stakeholder group to both listen to one another, see where we have some similarities, where we have differences. This was my fun at the meeting that was the most fun to me, because I feel like we were getting to work and learning, getting quiet enough to learn a little bit together. So I'll also have to say that I think it takes time sometimes for groups to get out of that kind of, are we in a litigation forum? Is this the legislature? What are we doing here? So getting into a collaborative environment where we can make in the future maybe shared decisions that are good for beavers is a whole different mindset, right? So we're sometimes I think we're like a sixth grade dance, right? Sometimes we dance together and sometimes we stand against the wall. So coming up, the next meeting, we're going to be talking about the habitat and management on the federal lands. And so I hope everyone tunes in to 3 exciting hours to learn about these things if they want to on Zoom. And I'm just really looking forward to seeing where this process goes from here. So there's my update. Thank you, Commissioner Woolley, for letting me share that. It's a great group that you put together of wonderful Oregonians who care about beavers.
Well, thank you, and I'm glad you're there. You're the master, the collaborator, and the best person that can be in that room. So thank you so much.
Thank you both. And we will, Commissioner Labhart has also an update on a work group, wildlife response. So we'll move to that.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall. As you may recall, several months ago, the commission asked that we form a work group to explore if we could further expand efforts regarding how Oregon reacts to public wildlife encounters. And so we are in the formative stages right now. Our first meeting is going to be in person at the ODF&W office on November 18th. We have the work group put together. In addition to Commissioner Khalil, we have a rep from the Rehabilitation Center, Sarah Spangler, Chinchimney Wildlife Center, representative from Humane Society, Kelly Peterson, a representative from the Oregon State Police, Lieutenant Craig Herberger, a representative from ODF&W Public Affairs, Roger Furman, a representative from the Wildlife Division, Bernadette, and then myself, and then representative from the Oregon Audubon, which is Bob Salinger. And so we are, we've got a rough agenda put together. It'll be our first meeting again, November 18th at ODF&W office.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart, for bringing that group together in record time. And looks like you're about to get rolling. So thank you. This is important to a lot of members of the public. As you know, we hear a lot about these incidents, and we really want to work on communication and preemptive, helping the public understand what our department does and why. And so I think you're a really good person to facilitate that process. So thank you.
Thank you. We will go then to public forum. And I would ask, as we go through, we have 10 people this time, which is more than we typically have. And as you know, we have a time crunch. So what I would ask is that the commissioners limit questions. We could send follow-up questions later if we needed to. And if the participants can come as close to 2 minutes as possible, we do have 3 minutes for each of you. If you can come in under that, that's terrific. And we'll start with Tracy Strain. While Tracy's coming on, I'll just mention the next few people so they can also be ready. Anna Krug, and then Leonard Krug, John Ward, and then Davis Grojak. So Tracy.
Mary, I wanted to mention something here. Not all of the attendees are moving over. Zoom isn't moving all of them over to panelists the way that it should be. So there may be occasions that you're not getting the option to turn on your camera. You'll be able to speak, but like I said, not everyone is, Zoom's not moving everyone over to panelists. So you may not have access to your camera.
So do you know if Tracy is here and ready? Looks like
I have Tracy in the room, and she will not have access to her camera.
Okay, go ahead, Tracy.
She needs to unmute herself.
Tracy, generally the mute and unmute button is in the lower left-hand corner of the Zoom screen. There's also a shortcut key of Control Shift in M. If you want to press those three all at one time, that would also should unmute you.
Maybe we can go on to the next two and we'll come right back to Tracy. So Anna Krug and Leonard Krug. Let's start
Thank you.
with.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners and Director Melcher. My name is Anna Krug, and I'm a member of the Oregon Anglers Alliance and the Oregon South Coast Fishermen. The Salmon Trout Enhancement Program is a collaborative effort between the state and public. It has resulted in improved fisheries through ongoing monitoring and enhancement programs, and has accomplished a very special pride of ownership through community education and participation. The following are just a few of the projects that help to bring our community together. Real Fishing Days. Every year, every third grade student in Curry County enjoys a habitat, riparian, and fishing education field trip at Arizona Pond. Eggs to Fry program. Our school celebrates the science of hatching, rearing, and releasing salmon into the river. Our Chetco River Steelhead project. 100% of the brood stock are caught and donated by the community for our hatchery. This results in a genuine pride of ownership. The Windtruck River Study. For the last 27 years, this ongoing multi-species monitoring provides valuable data that is manned almost exclusively by volunteers. The Chetco River Fall Chinook Project. This has long been a favorite with the community. The Oregon South Coast fishermen conduct carcass counts, scale samples, smolt acclimation, and broodstock collection with their locally famous and annual salmon rodeo and roundup. Hundreds from the community gather to celebrate this event. There's also the Chetco River Smolt Survey, trout fishing for tykes, and many more. We don't go to the theater. We don't go to major league sporting events. We don't even go to Walmart. Hatchery and harvest opportunity is what our communities revolve around. Our businesses are still reeling from COVID, and they can't afford to lose more business. It is critical to our community's well-being that we maintain harvest and hatcheries. I'm a wild and hatchery fish advocate, and there's a place for both of these in our rivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Leonard.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners and Director Melcher. My name is Leonard Krug. I'm a stakeholder on the RSP, board member of the Oregon South Coast Fishermen, and the president of the Oregon Anglers Alliance. At the September 17th meeting, the Native Fish Society and others proposed a 10-year ban for the Umpqua Summer Steelhead Hatchery Program. They stated that the monitoring shows that the percent of hatchery spawners exceeds the CMP goals. But the truth is that the magnitude of data from Winchester Dam is not a true reflection of what's really happening on spawning grounds. Winchester Dam is far below any spawning grounds. In fact, telemetry data has shown very little interaction between hatchery and wild fish in the upper reaches where spawning occurs. Now, if we examine a graph for historical numbers of fish, it will show us that there are highs and lows for all populations, some of them quite extreme at times. The population graphs for a wild fish population with a well-balanced ratio of hatchery to wild fish shows us higher lows and a higher mean average number for the total population. If we remove that hatchery program from the system, comparable historical data has shown us that the result will simply be lower lows with an overall lower mean average for population abundance. We only need to consider the full range of information based on the evidence and follow our ODFW staff's opinion. Back to you, Chair Wall.
Thank you, Leonard. And thank you for being so careful with the time. I appreciate it. Let's see if Tracy Strain is available now. And if not, Tracy, are you there? Then let's go on to John Ward and David Grosjak, then Cliff Lance, and I'll keep checking back to see if Tracy's here. So John Ward. Michelle, do you know if John is there?
John has been moved into the room and it did let me promote him as panelist. So John, you'll need to unmute your microphone and your video. Those controls should be in the lower left-hand corner.
There we go. I think you might still be muted.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
I will give you a slightly different view of what Leonard Krug just testified to. I am a board member of Oregon Anglers Alliance, and I'm also very active in a number of Coos County fishing groups that I won't even take time to name. At any rate, what I want to quickly talk about is that the value of our hatchery to us in the Coos area. We have a Morgan Creek hatchery that has been in operation 30 plus years, and it is the result of very hard work by very dedicated volunteers. And we put this hatchery together from nothing under the leadership of Tom Rumreck, one of your best ODFW employees ever. And over those years, we have gotten massive community contributions, probably $500,000 anyway to put this thing together. And it is of untold value to our community. We would have no real salmon fishery in the Coos system without this hatchery, which is vital to our community in many ways, whether it's culturally or sports. It provides salmon also for the commercial fishery. It is a vital thing here. We can't do without it. And it represents the hard work and lots of money from lots of people over many years here. And it is extremely valuable to our community economically. Many businesses are enhanced by our operations. And so my point is, we can't have a good fishery, recreational or commercial, without an abundance of fish in the rivers. And we can't have the abundance without the hatcheries. It just can't be done. Whatever you might think of hatcheries, in cases like this, they are absolutely vital, and we have nothing without them. And so I'm just really trying to point out to you, to a group of people locally here in Coos County, we cannot even face losing this hatchery. And there's a lot of pressure to discontinue hatcheries, and a lot of times, if not all the time, that's incorrect. Hatcheries do much less harm, if any, and that's being more and more proven. So please, as we go on, consider how much we need these hatcheries.
Thank you, John. We'll go on to Davis Grojak, and it looks like he's here. So go ahead.
I am here. Chair Wall, thank you for pronouncing my name correctly.
Oh, you're welcome.
My name is Dave Grojak. I'm testifying in support of the rebuilding of the Rock Creek hatchery on the North Umpqua that was destroyed by fire last year. I'm a member of the ODF&W STEP Advisory Committee representing the Upper Umpqua. I'm also on the Restoration Enhancement Board representing sport fishing. I have volunteered for projects with fisheries ODF&W staff for 34 years. I've worked with 6 different Roseburg STEP biologists, 3 fishing clubs, and 5 watershed councils in Southern Oregon. I'm also a board member for the Umpqua Fishermen's Association based in Roseburg, and I speak for the board of that club in saying that we support a fish hatchery in the Umpqua Basin. Our club has worked with STEP biologists to help fisheries in the Umpqua Basin for 40 years. If there is no hatchery, the ODF&W lose a lot of dedicated volunteers. I believe that the Roseburg ODF&W is doing a good job in assisting natural production with hatchery fish when and where appropriate. Rock Creek Hatchery produced hatchery trout, salmon, and steelhead that could be caught and taken home for the barbecue. I believe that the average salmon and steelhead fisherman in the Umpqua Basin wants to take home a fish once in a while. Rock Creek Hatchery, when it is rebuilt, will be vital to make sure that those fishermen who buy licenses, tags, fishing gears, motel stays, restaurant meals, and guide services will be able to keep fishing the Umpqua in the future and be able to keep a hatchery fish to take home. Future challenges to fish populations in the Umpqua will happen. And I believe that the presence of a hatchery in the basin gives the department options, will give them options in the future to meet and deal with those problems. I believe that those Oregonians who buy fishing licenses are spending their money wisely. They get to see the best parts of our state. I know that catching and keeping a salmon or steelhead is an Oregon experience that is priceless. I want to see that experience as part of the future of our state. That's why I've spent thousands of my own dollars and thousands of hours volunteering over the years to help fisheries in Southern Oregon. Yes, Rock Creek Hatchery needs to be rebuilt. And lastly, commissioners, thank you for your tremendous amount of time and commitment to do what you do. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Davis. We'll go next to Cliff Lance and then Roger Lindquist, Stan Steele, David Moskowitz, and I'll keep looking for Tracy on the chart. So go ahead, Cliff. Cliff Lance,
I'm here.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Chair Wall, Commission members, Director Melcher, thank you for this opportunity to express my concerns over the wild Coquille Chinook salmon populations. I have lived on the Oregon coast now for almost 50 years, and although I am not a biologist, I have had a long history of working with ODF&W on a multitude of fish enhancement, habitat projects on both the Coos and Coquille rivers. My variety of years of experiences working alongside ODF&W provide me with a deeper level of awareness of the alarming present developments on the Coquille. On the Four Forks of the Coquille River, Chinook salmon are on the brink of extinction. The Coquille River fall Chinook spawning return was over 30,000 fish in 2010. In 2019, the entire population was estimated at only 275 total fish, and there was a total of 169 total available spawning miles. That is a 99% decrease in only 9 years. The genes that are completely unique to the Coquille Chinook have been in the watershed for millennia are now deeply in jeopardy. With the population of the Chinook in the Coquille River at this current critical low level, it is absolutely imperative that the invaluable genetic resources that are contained in these fish are preserved. The collection of wild Chinook out of the Coquille is important now more than ever, considering that an average 95% of eggs placed in the gravel do perish. By collecting a small portion of wild Chinook in the watershed, better genetics can be secured. The time is now to institute the conservation hatchery plan. We can turn this from a 95% in-gravel mortality to a 95% hatchery survival. We must remember that it's not the hatcheries that have caused the demise of the salmon. It is the demise of the salmon that has created the need for hatcheries. It is well recognized that the illegal introduction of smallmouth bass has created this devastation. The coastal multi-species plan does not allow for intervention that would require capturing wild broodstock. At this time, the CMP was written, this bass invasion had not occurred. Man created this problem. Let's fix it before we can't. We're running out of time. Thank you for this opportunity to present my views on this situation.
Thank you for presenting them, Cliff. And we'll go on to Roger Lindquist.
Good morning, Commissioners and Director Melcher. My name is Roger Lindquist, and I'm the Vice President for Curry and Adams Fishermen here in Gold Beach. And I want to talk to you about a couple things today. Social policy versus science, and also the economic impacts that your decisions as commissioners have on small communities in this area. I just want to say that please use science to make your decisions. You have some of the brightest scientists around. I listened to Chandra this morning, and I was very, very impressed. I think she should be listened to without question. Public perception and opinions are not always fact. Science is studied, it's debated, and it's evidence-based in their decisions are reached. So I would just like to say, Dr. Melcher, thank you for talking about Dr. Noakes. I think the commission should follow his vision. Secondly, economic impacts. Small communities rely upon the fishing, the hunting, and tourism. With timber in decline, tourism and fishing are major economic drivers. They account for a large portion of the income for not just lodging, not just guides or grocery stores or restaurants, but smaller impacts such as gas stations, the tourist shops, local let me put my glasses on, I can't see. Local bakeries, bookstores, coffee shops, car and boat repair, things that you don't think that would be affected by your decisions. But even state, county, or Forest Service campgrounds are affected by these decisions. So your decisions also have larger impacts on small communities. Larger metro areas have other revenue streams to offset the cancellation, say, for example, the cancellation of fish to a catch and release only. A catch and release policy for this area would be devastating. I want to give you an example of the Springer fishing in this area. While it's not catch and release, it is very close. That when we could keep a wild salmon or a wild Springer early in the season, our guide services were busy and couldn't take any more people. Now they're actually asking people to come down. I was talking about turning left in Gold Beach here during the salmon season. It is very, very difficult to turn left on Highway 101 during salmon season. During Springer season now, it is very, very easy. There is just no traffic. There are no people coming to fish. People do not want to come here and fish all day long and maybe catch one fish and find out it is a wild fish and have to throw it back. So I just want you to think about that when you make your decision, that you have a large impact on the economics of these small towns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Roger. Appreciate it. Stan Steele, David Moskowitz, and then Thomas McDonald. So Stan.
Good day, Chair Wall, Director Melcher, and Commissioners. Good to see you all. Today, as a representative of the Oregon Anglers Alliance and the Oregon Outdoor Council, I want to express our organizational support for Governor Brown's effort to have the Secretary of Commerce declare a regional salmon fishery disaster and commercial fishery failure. The governor's October 4th letter states that salmon are a vital component of Oregon's natural resources and that they provide significant commercial, recreational, and economic and aesthetic benefits to the state. Our organizations totally agree. In 1996, then Governor John Kitzhaber, in a letter to all Oregonians, stressed the importance of returning salmon to our cultures, economies, and society. Here we are 25 years later, and as we face new challenges to our fisheries and those that depend on them. Earlier this week, and this really troubled me, but earlier this week, I had a longtime 45-year commercial fisherman out of Charleston, a Vietnam vet, who has made his living off of the fishing long lining for whatever species available, but primarily for salmon. It's from a 50-foot boat moored in Charleston with about an annual of $30,000 a year in just cost is what he figures just to have the boat moored and gear and all of the different things. He really stressed that he's providing salmon for the non-fishing public. And that's a point I think we often forget about what our commercial brothers and sisters do. But what was sad about and why he was calling, he just lost his house. 45 years, and he's lost his house. Last year, he said he made just a little over $8,000 on commercial salmon fisheries off our coast. And that's why we believe the governor's request is so well warranted. And what I'm posing to the commission and the staff is simply this question. Are we doing everything possible or using all the tools available for us to ensure the future of viable commercial and recreational fisheries? The gentleman that just talked before me talked about there is quite a difference from what some do, some other places in Oregon, and what our rural communities do. A lot of times our recreation is the ocean or our rivers. So what I'm going to request is the OAA and the OOC request that the commission and staff work together with our commercial and recreational fishing communities to analyze all current regulations and development strategies that make commercial salmon disaster declarations a thing of our past. And Commissioner Spellbrink does have incredible knowledge on this topic. And he, I really believe, can lend some great guidance to this discussion. And I realize everybody's time is going to be really short today, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Stan. Appreciate you paying attention to that and your testimony as well. David Moskowitz.
Good morning, Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher. David Moskowitz here with the Conservation Angler. And I've spoken to the commission many times in the past few months about wild steelhead protection. And as we know, returns have been terrible in the Columbia Basin and also in the North Umpqua. ODFW's responded by closing many, though not all, rivers to steelhead fishing, in some cases to all sport fishing. Conservation Angler supports these efforts, and in fact, we believe there's still more to be accomplished. Wild steelhead are dying the death of 1,000 cuts. Every action that we can control to positively impact spawning returns must be taken to save our wild steelhead so there are fish for future generations. Today, though, I want to focus on the hardships faced by the people whose livelihoods have been affected by recreational angling closures on the Deschutes, John Day, North Umpqua. These people comprise what I would describe as the human steelhead ecosystem. And they run small businesses in towns like Maupin, Madras, The Dalles, Glide, and Condon, including fishing guides and their staff, fly fishing and gear fishing shops and their staff, homegrown fishing gear manufacturers in Oregon, shuttle drivers, motel owners, their staff, and restaurant and market deli owners and their staff. The short-term impact of the fishing closures, which we believe are essential for the long-term well-being of wild steelhead in Oregon, is being unduly borne by these small business owners. The good news is that the potential for relief is within our control.
I'm hoping we just gain a little balance.
Sorry. So the good news is there's something we can do about it.
Yeah.
The Legislative Emergency Board has $500 million of unallocated, unburdened funds available to assist Oregonians of all backgrounds, and particularly for situations like this. A disaster declaration.
Hey, David. Hey,
Yes.
David. Sorry, I want to get John Ward. Oh, there we go. He's muted now. Michelle.
Okay,
muted.
great.
So yeah, he was talking over you and I apologize.
Okay, that's fine. It's a tricky venue, and I appreciate everybody's patience and ability to deal with this technology. But thank you. So what I'm asking for here, and I lost track of where the timer is, but I am going to wrap up here. What we have is we have an inland fishery disaster in the Columbia and the North Umpqua. The fishery disasters that Stan Steele spoke about for commercial sector fisheries, likely very warranted, of course. But what is not present is a program to address the economic impacts of the closures we have enacted on inland fisheries, recreational fisheries, and that's what I'm talking about. And this, what I'm asking you to do, the commission, is to consider drafting a letter to Governor Brown, asking her to declare a disaster on the steelhead sport fishing economic sector. It's a discrete, describable, and quantifiable affected economic sector that needs relief because of the rules that had to be put in place to protect wild steelhead. There is a process. We have examples with the federal system under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. We don't have to necessarily take that role. It's very specific in that federal act, but there's no equivalent process at the state level to provide relief for this sector. And I'm asking that the commission start this process by writing to the governor. The Conservation Angler has spoken with members of governor's staff, members of the legislature about this. There's nothing that stands in the way of doing this. And we have drafted an action plan, a draft action plan for the responsible entities that could follow in establishing a process to provide a modicum of economic relief that's critically deserved and desperately needed in small towns in steelhead country in Oregon. We'll follow up with more details. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you during the public forum. Happy to answer any questions. I realize that time is short today, and I probably have gone over my time, which is usual. Of course, I had time myself at 2.5 minutes, but I'll wrap it up there, and I will follow up with all of you. And thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, David. Let's go on to Thomas McDonald, and then we'll try one more time for Tracy Strain. So Thomas, you have 3 minutes. Michelle, do you know if Thomas is there?
Okay. Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Thomas McDonald. I'm the owner of Desert Springs Trout Farm located in rural Lake County. Desert Springs is a veteran-owned and operated business. We currently employ 15 people within Lake County. We raise approximately 650,000 pounds of trout per year for Oregon, Washington, California, and Nevada. I'm here to talk about the bidding with the U.S. Army Corps Trout Mitigation. I am bidding on this contract against ODF&W, whose 2019-2021 budget is $389 million. ODF&W receives 68.4% federal fund for annual operating costs, hatcheries. Of that, 68.4 and 27.8 come from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The remainder comes from NOAA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and BPA. I do not receive any taxpayer money for my operation. In 1994 to 97, an audit was done on what it costs to raise a pound of trout or salmon. The cost was $6.16 a pound. How is it that 23 years later, ODF&W is bidding $4.08 a pound and $4.44 on the Army Corps contract? I have bid on the 3-year Army Corps contract against ODF&W. I was the only other bidder and the only private owned facility that can produce enough trout for the contract. The solicitation numbers are W9127N17R0035 awarded to Desert Springs, $465. W912720Qs 0120 awarded to ODF&W. Bid price was $408. Our bid was $479. And W9127N21Q0092 awarded to ODF&W. Bid price $444. Our bid was $525. When using all the annual operating cost of ODF&W hatchery 2019 and 2020, total fish production from the biennium from ODF&W annual report arrive at a cost of $8.06 a pound. Information comes from the 2019-2021 hatchery management proportion of the budget. 62.8 million reported was 7.77 million pounds produced. Data from ODF&W reporting reflects a cost of $8.06 a pound. If ODF&W was using the inland fisheries hatchery management in their bid, the cost per pound would be $21.28.
Mr. McDonald, if you could get close to wrapping up, your time's up.
Okay. When I do a bid, I have to consider all cost, and ODF&W should be the same thing, considering all their costs. And one last thing, Desert Springs test annually for 14 separate pathogens through Washington State University, and none have been detected. We've owned this facility for 27 years, and we have never had any diseases because we have clean, artesian, disease-free water, and that's what you need to have in any hatchery is disease-free water. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll try one more time. Is Tracy there? If not, that concludes public forum, and we thank you for bringing these issues to us. Very interesting group this morning, and we'll go on to.
And Chair Wall, if I could interrupt, sorry, Bob Bailey has joined us now, so we can return to, with your permission, of course, it's your prerogative, but we can return to the Elaka Alliance update if you so choose.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. And then we'll also do the commission minutes, and then we'll take a very short break. So just to keep us on time. So yes, let's go ahead. Do you want to introduce that one?
Sure, very good. Thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioners. We have with us again, Bob Bailey, who you all may remember. I think he spoke with you 6 or 8 months ago about the Elaka Alliance and their sea otter reintroduction initiative and feasibility work. And of course, I've known Bob for a long time from his prior career with I believe it was DLCD. So Bob, thanks for coming back and giving us a little overview of the Elaka Alliance's current work.
Thank you very much, Kurt. I appreciate that. And commissioners, good morning. My apologies for missing my allotted time slot. Since I retired a number of years ago, I don't do agendas quite as efficiently and effectively as I used to do. So sorry to put you behind the 8 ball there. Yes, my name is Bob Bailey. I'm currently the board president of the Elaka Alliance, and I've got a little PowerPoint. If you don't mind walking through that, I'll try to go quickly because I know you've got a lot on your agenda, as witnessed by the last suite of comments here during the public forum. And I just, before we go any further, I want to say that Kurt is right. I used to work over at DLCD, and I briefed many an LCDC commission meeting, and I know how contentious these things can be and how much is on your plate. So I appreciate the time. If I can share screen, I will run through these slides for you.
Do you know what's going on with that one, Michelle? We're not.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, suddenly everything went away and now it came back. So I think that was a function of the recording thing. So let me share screen here real quick. So Alaka Alliance, I want to give you just a brief overview of who we are, what we're doing, and why. So this effort came from an idea and an informal organization begun about 20 plus years ago by Dave Hatch, who was a member of the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, and at that time was the tribal representative on the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. Dave passed away in 2016. A number of us picked up his flag and continued the idea, but found it more compelling than ever. And so we formally organized in 2018. We've adopted a strategic plan in 2019. And in 2020, we received our 501c3 status. So why are we doing this? Well, as it turns out, and believe me, I didn't know a thing about sea otters before I got involved with this. I mean, I grew up on the Oregon coast. I had no idea they were even missing. So, but as it turns out, they are a missing keystone species. No other animal affects the marine ecosystem as profoundly as a sea otter. And they were once here on the Oregon coast, although not in the same level of numbers as we see today in Alaska, or that they formerly occurred even in San Francisco Bay. But they were here and they were functional in our ecosystem. But they've been absent for 120 plus years as a functioning part of the ecosystem. And the consequences of that absence has been neither appreciated nor fully understood. But we can see some evidence of that today with the spread of urchin barrens, the loss of kelp habitat along many areas of the coast. And importantly, too, Oregon's coastal tribes feel the absence of sea otters from their culture after having had a relationship with that animal for 15,000 years. Sea otters were here to greet human beings when they first arrived on the North American continent. So just briefly, our board of directors, some nice headshots of everybody there. It's a diverse group, including tribal members, people with government experience. You may recognize some names there of people that are serving on our board. It's a great group, a diverse group, and I'm really proud to be associated with them. So our vision is a Oregon coast 50 years from now, where our children and grandchildren can benefit from a healthy sea otter population, a robust marine ecosystem, and a thriving coastal economy. So our mission is to restore a population of sea otters to the Oregon coast, and in the process, help make Oregon's marine ecosystem more robust and resilient. We're not doing this just because these are cute and furry animals, but because of they are such an important, critical part of an ecosystem that, well, it connects to what you were talking about in the previous section here, to salmon and the health of those runs. So our objectives are to assess the first one is to assess the scientific economic feasibility of sea otter restoration, and then to help the region reach consensus on restoration. Consensus does not necessarily always mean unanimity, but we want to make sure that there is support for this across a wide section of the public in Oregon. And if those two are successful, then we want to proceed with restoration in a few carefully chosen places. So I'm going to cut to the chase here a little bit. We, over the last couple of years, we've done a number of things, but probably the principal thing that I want to share with you today is that we've released a feasibility study about a month and a half ago that is out for public review and will be available until November 30th. The goal of that feasibility study is to assist the Alliance, relevant state and federal agencies, including, of course, ODF&W and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, stakeholders of all kinds, and the public to identify, understand, and address the factors relevant to restoring a population of sea otters to the Oregon coast. It's not a decision document, it's an information document, and I'm going to go into it in just a minute. We had really a world-class team of investigators who were the authors of this study, led by Dr. Tim Tinker down on the lower right. Tim, you know, there isn't a paper in the universe of sea otters and marine ecosystems, nearshore marine ecosystems, that doesn't have Tim's fingerprints on it. Beyond that, having his advisor and really the granddaddy of sea otter science, Dr. Jim Estes, on the team, Mike Murray from Monterey Bay Aquarium, Sean Larson from Seattle Aquarium, Jim Bodkin, longtime wildlife biologist in Alaska, and Jan Hodder from University of Oregon Institute of Marine Biology. A great team, and I think they've produced a document that will stand up. So I want to take a minute to take a peek inside just to give you an idea of the depth and thoroughness of this. We're accepting public comments until November 30th. Then the team will go back and do whatever revisions seem warranted. And we hope to have a final draft by the end of January. So if you look, and I'm just going to click through this. If you were, in fact, to go to our website, you would find this page, feasibility study draft, and you could explore these chapters, chapter by chapter. You can download the entire thing, although I tell you, it's a big document and it'll clog up your computer. So there's a number of chapters, a wide range of topics. And if you go, for instance, to say chapter 3, you can not only download the complete chapter to read it, but we've prepared a short summary. So for people who might want to just get the short and sweet of it, that's available too. Really, the highlight of the feasibility study, in addition to the terrific background information, is the sea otter population model that Tim Tinker and colleagues have worked on. Really, it's the result of his 40 years of working on sea otters. And it's an incredible online tool that you yourself can go to the Oregon Sea Otter Population Model. There's a link to it in the feasibility study. And you can play with a whole suite of variables that might affect the reintroduction and survival of sea otters on the Oregon coast. It's a great tool. It gives us a little bit of an ability to peek into the future and ask some what if questions. We've also got an economic impact assessment that's out in the works right now. That got a little delayed a bit because our team of Shannon Davis and Hans Rodke are used to working with real data, which is to say data from fisheries and real economic conditions as opposed to hypothetical. So it's taken a little bit to work with the science team to develop some what if scenarios that they can base their economic assessment on. We expect that by another 2 months. It covers fisheries, tourism, carbon sequestration, and other non-use values. For instance, what's the value of kelp habitats to, say, salmon recovery in Oregon. So just last week, we held a 3-day science symposium covering most of the scientific issues, the central scientific issues in that feasibility study. Videos of all the presentations are now available on our YouTube channel. So if you go to our website and click on the library, our goal was to make the world's best and most complete library devoted to sea otter information. And you can go through an incredible number of scientific papers, the literature. We've got video, including the podcasts, and we have a monthly newsletter that comes out. So follow us. You can go to either our website and get into all of this. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, all of them social media. And I would say that our YouTube channel has an incredible number of videos on it, including the presentations from this year's symposium, last year's symposium, and the symposium from 2018. We're in a little bit of a regional partnership with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as they respond to a direction from the Congress to take a look at the regional feasibility of bringing sea otters back along the entire West Coast. So next steps, we're looking for a part-time South Coast community liaison to work in the Southern Coos and Curry County area. We want to follow up the feasibility study. There's a number of issues there. We're looking perhaps in the spring to hiring a science and policy director. We need to develop a research and monitoring plan. We need to begin working more closely with stakeholders, working on the update to the Oregon Nearshore Conservation Strategy. But I want to point out something that could be pretty fun. We're also working with 15 breweries around the state to do a Maris Otter Malt Challenge, a brewing challenge. And we hope to have that up and running soon. And we hope to be drinking some of those wonderful brews by the end of the year. So I would close by saying that we draw our inspiration from the effort it took to bring the California condor back from the brink of extinction. It's going to take time, 5 or more years, because it's going to take decades for full recovery. It's going to take a cooperative effort among many entities in Oregon and throughout the region, involving state and federal agencies. We're going to have to deepen our scientific analysis and understanding. Of course, it's going to take sustained funding, as in any operation of this scale, and it's going to take public support. So with that, I'll be happy to entertain any questions you may have. And I'm going to, stop sharing screen. There you go. All right. I think I figured out how to do all this stuff.
We do have a couple hands up, so why don't we go to Commissioner Spellbrink first and then Commissioner Khalil.
Yeah, thank you, Joel. Just on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, is that a separate study? Are you
Yes.
doing that? Are you working together or?
Yes, we're consulting with them on it. They want to be able to tap a lot of the information that is put together in our feasibility study. While ours is really aimed at Oregon at the sort of the ground level, there's a lot of useful information that will go into their work. Theirs is really more of a programmatic 30,000-foot view of what would it take. We are consulting with them on that.
Okay, and we've talked, there's some concerns on the part of the crab fleet, of course, because some of the things have happened on the north coast of Washington, up in Alaska, where the sea otter population has kind of wiped out some of the crab populations, the Dungeness crab populations. And anyway, so I'm guessing that will be part of the whole study going on here in the community outreach and such.
Absolutely, 100%. From just about day one, was talking to the staff at the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission in Coos Bay. Now I've been talking to Lori Steele at the West Coast Seafood Processors Association and talking to some of the individual guys in the fleet. So we're going to continue that. As we know more about where sea otter, we may want to bring them back because sea otters, the impacts are likely to be so localized. That's when we'll really get down to the nitty gritty with guys in the fleet in those areas.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Bob.
You bet.
Commissioner Khalil, thank you.
Hi, Bob. It's good to see you. It's really, I just want to say, first of all, it's really amazing to see how far this has come in a relatively short time. So I congratulate you on all of those efforts. Maybe this is something we're going to talk about a little later today, but I'm curious about this consensus building process and how you are approaching that. Kind of what steps you've taken, what your plan is. And again, Paul, if we're going to talk about that later, that's totally fine.
Well, there's no real magic in any of that. So much of it is providing information to people who care and really touching base with people who don't even know that they care, but once you talk to them, that they care one way or the other. So there's a number of levels to it. One is that we've got broad outreach. We're actively pursuing getting our message out to a wide range of communities. Last night I was on a presentation with the Lower Nehalem Watershed Council, trying to connect what we do to the work of that Watershed Council to restore habitat, et cetera. But more particularly, because it looks like the balance of the really suitable sea otter habitat in Oregon is on the South Coast, we are seeking, as I say, a part-time community liaison person to work in the community, to work with concerned stakeholders, to help provide information, bring concerns back, to work on ways that we can mitigate or avoid. So we want to be working at that local level too, not just the broad scale throughout the state of Oregon. One of the things that we are considering doing is, of course, all this depends on money, but is hiring someone who can work specifically on that engagement with the crab fleet with the fishing community, who's got ties there, who can help us really pull out the concerns and ways to address them. So we're really trying it at all levels, broad and focused.
Thank you.
It's going to take time. It's just going to take time.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Mhm.
We also have a hand up from Vice Chair Woolley.
Okay. Well, Commissioner Spellbrink, if you want to come out of retirement, it sounds like there's a job opportunity for you.
I'd love it.
But anyway, thank you for that, Bob. And I agree with Commissioner Khalil. You've accomplished a lot in 3 years that you've been a nonprofit organization. And I know you were working before that. It's a lot of work to start a new organization. And I worked a lot with nonprofits. And so I was wondering about how you're getting funded so far, your funding sources, and specifically for the feasibility study, but just overall.
Great question. Yes, funding is clearly the gasoline in the tank of the engine here. So we our first major gift was from the Meyer Memorial Trust. They staked us to $20,000 to do the strategic plan. And based on that, they then staked us to 2 years of funding for our communications and outreach. Which paid about half the bill for 2 years. We've raised other funding from a number of foundations, Collins Foundation, a number of family foundations. I'm happy to say that it looks like we are on the verge of receiving some funding from the Roundhouse Foundation, which I think you're going to talk about in a bit. So we've had foundation support. And of course, going out and knocking on those doors, I think I've written probably 50 or 60 grant applications in the last 2 years. And of course sometimes you hit a bingo, but many times you don't. For the feasibility study though, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service 2 years ago provided $40,000 for a feasibility study, and then followed that up a year later with an additional $22,000 that was to be split between the feasibility study and the economic impact assessment. And really it was that money that made it possible to go forward with the feasibility study and the economic impact assessment. Although we had to then, with the impact assessment, the Oregon Coast Visitors Association has chipped in some funding from it. We got a tremendous personal gift from a couple in Portland who put in $20,000 into it. We got some funding from the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund for the feasibility, for the economic impact assessment portion of the feasibility study. So it's been a little bit of patching it together here and there. And I must say too, our fundraising donations from individuals has far exceeded our wildest expectations. We don't have huge donors, but we've got a lot of them. And it's just been so humbling to me that people would be willing to give their money to us for this mission that none of us in this room may actually see the payoff for in the future, because this is going to take time. So yes, Commissioner Woolley, building this airplane, even as we fly it, putting fuel in the tank, it's been, for a guy that spent his career working in state government, where all this institutional stuff is basically taken care of, to build a nonprofit, even as we're trying to achieve our mission, it's been close to a full-time job.
Okay. Well, congratulations on your success so far. You've learned working in the nonprofit sector, you can sometimes move a lot more quickly.
Well, that's been the fun part of it too, I must say.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have one more question from Commissioner Labhart, and then we'll take a 10-minute break.
Yeah, just real quick. I had the privilege of attending the 3-day symposium that Bob had, and I would encourage folks to take time. You can listen to it at your leisure, but it does a really good job of the scientists explaining what came out of that study. So I'd encourage that. So, and you did hit a bingo with OCRF, Bob. I think you're going to hit a bingo again a little later this morning too. So, thanks.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate your time and interest on this. I personally and our entire board views the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife as a key partner in this. And you, of course, as the commission directing the agency, as a key partner in this. We can't do it ourselves. So it's going to take all of us holding hands. I really believe this is such an important thing for us to do. Yes, there's going to be problems. Yes, there's concerns. Yes, there's some issues to resolve. But if you step back and look at just the importance of these animals to the ecosystem and how much we are now squabbling over what's left of many of our coastal ecosystems and trying to figure out how to restore them. This just seems like such a no-brainer to bring this guy back and at least have that part of it covered. With that, I appreciate the time, Chair Wall and commissioners. So I stand by for further instructions.
Thank you, Bob. Anything else from you, Director Melcher, on this one?
No, Chair Wall, thanks. Thanks, Bob, for the presentation, and we'll look forward to the next steps.
Thank you very much. I truly do appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Then let's take a 10-minute break and be back at 10:20 for the 3 agenda items, and then we'll take lunch and spend the afternoon on Rogue South Coast Plan. So 10 minutes, thank you.
Chair Wall?
Yes.
Hey, would it be possible, we had the public forum there and we didn't get any time to comment. I just would have a couple quick comments on some of the things in public forum there if we have a chance for that.
Okay, go ahead and we'll be real quick with it if you could. Just
Okay, I will. I'll be quick. Anyway, one was Stan. I had talked to Stan about the needed commercial fishing disaster relief program. And I just wanted to, I guess, point out that wasn't necessarily caused by lack of fish. You probably heard about the record returns in the ocean that sport fisheries did well on, but basically it was caused by more like from lack of time on the ocean this year from the, National Marine Fisheries. When they made the seasons up there, the commercial fishermen trollers did not get that much time on the ocean this year. I was surprised how little time they actually had on the ocean with all the closures they had. And actually with the demand, the high demand and high prices for wild caught salmon, they've actually, last few years have been doing okay. They're, everybody keeping their heads above water pretty much because of that. But one thing you can't replace in commercial fishing is time on the ocean, and they lost a lot of that this year. And that's what kind of caused the disaster for them. And then the other thing was responding to Tom McDonald on the Desert Springs Trout Farm. I remember one time, I think I was talking to Steve Williams, who's retired from Fish and Wildlife. He said, you and I could go over and raise fish at Desert Springs Trout Farm. He said, because of such good water volume, quality, and consistent temperature all year round, it's just a great facility for raising fish. And I guess I'll take it on my own accord to talk to staff about some of his concerns anyway. So that's all I had.
Okay, thank you. Let's stop there and we'll be back at 10:20. So thank you. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and start again. Welcome back, everyone. Commissioners, we have 3 items to finish before noon, so we're going to have to go through them very quickly. Before we start, though, with those 3, I would like to mention that we had 7 people sign up under agenda item B, which is the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, both rule amendment and funding approvals. If any of you actually intended to sign up instead for D, I know some of you have signed up for both, but if anyone intended to sign up for D rather than B, if you could just let Michelle Tate know, then we'll take your name off the list for B and put you on D. So with that, we'll go right to agenda item A, which is the one we almost got to before when I took it out of order, but the minutes for the September meeting. Is there a motion on that one from the commissioners?
I move to approve the September 17th, 2021 meeting minutes, continued authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the September minutes. Those in favor, could I get a thumbs up? Looks like we have everyone on that, so thank you. And let's go then to agenda item B. And it's the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund rule amendments and funding approvals. And Davia Palmieri is ready to talk about that one. So go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Davia Palmieri. I'm the Conservation Policy Coordinator in the Director's Office. I'm here today to talk about the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund with 2 items. The first being rule amendments and the second being some funding recommendation approvals. I'll just start with some quick updates on the fund itself. As you know, the legislature has appropriated $1 million to the Conservation Recreation Fund for this biennium to match $1 million that should be raised from non-state sources. So I'm just sharing here a timeline of the fundraising momentum that the fund has generated in the last year and a half since January 2020. And this doesn't reflect recent commitments of about $150,000 that will be added to this total soon. So we're about a quarter of our way to the $1 million for this biennium, but we have successfully matched every bit of general fund that was appropriated for the last biennium, which is great news. And then what the Conservation and Recreation Advisory Committee is currently doing, we are currently accepting application for projects with a maximum ask of $20,000. The deadline to apply for that is October 22nd, which is next week. And just a short history there is that the advisory committee has not had an open call for proposals, and since this time last year, those projects were approved in January, contingent on funds coming in. And so we have finished funding all of the projects that the commission approved in January, which is great news. And in the interim, over the last year, we have had strategic invited proposals to help us continue with our fundraising goals. And we'll have another one of those today. But now that we have this new suite of projects coming into the program, I expect we'll see fewer of those in the future. The advisory committee met on October 6th and spent a day. They had been hoping it would be an in-person day, but we had to do it virtually, of informational briefings from our partners at OWEB and others. They met with the Access and Habitat Board and the Restoration and Enhancement Board to discuss priorities, what other committees and fund sources are focusing on to make sure that the Conservation and Recreation Fund will be value added and seeking to fill a need and fill in gaps in current funding. That was an informational meeting. They will be meeting again on November 1st to discuss a strategic approach to expenditures for this biennium now that there is a larger amount of funds available to the committee. So the first issue that I have for you today relates to House Bill 2171, which passed through the legislature this session. It's some simple rule amendments to the administrative rules that guide the Conservation Recreation Advisory Committee, which is 635-9840. So House Bill 2171, which we have talked about before, made 3 changes to the Conservation and Recreation Fund. It codified the role of the Office of Outdoor Recreation on the advisory committee. And just some background on that one is that the original legislation that created the Conservation and Recreation Advisory Committee indicated that it would be up to the Fish and Wildlife Commission to determine the membership on that committee. In October of 2019, the commission adopted rules that included the director of the Office of Outdoor Recreation as an ex officio member, just to really strengthen the partnership between Fish and Wildlife and Oregon Parks and Recreation Department on this committee. That was not part of the original statute. So this language in House Bill 2171 really codified existing practice into the statute. House Bill 2171 also removed the sunset date. If you'll recall, the original legislation in 2019 sunsetted the program in 2021. So having that sunset removed has made the program permanent. And finally, appropriated $1 million that needs to be matched by donations from non-state sources. But I put the box around the first 2. That's what's guiding these rule amendments that we're going to talk about. So the first is a simple change to membership. And this is a simple change to reflect the language that's in statute now. As mentioned, the original statutes did not determine anything about membership other than the commission may determine it. And so we're just changing the description of how the director of the Office of Outdoor Recreation participates on the committee, and changed how the ex officio commission member is described. It doesn't change anything in practice, but we're just making sure we reflect the statutory language. And so the language on this slide is the proposed new language. And the second change is a proposal to add term limits. Because the program only was created for 2 years, we did not add term limits to the OARs when we created the advisory committee. And so the change here is to allow each of the 9 voting members to serve a term of 4 years and be eligible for 2 consecutive terms. And so our recommendation there is that the commission adopt those proposed changes. And Chair Wall, I'll pause there if you want to discuss this or if you'd like me to carry on.
I think it's great if we take these one at a time, and I think that'll help us get through them even more quickly. And by the way, it just seems like this program keeps having terrific progress. So thank you for that. Commissioners, any questions or comments or proposals?
This is Mark. Do we have any public testimony on this before we vote on it?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
But I believe it's on the other parts, but you're right. We probably should just get discussion and not do a vote. So let's just ask any questions on this one. I'm seeing no hands, Davia, so Commissioner Labhart's right. Let's go through the next one and then we'll do the testimony for anyone that's still on this one and hasn't transferred to the other agenda item. And then we'll come back to the votes on each issue.
Thank you, Chair Wall. So the second issue that I have for you today is expenditure recommendations from the advisory committee for expenditures from the Conservation and Recreation Fund. One being for staff support for the program, and the second being for sea otter restoration community engagement with the Alaka Alliance. So the first proposal is from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And we have talked about now that the program is permanent because of House Bill 2171 and the change there, and the large volume of funds available to the program, bringing it up to a comparable level of our access and habitat and our restoration and enhancement programs, that we really could use full-time staff support for this. I have been working as the staff support for the advisory committee and the program in addition to my other responsibilities. And so we're seeking a limited duration natural resource specialist 3 position, and limited duration in that it would start in a few months, likely in January, and go through the end of this biennium. And seeking support from the Conservation Recreation Fund for that position, for the salary, benefits, and other costs, and some costs of running the committee. And then going forward, we would seek to create this position in the ODF&W base budget beyond this biennium. So the position itself will manage the committee, will manage the fundraising responsibilities, and manage the grant making that goes along with it, working with grantees, soliciting new projects, helping the committee find priorities and fill the gaps that are needed. And so the ODFW staff presented this to the advisory committee, and the committee voted unanimously to make this recommendation. And then the second expenditure is for the Sea Otter Restoration Community Engagement Project with the Alaka Alliance. The total request of expenditure is $65,000 for this project. And we have identified a restricted gift supporter in the Roundhouse Foundation that would bring $50,000 into the fund to support this. So the Conservation Recreation Fund would match with $15,000. Through the program, we've been working quite a bit this year, which means that $35,000 of our general fund would be available for other Conservation Recreation Fund priorities. And so, as Bob Bailey mentioned in his earlier presentation, they're seeking support for a half-time South Coast Community Liaison position for all of 2022, and would also pay for a portion of their Director of Outreach and Community Relations. And the goal of this work is to develop and maintain relationships with communities, tribes, organizations, and individuals on the coast, with an emphasis on the southern coast. As Bob pointed out, that is a high priority area. If sea otter restoration is going to be implemented within the next few years or on any timeline, understanding the position of coastal residents, their interest in this project, what concerns there are, and how to chart a path forward that addresses those concerns. So those are the two project expenditures that I have for you today. And the staff recommendation is to accept those recommendations.
Thank you, Davia. Commissioners, are there questions before we go to public comment? It looks like we have one from Vice Chair Woolley. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, Davia. I just appreciate all the progress that's been made on this. So state agencies in general are eligible to apply for funding? I wasn't aware of that.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because it gives the appearance that the Fox is funding the in-house, but it sounds like we're all eligible as state agencies. So thanks for clarifying that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else with a question at this point? We do have one more from Commissioner Spellbrink. Go ahead.
Thank you, Joelle. Yeah, I just had a question, Davia, on the, was it the Roundhouse Foundation? Am I the only one that's not, I guess I'm not familiar with that. Can you give me some background on that?
Sure, Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink. It looks like maybe Commissioner Labhart wanted to weigh in there.
The Roundhouse Foundation is started with Columbia Sportswear, Gert Boyle, her daughter, Ms. Degendorfer, and they formed a foundation, and Aaron Borland is the executive director of that foundation. And they are expanding their efforts to fund projects, not just in Central Oregon, but around the state that they think are of value. And so our chair, Dr. Winter, met with Aaron and made the, I would say, request or option to look at funding some of the projects that OCRF with matching funds. And this is one where the Roundhouse Foundation said that they would like to make that contribution. So.
Cool. Okay. So are they based mostly in Oregon then?
They're here in Sisters.
Cool. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you both. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment, and there are 7. So we'll start with Mitchell Gregg, Tom Rumrick, Ty Wyatt.
Mary?
Yeah.
I have 3 of the individuals that have signed up in the room now. I have been able to open them up to unmute their microphones, but have not been able to move them over to use their camera. But who we have in the room is Ty Wyatt, Douglas Buck, and Joe Rudder.
And the others are, what's the situation with the other 4?
They have not shown up at the meeting today.
Okay, then we will start with those 3. And Ty Wyatt first. Go ahead. Thank you, Michelle. I saw Ty on there earlier. So are you there, Ty? Let's go then and let's go to Douglas Buck first, and we'll come back to Ty. Douglas, are you there? Michelle, do you know what's going on with them?
I do not.
Ty is in the queue, but is muted. Maybe Ty's trying to get through, but doesn't know how to unmute.
I'm gonna remove permission to talk and then give you permission again to talk, Ty. Hopefully that'll bring up a dialogue box. It looks like Douglas has been able to get his unmuted.
Okay.
Hi, you there?
Yes, go ahead, Douglas.
Yeah, hi. I want to thank you for allowing me to express my thoughts and views on some of the stuff. Just a little background. I've been a STEP member over here at the Gardner Reedsport Winchester Bay STEP program since 2005. We do a lot of education with the schools around. I'm a member of the OCA, and we do a lot of stream rehabilitation, help with, we got a Christmas tree program, trying to improve the habitat on some of the lower streams in our estuary. And also,
Douglas, can you wait just a second? We'll try to get whoever is talking on the phone. Could you put yourself on mute, please? Go ahead, Douglas. Sorry for the interruption.
okay, and well, first off, I'm not a very good public speaker, so this is off the cuff. I'd like to express my concerns on rebuilding Rock Creek with the UFA and Rock Creek not producing any fish this year. That it's all up to our STEP program. We do 70,000 pre-smolts and 100 pre-smolts and 75,000 smolts that'll come down from Rock Creek, and we're the only ones putting anything into it. And you could see the difference in what it means to our community as far as fish coming back. That this year I've really noticed a lot of less traffic and everything else in our river for, the boat ramps aren't all plugged. When the ocean was open, it was a different story, but I just feel that, some more stuff needs to be done. Like everybody was speaking in the other portion of that with the OAA, Leonard Krug and Cliff Lance and John and Stan Steele. I agree with all of their statements. We need to do something about all the conditions and everything else that have been met. And I just would like to see some improvements. So I'd like to thank you for letting me express some of my concerns. Not speaking very well, but that's about it.
Thank you. And you do better than you think you do on this. So thank you for your testimony. Let's go to Ty Wyatt. Is he here now?
I've set it, Ty, to be able to unmute. I don't know that if he hasn't unmuted yet. I don't know if there's an issue, but both Joe and Ty, the microphone button is typically a small green, it highlights green when you're talking. It's in the lower left-hand corner.
So let's go to Joe. Joe Rudder, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Hi, I actually meant to sign up for option D on the Rogue and South Coast watersheds, not B. So that was a mistake on my part. So,
well, thank you. And we'll put you over there. So Ty Wyatt. I think we'll have to come back to Ty at a later time if we can get through to him. So anyone else, Michelle, that's there now of the 4 others, have they shown up?
No, I do not have any of the other 4 entered the room.
Okay, then commissioners, could we go back to the agenda item and any questions or discussion with Davia? Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Hi, thank you. Davia, this is maybe a question for you or Commissioner Labhart or whoever's been working on this part of it, but I'm just a little curious about the governance structure in terms of the 4-year terms being redone more than twice. I mean, like 4, 4, and 4. I guess it's a comment and a thought. I think sometimes we can get a little bit stale when we hang around too long. We don't let new leadership and new ideas come in to groups. And the flip side of that is the connections that can come from people that are on things and involved for long periods of time. So I question that. I'm also curious whether or not the membership of that group staggers well, or do they all come up for re-upping around the same time? Because I also think it's good when you have, I know this commission is a beautiful example of that. We really brought on a whole bunch of us all at once, right? So kind of finding that balance. So if you have some thoughts on that, I'd appreciate it.
Thanks, Chair Wall. Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, I think that's a great question and an important one. We chose 4-year terms and then 2 consecutive limit. It seems somewhat, I don't want to call it standard, but a lot of boards and commissions have a similar sort of arrangement of 3 or 4 years as the term, and then some limit on how long people can serve. And I think in many ways, one of the challenges is that this is a governor appointed advisory committee. And so we need to be able to sort of have a queue of people ready when an opening becomes available. And so we don't want to have that opening too often in terms of burdening the governor's office to make those appointments. So 4 years seem like a reasonable length for that. And then in terms of staggering, I think you're absolutely right. And one of the issues we have right now is that all of the current members, we have 1 vacancy. So there's 8 current voting members, and all of their terms are up on January 2nd, 2022 because of the original end date of the program. And so we are working with the governor's office on how to address that issue and create some staggering. And so what will likely happen, and we're still kind of working on this, is that we have 1 or 2 folks who maybe will actually end their term in January. A couple of people that will say, why don't you just reappoint me for a 4-year term and I'll serve a total of 6. And then we're looking to extend some people's first term another 2 years so that they can serve a total of 8. And so we're looking at different ways to set up staggering with this 4-year term limit.
Thank you. We also have a question from Commissioner Labhart.
Well, I saw Bob Bailey's hand up earlier. I don't know if he wanted to add to the conversation or if he had got his question answered or not. So I just wanted to make sure that he had that opportunity, because he had his hand up for quite a while and then it went down. So.
Chair Wall, with your permission, thank you, Commissioner Labhart. I just wanted to say on maybe this is 2 bites at the apple, but I just wanted to say on the OCRF funding and the Roundhouse restricted grant to OCRF for us, I just think that this Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund is going to be a huge boon to all of us. And this is an example of how this is going to work, that foundations such as Roundhouse that are invested in Oregon and Oregon wildlife and the outdoors are going to be able to tap the additional funds, the matching funds, to support organizations such as ours or whoever, watershed councils or frog taxis or whatever the case might be. So I'm thrilled that we're associated with the OCRF process, and I really am proud to be participating in that. And I thank Commissioner Labhart for his outreach and work with the Roundhouse Foundation to make this work. It would not have occurred to me. I had a good visit with them, but it didn't cross my mind to tag it with the Conservation Recreation Fund. So Commissioner Labhart, thanks a lot for doing that.
Thank you, Bob. Commissioners, I don't see other hands up, so I'm taking that to mean we're ready for a motion on the first issue, which is the rule amendments. So is there a motion?
I'll make a motion on the first issue. I move to amend OAR Chapter 635, Division 0980040 as proposed by staff.
I'll second that.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we amend OAR chapter as read by Commissioner Zarnowitz. Those in, well, first of all, is there any other discussion before we take the vote? Then those in favor, could you give me a thumbs up, please? Anyone opposed? Thumbs down. I only ask that because I can't see all of your pictures at once, so I'm just making sure I get everybody, but it looks like everybody voted for that one. Let's move to the second item, which is the two projects for funding approval. Is there a motion on that one?
I would move to approve expenditure from the Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund to support a full-time position to support the Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund program, and expenditure of up to $65,000 for the project Sea Otter Restoration Community Engagement, contingent upon the receipt of restricted donations of up to $50,000.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second.
I think we have 2 seconds. So I think Vice Chair Woolley was first for the record. So it's been moved and seconded that we approve the expenditures for projects as read by Commissioner Labhart. Those, well, are there any last minute questions or comments? Those in favor of the motion, can you give me a thumbs up? Any opposed? Same sign, or the opposite sign, sorry. Thank you. Then those two pass, and we will move on to, thank you, Davia. We will move on to item C. And this one is the Oregon Dungeness Crab Fishery Management Plan, and we have Dr. Karen Braby ready to present on this one. So go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall, and just confirming you can see me as I pull up my PowerPoint share with you today.
Yes, we can. And whatever that noise was, I hope that's the last one of those. Go ahead.
And I didn't hear it, so please stop me if it continues.
It's not now, so go ahead.
All right. All right, so thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioners, Director Melcher. I'm happy to be here today to talk about the Oregon Dungeness Crab Fishery Management Plan. And I am backed by an incredible team of folks that I wanted to acknowledge at the get-go, primarily Brittany Harrington, who is the primary drafter of the fishery management plan that is before you today. She's been an invaluable asset in this project. And then the fishery managers behind the crab fisheries for Oregon, including the bay commercial and recreational sectors, which include Steve Rumrell, Mitch Vance, Liz Parati, and our ocean commercial sector fishery managers, Troy Buell and Kelly Corbett. I also want to acknowledge that this fishery management plan was greatly supported by the Nature Conservancy and Gway Kirchner in particular in helping provide the resources that we needed to get this project done. And you'll be hearing from Gway in public testimony coming up. So I want to start out by saying that the fishery management plan is not the same as the conservation plan that you considered last month. And there is some confusion around plans and planning and what these are all for. And so I wanted to just at the very outset clarify for our audience and for the public today that the conservation plan that you considered in September was for one sector and one issue, and that was risk reduction of entanglements in the ocean commercial fishery. Today, instead, we're looking at a general fishery management plan, which describes all three sectors in the crab fishery in Oregon and all issues related to management, including risk reduction of entanglements, but also all of the other factors that come into play. I will start the exhibit today by describing the three sectors very briefly, and then I'll highlight a few new elements from our fishery management plan. But the plan itself is meant to be a narrative version of essentially what are our current regulations for these three sectors, and provide more transparency about how those work together in our management. So ultimately, implementation of the FMP is really through individual regulations. As I mentioned, most of them are already in regulation in our administrative rules. There are a few fairly minor modifications to regulations, which are found and described in attachment 3, and that will be the action for you to consider today, along with any feedback and general input you have on the narrative of the FMP. So for the Dungeness crab fishery, we have the three sectors: ocean commercial, bay commercial, and recreational, which spans both of those areas, both operating in the oceans and Oregon's bays. All three of the sectors are managed under the 3S system, which includes size limits that differ according to the fisheries, sex limit, which is that only males are allowed to be harvested, and then seasons that are specific to each of the sectors, providing some overlap, but some discrete seasons as well. The pie chart shows you the landings for the sectors, and by far the largest sector in terms of landings is the ocean commercial sector, which is almost 95% of the landings by pounds each year. Recreational is a large secondary portion of that landing, is a little over 5% of the landings per year. And then the very thin blue line at the bottom of the green recreational portion is the bay commercial portion. So it's a small but important component of our overall three sector fishery. With a little more detail, the three sectors might be described as so. The ocean commercial sector is definitely viewed as a primary driver of coastal economics. It has been really identified as the backbone of a portfolio of fisheries that our fishermen participate in. It's a little over 400 limited entry permits, millions of pounds a year, millions of dollars a year, and has a season from December to August. The bay commercial fishery fills in a marketing niche that is left by the ocean commercial fishery closing for a portion of the year. It's much smaller, just a couple dozen vessels a year, less than 1 million pounds a year, far less than 1 million pounds a year, and less than $1 million per year. It's open in the fall, and the marketing niche here is that it continues to provide live and whole crab during the fall season that is largely used through the tourism market. The recreational sector is iconic to Oregon and really is a driver of tourism. We have many participants. Shellfish licenses each year are approximately 160,000. Those aren't all for crab harvest. Those are shellfish harvest licenses. So it includes clam licensees as well as crab licensees, but that gives you an idea of the scale. We estimate approximately 100,000 crabber trips a year across the Oregon coast. And that lands approximately 1 million pounds of crab a year. And the next bullet is really a low-end estimate of the economic value, because this tourism activity is hard to estimate. But at the low end, it's $30 to $40 million per year. At the high end, it's been estimated as much as $130 million a year in value to the coastal economy. And this fishery is open from December through the middle of October. So now with that kind of description of these three sectors, which are central to the scope of the FMP, I'll just go back to the purpose of this document, which is really to provide transparency about what our regulations say and do in terms of managing the resource. And through the transparency provides really good governance and is a hope and a vision for us as we move forward to continue to provide these narrative descriptions of our actions so that it's easier to understand than reading our administrative rules. The key components to the FMP include a resource analysis and a harvest management strategy. And within those two large subsections of the FMP, the resource analysis is really describing the ecology and biology of the species and the status of the stock and issues related to that stock. Whereas the harvest management strategy really gets into the regulations as tools and our non-regulatory tools that we use to manage the resource and manage the people participating in the harvest activities. In our FMP, we have established goals for these fisheries in combination. And the harvest management strategy is comprised of 3 sets of goals, primarily the ecological goals, which ensure that the species is sustainable and is available for us in future generations. And then also social and economic goals. And here, this Venn diagram visual representation is backed by individual narrative descriptions of goals. I'm not going to go into these in detail today. They are described in detail in the fishery management plan, but goals 1.1 through 1.4 relate to our ecological goals with this management strategy. And then the 2s are associated with social and cultural goals, and the 3s are associated with economic goals. And you can find those on page 55 of the FMP. Now, in developing this FMP, we have a couple of different parallel paths of process. Public involvement has been central to it, and there has been discrete process specifically around the document before you today. And those have included sector-specific public meetings both last year and this year. Additional general release, general public comment period for the draft. But I want to point out that each of the regulations that makes up our management strategy, most of which are in rule already, have each been developed through additional public process for each of those regulations. So there's process around the FMP generally, but then there's been process around each of the regulations that's already in place. After we move through the process today, hear input generally on our FMP document and narrative, we will finalize that and post it, continuing with this idea of providing a transparent reference document for ourselves and for the public. And we will post that on our website. We will also be collecting through this process the ideas about where we might choose to head in terms of permanent regulatory change in the future for one or more of these sectors. And each of those ideas would require additional public process to develop the recommendations from staff and then bring those before you for consideration of adoption. We've gotten a lot of public comment on our public comment draft, and that's great. People are interested and they're responsive and really want to weigh in, and we very much appreciate those who have taken the time to look through this document and think about what they want to see from these fisheries. Our estimate right now is that we're at about 140 comments that have been received, and they've come in all forms and have come from all of the sectors as well. There are some themes that are developing among these comments. Here's a list of some general comments. I've asterisked improve enforcement, which is a very common theme among these lesser or medium common themes. And we will be considering all of these comments as we finalize that draft. We have gotten a lot of comments that really need to be considered for the long term and developed more fully before we bring recommendations to you. Another common theme there is in the allowance of commercial crabbing and overlap with recreational crabbing areas, and wanting to see some changes there. So our public comments are in attachment 7 and I believe additional attachments at this point because of the volume. So now I'll pivot to the implementing regulations. And again, there are 6 regulations we'll bring before you today. And I've separated them into issue 2, 3, 4, and 5. And this will be the implementing action for you to consider specifically. So first, with our Bay commercial sector, earlier this year, in time for the September opener, we asked for a temporary rule to put in place a logbook for this fishery. Logbooks are extremely common. In fact, they're the rule rather than the exception in our marine fisheries to document activity of fishing and allow us to understand that effort in more detail. And so this regulation would make the temporary rule that's already in place a permanent requirement for this fishery and bring it into line with our other commercial fisheries. This will provide data and accountability elements that will be used for biological management as well as enforcement of regulations. Issue 3 is to what I might call housekeeping regulations related to the risk reduction for entanglements in the ocean commercial sector. And I say it's housekeeping because these are related to the package of regulations that you adopted last fall in September of 2020. And in the first year of implementation, we learned a number of things, and these regulations help us clean up some of those actions. And I'll just preview that, as you know, in 2023, we will be doing a wholesale evaluation of that regulatory package and bringing those back to you for our recommendations. These are ones that we really wanted to get in place now for the second year of that implementation. One of those is to prohibit landing of crab unless the late season buoy tags have been purchased. And as we've described earlier, the May 1 attachment of late season buoy tags is meant to provide a visual marker for tracking entanglements and separating out the main part of the season prior to May 1 from the later season after May 1. And it's this after May 1 period of time when whales in particular are thought to be at more risk from gear in our waters. And so we really wanted to identify gear separately in this later part of the season. The problem that we had with our first suite of regulations is there wasn't a clear prohibition of landing of crab. And so this will ease the enforcement of that late season buoy tag, which is really providing essential information to us in implementing the intent behind the conservation plan. The second one it relates to what we heard from our fishermen, that the 2 weeks we had allowed them was really too short for them to get the tags out on the water, considering weather and current problems taking gear down and not allowing them to attach it. So we are recommending that we increase that period of time to 3 weeks, which just takes a little nibble out of our ability to specify the timing of a late season buoy tag if it were to appear in an entanglement, and really provide flexibility to our fishermen to work around weather and oceanographic conditions. The fourth issue is around biotoxins management, and this also is a set of rules that were in place from a temporary rule request and adoption by you for the last crab season. And this relates to biotoxin emergence in the Washington area and a desire from some of our dual permitted fishermen to harvest in those areas and bring crab back to Oregon for evisceration, where we have rules to really protect public health from any potential issues of biotoxins, but then also have that product move through the market chain effectively and in a way that we can conduct recalls as necessary. And these temporary rules are still needed because Washington is proceeding with their ability to designate areas as harvestable with a evisceration order. And it basically makes it consistent across the two states. As a preview, we understand that California is moving towards allowing harvest with evisceration too. And so in the near term, we may have all 3 states needing to coordinate evisceration orders and harvest and landing of that crab across state borders. So this first regulation will allow us to have that coordination with both states. The second recommended regulation here is to adopt a new harvest area map, which has specific labels for the Washington areas, so we can be very precise about space and time of evisceration orders and have that reflected in Oregon rule. The last issue is around the definition of gear associated with marine reserves enforcement. And there have been enforcement concerns about gear that's been deployed very near to marine reserves boundaries and surface gear floating on the current into the actual bounds of marine reserves. And so what this recommendation does is it specifies that not only is the bottom contact gear associated with fixed gear fisheries, not only is that prohibited within marine reserves, but also the surface gear. So the line and the floats at the surface apply. Now, this is not specific to Dungeness crab, but it includes Dungeness crab. And in fact, the bulk of the issues around this conflict between gear definition and the marine reserves protection has been with Dungeness crab gear, but this is applicable to all fixed gear commercial fisheries in Oregon. And so with that, those are our recommendations for you today. We've given you an FMP. We're happy to take general comments on those and feedback from you as we finalize that draft and post that. And then the regulatory recommendations here in these different issues are described specifically in attachment 3. Of course, it is your discretion to alter our staff recommendations or to stay with status quo regulations. There has been a bit of an error in the suggested motion for you today. So this language here corrects the divisions that are opened by our staff recommendations. And so I'm projecting these in this slide to you today to help with your development of potential motions. And with that, I will stop, and I'd be happy to answer questions at your discretion.
Thank you, Karen. That actually cleared up several things. It was great to get that report. Commissioners, are there questions that you have of Karen right now? And we can ask a few questions and then go to public comments. We just have one person who would like to make comment, and then we can come back to the motions that we have. So any people who, let's see, we have Commissioner Spellbrink and Commissioner Zarn.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, hi, Karen. I'm glad to see that list of contributors at the beginning there, because I guess maybe I missed that in the draft plan itself, but I definitely wanted to see who was involved in that because they did such a good job. As someone who was, involved in Dungeness crab fishery for 40 years, I just wanted to say what an excellent job you guys did on that with the draft. I think that document will be the go-to resource for anyone desiring or needing information on Dungeness crab or the Dungeness crab fisheries. And like I say, I thought you just did a super good job. If Washington, California don't use some of that as a template and use a lot of the information included in that plan, they're really missing a huge opportunity because you did such a great job. The one question I had was, did the fleet on the 3 weeks or before May 1, they thought that was enough time to get the tags on?
Thank you. Through the chair, Commissioner Spellbrink, that is our understanding that 3 weeks will provide the time needed. Of course, from the get-go, we have said that this set of regulations related to entanglement are ones that we're running through a pilot program for the first 3 years, because we understand that there have been a lot of changes and we want to make sure that that's true. So we'll continue to check in on that 3 week period. If you adopt that today, we'll continue to evaluate if that's the right time frame.
Right. Just from my experience, usually I remember I had written right in my logbook was, from March 1st on, when that spring transition takes place, lots of years, that current, gets very strong there north of Newport, especially. And sometimes you won't see your gear sometimes it'll be weeks on end before you get out to your gear. And it might make it difficult. Then usually, by around the 1st of May, the current starts to lay down a little bit. And then a lot of that late season crab is caught in May and June. But anyway, it still could be a problem there and if they had were able to get the tags on some of the gear, then all they'd have to do is pick up if they needed to get their gear piled down to the 350 or whatever the pot numbers is after that May 1st. Then when the current did slack up, they could go pick up those pots that they needed to get out of the ocean if they already had the tags on the other ones where they didn't have to worry about them so much. But anyway, just something you may run up against there. I know that 2 months, March and April, lots of times that current can really run hard once that spring transition takes effect.
Thank you for those comments.
Yeah, we also have a question from Commissioner Zarnowitz, and you're not muted now. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Karen, for the presentation. You very good as usual, and we appreciate the conciseness today. I have just a question. You did deal with ocean change and climate change issues in that, and mentioned some general ways that that might be dealt with in the future, but not a lot of detail. I'm just wondering are you going to add perhaps more detail and maybe even a key to future actions that might take place if given certain conditions that might happen with ocean change?
Thank you. And through the chair, Commissioner Zarnowitz, I appreciate the question. And there are a number of ways that we are indirectly preparing for climate change within our management strategy. And so I think maybe one of the things that we can think of in finalizing the draft is making a clearer connection among those issues. So for example, we have in the ocean commercial sector, which again is the bulk of our landings and the bulk of our impact on the resource, we have what's called the limit reference point that's in regulations that is designed to signify when harvest really dips below any kind of normal average and really signifies that there's trouble with the resource. And so regardless of whether that's due to climate change or I don't know, something else, it will be picked up in our harvest numbers and it will be described by the limit reference point and it will lead to management evaluation and action to address it. So that's one piece. The other pieces I would point out are our biotoxin management plan, management strategy within this. This is certainly connected to climate change and difficulty in harvesting and harvesting sustainably relative to what's happening with climate. And so that whole approach really could be nested within climate adaptation concept. And then the crab gear whale entanglement or marine life entanglement issue is also connected to climate. And so all of the regulations and all the strategy around that could be nested within climate as well. So those are some thoughts from me, but I'm interested in any specific input that you have today to consider either for the draft or additional regulation changes in upcoming years.
Excuse me, I don't have anything to specifically give guidance on that other than asking that you take a good look at displaying actions that could be taken in the management plan, since we're not going to see it again for what, 12 years or something. So, which I won't be around here then, I presume. So thank you. And thanks for including the whale entanglement part in taking action as well. Thank you.
Karin, just to follow up, I also wanted to check in with you about the piece that Commissioner Zarnowitz just brought up. And it seems to me that the clarity that in that one, there's a lot of information in here, and it was very helpful to have it identified the way you did with the hypoxia and the acidification and the other pieces that are of concern. And the sections that you have in there about the workshops that happened and things that you're looking for solutions. What would be useful to me, at least as I'm reading it, is to know what the actions are, what are the triggers, how far does it need to dip before we act, and what are the actions? And it doesn't have to be exactly what the action will be, but because I think that would not give enough flexibility for staff, but maybe we could look at a series of 3 or 4 of actions that if this happens, these are the ones we will choose from. It saves a lot of time, I think, if we have some of those in advance. The 2 other things, could we go back for a moment to slide 8? Because you mentioned something there that was one of my questions.
This one?
Yes. And on under general comments, you mentioned the first one is maintain the sustainability of the crab resource, which is central, of course, to this. And again, reading this document helped a lot in knowing what our options are. The one that does occur to me is that the goals that we have, and those were identified in the plan sort of at the start, the goals are important, and they come from the food fish policy and the native fish policy and others into this management plan. We didn't add a goal that said something along the line of assuring that these populations are replacing themselves in the face of climate change or accounting for climate change. So it would be useful, I think, if others on the commission agree, and we can come back to this after we have public testimony, but it would be useful to me to add that goal specifically so that we are now at this point having it at least as a goal to assure the populations are replacing themselves in the face of climate change and these other things that you listed in the plan. And the one other thing that I wanted to mention is that I think that we have done a remarkable job of public process with all the sectors of the industry and the public that is interested in the Dungeness crab. I do want, if we could, to see a little bit more about how we're also incorporating the rest of the public and scientists and climate change experts and that side of it as well, so that we have a mix of those people. So those are the three that I would just mention. And again, we can come back to those after we hear public comment, but if there are any of them you want to comment on now, that would be useful in terms of whether those could be part of this process or not.
Thank you, Chair Wall, for those comments. And I will hit on at least the first one right now. And this gets into language, and I very much appreciate you mentioning the food fish policy and the native fish conservation policy, which I neglected to mention at the beginning of my presentation. That was just an oversight from me. But we do have those themes in the FMP, and the ecological goal 1.1 really gets to your comment just with different words about replacement of the individuals in the reproductive capacity. So sustainability, maintaining populations or growing populations are here. And so I want to make sure that is perceived as readers read through this. And so your comment to me is one where it's not that it isn't in here, but maybe it wasn't as explicit as it could be. And so I'll pause there and see if that might resonate with you.
It did resonate when I saw it in the Venn diagram. What I was looking at was the original list of 6 goals in the front of your summary, and I didn't see a goal that related to this. So it seems like we might make that connection, because this is a pretty important piece, and I know you're doing a ton of work on it. I just didn't see it related so that it was clearly stated as a goal where we kind of listed the goals.
Thank you. And then the other piece that I would like to address, and maybe you'll have to remind me of the third one, but the other one is about the expertise. And I would just, I would respond that we have engaged the scientific community and management community, not only within the state of Oregon, but regionally, for decades around this fishery. And so I think that in terms of expecting those folks to comment on a public comment period, that's not something that is realistic. I don't think that's what you're asking. But I'll note that there are many places along the way of the last 10 years where the scientific community in particular has been engaged. The first half of the last decade was engaged around the Marine Stewardship Council certification that our crab fishery, I'm speaking to the ocean commercial sector fishery, and that was a 5-year process of first getting certified and then maintaining that certification year after year. That was initiated by our Dungeness Crab Commission, but ODFW provided the scientific and management expertise in addition to academic scientific researchers providing expertise. And so that, along with the more recent process that the Crab Commission has undertaken on a fishery improvement plan, but has a similar kind of sustainability certification element to it, we have had a lot of input on that part of the Dungeness crab fishery. And because that represents 95% of the landings in Oregon, we have scientific comment on 95%, plus those scientific evaluations took into consideration the other 2 sectors and operations therein. So I'll pause there again for feedback from you on if I'm hitting your interest points and answering your question.
Yes, those are answering my questions on the public one. I have an ongoing concern about making sure that we are doing as good a job on both, all of the aspects. It's not just 2 sides, there are multiple sides in these things. So yes, that helps a lot on that one. And the third one, if we could just for a minute on the issue of all of you have the sustainable certification. Oregon is innovative and out of the box on it. These are all on the goal of assuring the populations replace themselves and that sort of thing. The part of it that's not quite clear yet to me is on actions and triggers. And I know you've done a ton of work on it again, but at what point is the trigger going to happen, and what are the actions that happen when those triggers are hit? And I know that you've done a lot of work with all of these different groups, and this is it's recognized for the quality of the work in this program. So that's not the question. The question is, do we have clarity about what the triggers are and what the actions are that will happen?
Yeah, thank you for that reminder. And it is an important element, Chair Wall. Thank you very much. And it is a problem with all adaptive management that you are forecasting into the future and saying, you'll know this context is happening, and so you're going to do X, Y, or Z in response. And so it is a weakness trying to really be specific about what we will do, but we have a lot of tools in our toolbox that we can employ if we get to the point where we need to. And that LRP, that limit reference point, is really essential in describing the situation in the crab resource where we would see a problem and decide that we needed to act in some way. And so our actions would then be dependent on the situation. And I think it could be as extreme as closing the fishery. It could all 3 of the fisheries. It could be some modification where we limit effort in some way. In our ocean commercial sector, we have pot limits where we have a tool where we could decrease pot limits as an example. But we don't have that list. And I'm taking your point that you'd like more clarity in the FMP, and that we will certainly consider, but just for today and for thinking about that approach that already exists in our management toolbox, I'll just leave you with those couple of comments.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Could you just make one more comment? And that is we heard from a lot of people about the potential, not even conflict, but running into each other, if you will, in the bay where commercial and sport interact. Can you just talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, and we understand that there is a lot of concern about commercial activity in the bays. It is an area where it is highly accessible to our recreational crabbing group, whereas the ocean crabbing is harder access, more difficult access for recreational folks. It is something that is certainly on our radar, and we want to think more about because and I'm going back to the pie chart just as a reminder, you know, that the bay commercial sector that is being particularly described as problematic in the public comment is a very, very small portion of our landings, including in comparison to the recreational sector, which is where a lot of those comments are coming from. And so it's hard to right size those comments with what we see and estimate in our landings. There is no doubt it is very important to the people who have been seeing these interactions and have taken the time to make public comment to us. And so I'm grateful and listening to those comments. However, I think that there are probably elements that are explainable with data and elements that are perception. And so we really need some additional time and thinking to separate perception from the actual mechanics of these fisheries before we would make any recommendations to the commission on changing that part of the management framework.
Thank you. That helps a lot. I don't see other hands up right now, so I think we'll go, whoops, yes, there are two more, and then we'll go to the person that would like to testify. So first, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Okay, yeah, I just might just want to make the observation though, even though it is a real small part, it does provide some fresh crab to the market in that period before the ocean opener. And I know some of the local markets, you know, the small markets depend on getting some of that fresh crab that time of year. And I guess the other side of that, being a commercial ocean crabber, I guess the ocean guys would probably throw the bay guys under the bus if they'd trade. The sport guys don't come to the ocean, and the ocean guys don't come to the bays. And that's just tongue in cheek there. But anyway, it does provide for some of the, you know, a fresh market for some of the small businesses around the coast there at a time of year when they can't get fresh crab.
Thank you. There aren't any other hands up now, so let's go to our person who would like to testify. So Gway Kirchner, are you here?
Thank you, Chair Wall. I am here. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, it does not look like I can turn my video on. So thank you, Chair Wall, Director Melcher, and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Gway Kirchner, and I'm here today representing the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to share a few comments with you today. The adoption and implementation of state-sponsored marine fishery management plans are a high priority for us. Fishery management plans are considered the gold standard for fishery management globally and provide a platform and process through which to analyze the existing fishery, develop fishery principles, goals, and objectives, and document how the agency will monitor and attain those goals. We have reviewed the Dungeness Crab Fishery Management Plan, and we find it to be a thorough and straightforward accounting of Oregon's Dungeness crab fisheries and existing management policies. It is a solid framework, and it could be strengthened with some following suggestions. It is unclear from the discussion in the document and briefing materials if Oregon's coastal tribes were consulted with in the development of this plan. We hope that coordination did occur, and if appropriate, could be included in the plan. If not, this could be a notable gap in outreach. The use and importance of estuary health and habitat could be more fully explored within the document. Research has shown that estuary habitat is of high value to juvenile Dungeness crab and could become even more critical as our climate changes. Most notably, discussions of climate change in estuarine environments and the resulting anticipated impacts to the Dungeness crab stock should be documented. We encourage the exploration of appropriate stock assessment methodology to further ensure the crab harvest is within acceptable levels. The 3S management strategy has been successful in the past, but what the future holds is uncertain, and new methods for determining sustainable harvest levels may be needed. We appreciate the discussion of climate change impacts on Dungeness crab and important habitats and the use of scenario planning to prepare fisheries for climate change. We are in the final stages of a scenario planning exercise for Oregon's Dungeness crab fisheries, and we appreciate the time and effort that department staff have employed already in this effort. This proactive planning will be critical to ensure the sustainability of our important fisheries in the coming decades. The results of this work could be included in the plan when available this winter. We look forward to the continued development and implementation of plans for other state-managed fisheries and hope to lend our resources and skills to those efforts. Again, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment.
Thank you, Gway. Commissioners, any questions? Or any comments? Whoops, we do have one. So go ahead, Vice Chair Woolley.
Okay, Chair Wall, so you've covered most of the questions that I had, which is fine. I had a question about the sustainability of crabbing and bays and estuaries. I think we've covered that pretty well. You had the question about triggers, and maybe just a follow up to that. Given that we've had to close the fishery in the past, I think just a couple of years ago, and given the schedule, Dr. Braby, that you gave us, there was harvest of one type or another year round. Has there ever been discussion to voluntarily arrest the resource when we're not in a crisis as a management strategy? I'm not recommending that, recognizing the impact, the economic impact of such an action, but I'm just curious if that sort of discussion ever comes up. Give the resource a rest voluntarily when we're not in a crisis mode.
Thank you, and through the chair to Commissioner Woolley. I'd like more information about what you're thinking about resting the resource, maybe, but I also would look back to our fishery actions to close the fishery, and the closure actions that I am recalling just on the fly are related to biotoxin emergence in season. They're related to either meat quality or biotoxin concerns at the beginning of the season, but no emergency closures have been implemented in terms of productivity of the species. So I wanted to make sure that I understand what your question is about before I kind of proceed. So is there something I'm missing that you're recalling?
No, there's probably something I'm missing because I didn't remember what the reasoning was for the closure that we had a couple of years ago, and it was not related to a depletion of the resource. And so that has not ever been a concern in terms of consideration of, when I say rest, I mean just pause or some cessation of harvest activity. And you're saying that that's never needed to be a consideration.
Thank you, through the chair, Commissioner, for clarifying that. And that in recent times, that has not been a situation that we've had to address, but the concern about that becoming a situation in the future is the reasons behind the development of the limit reference point in particular. And I don't want to be a broken record on that, but again, I just want to emphasize it is for the ocean commercial sector, not for all three but we recognize that the resource is largely landed by that ocean commercial sector. And so the management of that sector in terms of overall population productivity really drives the availability of the crab resource to the other two sectors. And so that the development of the limit reference point is very key in our management in terms of giving us that trigger and that flag that there is something really wrong, and for us to consider kind of pausing. Other than that, the kind of pause in harvest that you're suggesting, or that, you know, that I imagine might be employed, is not something that we have considered because the size, sex, and season has been so successful. We do see a range in landings for the fishery, the fisheries year after year. It's not the same, you know, exact level of harvest every year, but that fluctuation has been within a range that has been deemed to be normal. You know, it's not extreme. And that's what the limit reference point is meant to describe, is when it gets to that extreme level.
Okay, thanks. And then last question, I know earlier this week we talked about logbooks and the fact that, you know, during the pilot trial, there was very low participation in turning in logbooks, and you were optimistic that when the rule becomes mandatory, that participation would change dramatically. I think I probably hadn't asked about how that's being enforced, and, you know, are there penalties for lack of participation? I mean, how's enforcement happening for that?
Thank you, through the chair, Commissioner Woolley. Our logbook programs are all enforced in the same manner, and that is through our fishery managers interacting with the captains. They also interact with our enforcement partners, Oregon State Police. There are time bounds on logbooks and expectations around submission. And we hold all of those data and evaluate those to make sure that there's compliance. And when there are compliance problems, we follow up with the individuals to determine what those problems are. And as an example, in our ocean commercial sector, when we implemented logbooks many years ago now, the first year compliance was lower than the second year, which was lower than the third year. And so it was this incremental increase in understanding of the program and understanding of the bounds of the program. And now we have really incredible compliance with that logbook. So we would likely see a similar situation occur with the Bay commercial sector. And a phone a friend is telling me that compliance in the ocean commercial sector is over 95%.
Okay, terrific. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Spellbrink, you have your hand up.
Right, I was just going to address, I guess, Commissioner Woolley's concern there. And I mean, Karin, technically, can't we take every legal crab out of the fishery or off the ocean every year, because the sublegal males are reproductively mature? We don't take females. So, you know, we're basically taking the males towards the end of their life cycle, the legal males. So technically, can't we just about take every legal male out of the fishery and the fishery still continues?
Thank you for making that comment through the chair, Commissioner Spellbrink. That's absolutely right. And it's the size refuge, if you will, of the smaller individuals, plus the fact that we provide full refuge to the females, that really gives us confidence that that we have a lot of reserve, even with a large dip in a harvest of legal sized males. We still have those reserves in the other younger generations, smaller sizes, and in the females.
It was one of the reasons I really enjoyed being involved in the fishery for so many years. I just it just seemed like it was almost the perfect fishery, you know, where there was a lot of things that you didn't have control over that had effects, all the environmental conditions, but the things we could control, we controlled. So I thought it was a great fishery to be involved in. Thanks.
Thank you, Karin and commissioners. We need to move to the regulations that are proposed and whether you would like to make a motion on those or talk about the 4 of them. Would anyone like to make a motion, or do you have questions or comments on the 4 rules?
I would love to make a motion, but I'll wait to see if anyone else has questions. Okay, I will move to amend OAR 635, Division 005, 012, and 006 as proposed by staff in attachment 3.
I'll
Lauren,
second that.
Did we
sorry.
need to go to the one that you had on the screen, Karen?
I will, and I'll just say, Chair Wall, that to my ear, Commissioner Spellbrink got it correct and corrected for our typo on that. Are you seeing my screen right now?
I'm seeing your screen. I'm not seeing the rule language that you had before yet. And we also, just as a side note, there we go. Annika just came on screen as well. So let's go ahead with this. So let's make sure we have the right language in the reading.
That's what I read was the amended version.
You read this one?
Yes.
Okay.
And I seconded that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we adopt the rule changes as read by Commissioner Spellbrink. Annika, was there anything that you came onto the screen for that you needed to tell us before we ask questions or move on this one?
Thank you, Chair Wall, for being very careful on that. I was just quickly grabbing it in but he got it and everything's good with that. So thank you.
Okay. I don't see other hands up. So it's been moved and seconded as read by Commissioner Spellbrink. And so we can go to a vote on this one. So, and I'm only hesitating and stalling here because I don't have my pictures up to see how people vote. Those in favor, can we get a hands up or a thumbs up, sorry. And those opposed, thumbs down. Looks like we have everyone for that. So the motion passes with everyone voting yes. And I think we should give some kudos to Michelle for getting us to the finish of the morning stuff she said we might be able to finish by 11:45, and we're very close to that. So I think we're at the point where we can say thank you to Dr. Braby for the presentation, and we can break for lunch. Can we come back at 12:30? That's only 45 minutes, but it makes our chance of being finished when Friday is still Friday day rather than Friday night a little higher if we can come back at 12:30.
Mary, my only concern with that is it was articulated to several legislators that we would be getting the presentation at 1.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I had forgotten that. Then we can, people probably won't complain about an extra few minutes for lunch. So 1 o'clock, and we will start with the legislators. They get and other elected officials. There are a couple of commissioners, I believe, as well. And one of them has already let us know that she cannot be here. So we'll start with those. They start as a courtesy. We give them the first one. And then to the public who is going to be testifying, there are a lot of you. And again, if we can go to the 2 minutes, that's what we're going to need to do this afternoon for testimony. So have a great lunch, and we'll see you all at 1. Thank you. Hi, Michelle. Anything on the logistics that you want me to know?
I thought we'd take a second before everybody hops on and talk about this. So I had, from the folks that had signed up for Exhibit B, Joe Rutter was going to testify, but he's not going to be able to make it, so he dropped his name. But I do want to add Douglas Buck.
Okay. So the people that I have added from there are Michael Gregg, Dave Grozak, and Douglas Buck. Those are the three that came over. There were some others that were also on both.
Yes, and actually of those folks that you just mentioned, I think we have two of them. So you said Mitchell Gregg.
And he was not here this morning.
He was not here this morning. Okay, and I haven't seen him pop in yet. So we'll go ahead. The folks that weren't here this morning, we'll go ahead and put those at the bottom. So that's going to be Mitchell Gregg, Tom Rumrick, and then Connor Barrett.
Just a minute. Tom Rumrick. Who's the Barrick?
Connor, Conner, Bierat.
Okay.
And John Jones.
John Jones.
Yep. And then I know, and Douglas Buck is the one that I've been corresponding with, and he's indicated that he's interested. He hasn't gotten back to me final thumbs up, but probably a good idea to add him.
Okay. And what about Ty Wyatt? Did you hear anything from him?
Of course,
he was on both, but he was not. I think he was on for a while this morning, but we couldn't hear him.
Yes, and he was. I still have him listed as he was already signed up on an Exhibit D, so I already had him under that one. So now when we're going through these, so what I indicated to legislators is that we do our presentation at 1 and then they would come up immediately following.
Yes.
So I got a couple of them in here so far, but I'll pull all of the legislators over at one time.
Okay, as soon as we finish hearing from Chris and others.
Yes. So when we're doing the general public, do you want me to pull over like 4 at a time?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Or even 5 at a time. We're doing it for 2 minutes. Let's do 5.
So let's do 5. That sounds good. And so now when those 5 have testified, do we want me to move them back to attendees, or do you want to give the commissioners an opportunity to ask that grouping question? No. Okay.
I think we should save any questions just till the end. If anybody has them, they can just remember who they want to go back to if they do. I think we have to limit the questions or we're going to be here all night, actually. So
I'll move folks back over to attendee, and then if a commissioner has a question of an individual, I'll pull that individual back over at that time. That works? I think we got a plan.
Okay.
And
it really does
Michelle,
help to have the clock like you have it and then put the hat down when there's, when the time's up. So
something that working with Bob this morning, we just figured out that we can do the raise hand and that will bring the timer up to that very top. So the timer will have the hand raised to keep it up towards the top.
Perfect.
Yes, just like that. Perfect. I think that's going to help with people being able to see it.
Okay, thank you. Kurt, were you about to say something? It looked like you were.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know, I don't know if you saw it in the chat, Michelle and Mary, but that Representative Weber did say that she wanted to speak.
Yes.
Okay, you saw that, right?
Got that. So she is back. Yeah.
Yep, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Looks like there's also something from Commissioner Boyce. Michelle, do you have something from Commissioner Boyce? It just says your name on here. Oops, you're still on mute. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you all for being here and being part of the discussion of the Rogue South Coast Plan this afternoon. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. Just so you know who's on the other end of this, I'd like the commissioners to each just introduce themselves. Just saying your name is enough, just so people see who you are. So if we could go to Vice Chair Woolley.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. I'm Greg Woolley. I represent Congressional District 3, which includes the Portland metro area.
Thank you. And Commissioner Labhart.
Good afternoon, Mark Labhart. I represent the Eastern Oregon at large, and I live in the Central Oregon Community of Sisters.
Thank you. And Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Good afternoon, Jill Zarnowitz, and I'm in the Yamhill Carlton area of District 1.
Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Good afternoon. I'm Becky Hatfield Hyde, and I'm in Paisley and looking forward to listening to Oregon this afternoon.
Thank you. Commissioner Khalil.
Hi, Kathy and Khalil, representative for Western Oregon.
Thank you. And Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, Bob Spellbrink, District 5, Slats, Oregon.
Thank you. Director Melcher.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Kurt Melcher, Director of the Department here in Salem.
Thank you. And Michelle Tate. And you can add anything that we need to know about, since a lot of people are going to be testifying, if there's anything about the system.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Tate. I'm here today as executive support for the commission and the director. We do, like Chair Wall mentioned, we have a long list of folks that are registered to provide testimony this afternoon. The chair has discussed that we'll be giving 2 minutes per, and the timer should show up at the very top left-hand corner of your screen when that starts to go. Oh, it should be showing up there so you can see it now. So when it comes time for you to testify, I will pull you over from attendee status to a panelist. We've been having some troubles with some pulling over today, so there may be that you will not have a camera available, but you will be able to unmute your microphone and give your testimony. There's a shortcut key if you're having troubles finding the microphone button, which is if you press Shift, Control, and M all at one time, that will mute and unmute your phone as a shortcut. So when I pull you over from attendee to panelist, there will be a blip on your screen. Take a deep breath, give it a second, and you will reappear. And it'll be the same when I pull you back out of the panelists group into attendee. The screen will blip and you will disappear. Take a couple deep breaths and you will reappear in the room. I'm looking forward to hearing what everyone has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. So I think we'll go ahead and get started with the staff presentation, and then we'll go to, as a courtesy, we always have the elected officials go first after the presentations are over, and then we'll go to the other people who are signed up for testimony. So let's go right to Chris Lorien for the Rogue South Coast Plan. So Dr. Chris Lorien.
Thanks, Chair Wall. I'll get my presentation started here. Right. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Chris Lorien, and I am the Native Fish Conservation Coordinator for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Today, I'll be presenting a briefing on the Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan, or RSP. Dan Van Dyke, ODF&W's Upper Rogue District Fish Biologist, will be helping me with the presentation today. This is an informational briefing, and we are scheduled to present the final plan for approval and rulemaking at the December Commission meeting. Today's presentation will have 4 parts: a background on the planning process, an overview of planned contents, a discussion of several actions in the plan where we haven't found consensus, and then we'll finish with next steps towards plan finalization and approval. So RSP development was guided by our agency mission shown here, as well as several policies and statute or rule, including the Native Fish Conservation Policy, Food Fish Management Policy, Wildlife Policy, and Climate and Ocean Change Policy. The Native Fish Conservation Policy provides specific direction on conservation plan development, with the primary goals shown here. Conservation of naturally produced native fish is the foundation of our management, which is also intended to foster and sustain fishing opportunity. Conservation plans are developed for species management units, or SMUs, which are collections of populations from a common geographic area that share similar genetic and ecological characteristics. So RSP development has also occurred in the context of a debate about wild steelhead harvest in the Southwest Zone. A petition to prohibit wild steelhead harvest in 2018 resulted in reduced bag limits and was an important factor in kickstarting plan development. A second petition to temporarily prohibit wild steelhead harvest was considered by the Commission during plan development in 2020. So it's been a 3-year journey to get to the point we're at today. ODF&W worked on plan foundations for the first 15 months of that time, and then began a stakeholder process in early 2020. At that time, we also created an RSP website that has been the hub for sharing information. Of course, the global pandemic started soon after, and so much of the stakeholder process had to be conducted virtually. Despite this challenge, we had 6 productive meetings with each of 2 teams representing a broad range of interest groups. This process resulted in consensus agreement on most material that they considered, including most of the fishing and hatchery management actions in the plan. Following the stakeholder process, ODF&W convened meetings to discuss habitat strategies and actions, and began coordination with several tribes and the National Marine Fisheries Service in preparation for developing the first full draft, which was completed earlier this year. The draft was distributed to stakeholders and other plan development partners for comments, as well as 2 independent science reviewers who provided valuable feedback and were generally supportive of the science underpinning the plan. All this feedback informed development of the public review draft, which generated lots of public comment in writing and at 3 public meetings that were held in July of this year. ODF&W summarized and responded to these comments in a document that was part of the Commission packet and incorporated many of the comments received to produce the Commission draft. So moving on to the plan itself, there are 7 major sections that generally follow from the Native Fish Conservation Policy, which outlines a process of determining current status and desired status, identifying the limiting factors causing the gap between those 2, and then identifying strategies and actions to close that gap. The first section, Species and Populations, describes the planning area, which includes coastal watersheds from the Elk River to the California border, and the 4 SMUs covered by the plan: winter and summer steelhead, coho salmon, and cutthroat trout. We developed a multi-species plan because these 4 SMUs share many similar needs. although each has unique needs that are also addressed in the plan. The map on the right shows the populations in these SMUs, which were grouped into two strata, rogue and coastal, for assessment and management purposes. The exception is summer steelhead, which only occur in the rogue basin. To assess current status, ODFW evaluated indicators of abundance and productivity, spatial structure, and diversity. The assessment used a range of data sources and methods and had a range of outcomes for these 4 SMUs, as you can see here. Winter steelhead and cutthroat trout had low viability risk scores and were classified as strong guarded. Rogue summer steelhead were classified as sensitive, primarily due to their restricted distribution in areas that are at risk from development. Coho salmon in this area are part of the Southern Oregon, Northern California coast evolutionarily significant unit, or ESU, which is listed as threatened under the Federal Endangered Species Act. The ESU extends well into Northern California, and we were just assessing the Oregon portion of the ESU, which we classified as sensitive critical. This SMU needs status improvement to ensure long-term viability. Following direction in the climate and ocean change policy, the plan considers potential future conditions in addition to current status. Previous ODFW conservation plans have also considered climate change, but this plan took a much more comprehensive and sophisticated approach. Specifically, we reviewed or developed projections for the planning area for a variety of metrics relevant to freshwater and marine habitat for planned species. These projections were then used to evaluate risk through an expert-driven assessment and a quantitative analysis specifically for steelhead. Results were integrated to determine climate and ocean change risk, which informs expectations about desired status and guides management strategies and actions in the plan. Desired status is the goal we are working toward, and the RSP identifies both numerical targets for measurable criteria like abundance and productivity, or abundance and occupancy, I should say, as well as categorical goals for SMUs. The goals in this plan are to increase abundance and resilience in all SMUs, which will increase fishing opportunity and other benefits provided by these species. Maintaining current SMU status does not mean standing pat. Desired status is improvement within these categories, and we expect that significant habitat enhancement will be needed to offset climate change impacts. All primary limiting factors, the important issues to focus on to achieve desired status, relate to habitat, especially habitat access, water quality, and water quantity. And we're going to talk more about these factors later in the presentation. In-stream habitat structure and complexity and non-native fish predation and competition are also limiting factors or potential limiting factors in several populations. In 3 population areas, interactions with hatchery fish are a potential limiting factor, mostly through competition with wild fish. Now I'm going to hand it over to Dan Van Dyke to discuss the management strategies and actions in the plan to address these limiting factors and achieve other plan goals.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Commissioners, Director Melcher, for the record, my name is Dan Van Dyke, and I'm the District Fish Biologist for the Upper Rogue. Now to the details of how the plan will guide management in the region. So the plan includes these 7 categories of management. Some of the categories propose strategies and actions that address limiting factors for planned species. Others are intended simply to guide management consistent with native fish conservation. Citizen involvement and both diversifying and increasing that involvement is key to several actions and is something I'm going to repeat in this presentation. Next. First to habitat, and this is where the bulk of the work is done to produce more wild coho, wild summer steelhead, winter steelhead, and cutthroat trout. We envision the plan as helping guide the collective effort of habitat protection and restoration by all partners and all participants. This is not status quo. Focus is the operative word. So the plan prioritizes what should be done to restore habitat and will guide where the work should be prioritized. Most of the work is directed at the interior rogue, and for good reason. This as far as restoration actions go. More people live in the interior rogue than any other single coastal county in Oregon. Most impacts and threats are concentrated on the rogue. Conversely, on the South Coast, habitat protection is more of a priority. So Curry County is the least populated coastal county, More of the collective land base is in federal ownership or wilderness designation. Habitat protection is more of a priority. Now, generally in the RSP, habitat protection is emphasized along with climate change leadership and citizen involvement. A separate strategy for beavers is just that. It's a strategy. It's a strategy for fostering beavers and the benefits of beavers. Now, as I go through the slides, I'm going to tie in key points of synergy between actions in the plan and building climate resilience as shown at the bottom of each slide. Next. Water quality is a primary limiting factor and is extremely important for cold water fish species. The specific needs vary across the region, so actions in the plan vary. The needs are addressed where relevant. Riparian protection is job one, but we focus on riparian process, not only growing vegetation for shade to keep streams cool, but also as a source of future large woody debris for in-stream structure. Planning for the future, these actions will build resilience to a warmer climate and help plant species compete with introduced fish that thrive in warmer water. Next. Water quantity is a primary limiting factor. It has a direct effect on water quality. Water quantity is associated with land use and is almost by definition a primary limiting factor in the interior rogue, where 90% of the people in the region live. There are new stressors like illegal cannabis, but I want to be clear that there have been and continue to be successes in keeping water in stream. The plan includes some specific projects we would like to accomplish with partners, as shown on this slide. But in addition, citizen involvement is key. We need citizens involved in all aspects of water conservation, monitoring water right applications, commenting on land use that ensures that growth protects water, and generally advocating for water in stream. Planning for the future, these actions build resilience to more erratic precipitation patterns and more frequent and persistent drought. Next. Access means safe passage for fish upstream, downstream, and even laterally within the floodplain at all life stages. Juvenile steelhead live up to 3 years in fresh water, and in the interior rogue, these wild steelhead need to move back and forth between tributaries and the rogue. Access is a limiting factor for most of the interior rogue, and the plan includes a whole lot more detail on why passage is so important here. ODFW maintains a list of priority barriers, and the list on the rogue is long. A new action in the plan is a proposal to report on barrier impacted stream miles so that progress can be tracked over time. Now, for new commissioners, I do want to add that we have a tremendous momentum for restoration of passage here in the road. The photos show Gold Ray Dam before and after removal. In short order, 3 older dams were removed on the main stem of the rogue, and Elk Creek Dam was notched. I'm excited to see what happens in the next 15 or 10 to 20 years for fish response. Not only that, the work continues. Just in the last week, I learned of 3 dams that have been removed and an illegal culvert that has been removed as well. A wide variety of partners are involved in this important work, as shown on the slide, and it's all about producing more wild fish. Planning for the future, actions that ensure that fish can move freely to different parts of the basin to meet their needs at any time is absolutely key to building climate change resilience. Next. When it comes to other species, we plan to continue monitoring avian and marine mammal predation, but it's introduced fish species that are considered secondary or possible limiting factors. The fish that have become widespread since being illegally introduced in parts of the region are red-side shiners and pike minnow. These non-local minnows thrive in warmer water. While some direct action is proposed to manage these species, keeping streams cool is the focus of our response. Planning for the future, actions that keep streams cool in a warmer climate will reduce the impacts of introduced fish that compete with plant species. Next. The largest hatchery and hatchery programs in the region exist because the Army Corps of Engineers built dams on the Rogue and Applegate rivers. As authorized by Congress, these programs are intended to replace natural production as well as the fishery benefits associated with the wild fish no longer produced above the dams. We think the hatchery programs function with low risk to plant species. Competition and predation from hatchery smolts is considered a possible limiting factor, primarily in the upper rogue and primarily from smolts that don't migrate downstream quickly. The plan proposes to further minimize risk from hatchery production. A key action is identifying where hatchery fish will be released. Wild fish emphasis areas are mapped throughout most of the watershed. We don't plan to stock fish in these areas. Mixed emphasis areas are also identified. Mixed emphasis areas are also managed for natural production. I want to emphasize that point, but these are areas where fish can be stocked. Another key action is the proposal to codify the maximum number of hatchery adults that spawn in the wild. That's the PHOS figure on this slide. The plan also proposes new actions to benefit anglers, new acclimation sites to increase access and harvest of existing production, an increase in the Chetco hatchery release if PHOS is within limits, a restoration of a portion of the coho program that I cut a few years ago, and most importantly, we want to continue to work with the Corps. We have to get repairs and renovation done at Coal Rivers Hatchery. Planning for the future, actions that ensure that hatcheries meet objectives while being consistent with native fish conservation will maintain the adaptive capacity of wild fish. Next. Fishing is not considered to be a limiting factor for plant species under current regulations. The plan proposes to continue the existing array of conservative angling regulations. This includes a limited opportunity to harvest wild winter steelhead and cutthroat trout in portions of the plan area. Fishing for summer steelhead and coho will remain marked selective. Summer steelhead are produced in only a portion of the rogue watershed, and that habitat experiences a lot of development pressure. Coho remain threatened under the Federal Endangered Species Act. The plan proposes to reconsider wild harvest for these two species in the future, but only as conditions merit. Next. For wild winter steelhead, the plan proposes a framework to maintain a limited wild harvest opportunity, something that was supported by a majority of local anglers in our survey of angler opinion. The plan also proposes additional new sideboards to minimize risk. One component, new fishery authorizations that will facilitate mandatory harvest reporting. Pending legislative approval, this will increase fees, especially for anglers who would like the opportunity to harvest wild winter steelhead, but it would also provide funds for monitoring. Another component, new angling controls include harvest rate limits that vary by population size. 10% for the smaller populations and 15% for the largest. These are set at levels that modeling indicates will not pose any significant risk to persistence, as shown in the graph on the upper right. Third component, conservation status metrics allow for proactive, timely response when lower returns are expected and are responsive to both short-term and long-term trends in abundance. Finally, the plan proposes temporary angling regulations and new adult monitoring that will facilitate review of harvest rates and angling regulations after 5 years. Planning for the future, the framework to maintain a limited wild harvest opportunity will add layers of conservation buffer to ensure that that opportunity is consistent with native fish conservation. Next. In addition to new adult and fishery monitoring, the plan proposes new monitoring of stream flow and temperature. Research actions include additional work to identify appropriate marine survival indicators and utilizing advances in genetics to leap forward in our understanding of plant species and needs. Planning for the future, research and monitoring will be structured to inform adaptive management and track both environmental changes and population response. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Chris.
Thanks, Dan. The management strategies and actions in the plan were developed and honed through an extensive plan development process and outreach that resulted in substantial agreement on most topics. However, there were some issues that did not have consensus support even after substantial discussion during the stakeholder process in which continue to be areas of disagreement among many stakeholders and members of the public. Next, we'll talk about several of the most important of these items. First topic is interim angling regulations that would be in place for the 5 years before ODFW conducts the comprehensive review of winter steelhead harvest rates and angling regulations that Dan just described. This is just one component of the winter steelhead angling framework, which otherwise had support. Several alternatives have been considered and discussed, including returning to the 1 fish per day, 5 fish per year bag limit that was in effect for many years prior to 2018, various mixtures of harvest opportunity and catch and release regulations in different basins, and catch and release regulations in all basins. In the draft plan, we propose maintaining the current bag limit of 1 fish per day and 3 fish per year, which is part of a conservative set of angling regulations that have been in place for many years. New controls, including the conservation status thresholds, will also be in place. This framework will allow us to implement the new monitoring and assess harvest rates during this interim period without putting populations at risk. The figure on the right illustrates why we think this approach is supportable from a conservation perspective. Each point on that graph represents 1 year of wild steelhead spawner abundance in the upper Rogue and the number of adult offspring they produced. The graph covers 70 years of data, including a long historical period when the wild steelhead bag limit was 2 fish per day and 20 fish per year. If harvest was reducing wild steelhead spawner abundance to the point where it was a limiting factor, we would expect that a diagonal line would be the best fit to the data. More spawners would produce more offspring. Instead, that we see a horizontal line as the best fit, indicating that habitat capacity is the limiting factor. The data we have for the coastal stratum indicates the same thing. Of course, at some level, spawner abundance would be limiting, and this is what our conservation status triggers are for. They would kick in the shaded area on the left-hand side of the graph. There were also several hatchery actions that did not achieve consensus support among stakeholders. In stakeholder meetings, the proposal to designate wild fish emphasis areas and mixed emphasis areas generated lots of discussion and resulted in additional areas in the Rogue Basin being placed in wild fish emphasis areas, which account for nearly 80% of the planning area, the area in green shown here. Designations in the coastal stratum did not achieve consensus, in part due to disagreement over 2 small mixed emphasis areas in Lower Euchre Creek and the Winchuck River. These 2 mixed emphasis areas have no current hatchery releases and are intended to provide future management flexibility for fall Chinook salmon because designations would apply to all anadromous salmonids, not just those covered by this plan. 3 other hatchery actions that were discussed at length in the stakeholder process and did not reach consensus are shown here. The plan proposes a 10% limit for the proportion of hatchery fish on natural spawning grounds, or PHOS, as Dan mentioned, in all population areas. We received public comment advocating a number of higher and lower limits. The 10% proposed limit is an established conservative limit and is consistent with our current hatchery management. The other 2 proposed hatchery actions shown here are intended to provide additional fishing opportunity and would be monitored to ensure consistency with that 10% limit, 10% PHOS limit. So to wrap it up, through an extensive public process, ODFW has developed a plan for Rogue South Coast steelhead, coho salmon, and cutthroat trout that will address limiting factors and provide a sound precautionary basis for managing hatcheries and fisheries consistent with the Native Fish Conservation Policy and the Climate and Ocean Change Policy. The next steps are to finalize the plan and rules, present the plan for approval and rulemaking in December, and then begin plan implementation. So thanks, and we happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Chris and Dan. Commissioners, do you have any questions before we start into testimony? I'm not seeing any hands up immediately. Okay, then thank you, Chris. I think what we'll do is go right to the elected officials for their input, and we have 6. So let's start with Senator Jeff Golden.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, members of the commission, thanks very much for the opportunity to make comments today. I'm Jeff Golden. I represent the more populated parts of Jackson County and the Rogue Valley in the state Senate. And I am pleased to hear the emphasis on the precautionary principle here, because to the people I represent, the sustaining of wild steelhead runs in the Rogue River is important beyond my ability to describe. And I am concerned, there are two factors I think that push me to think that a conservative approach is essential right now if we're going to follow the precautionary principle. And that is the increasing, maybe accelerating impacts of climate change and the dearth of some key population and propagation information to inform this decision. So my understanding, and I haven't tracked the issue as closely as some, my understanding is that the public input on an earlier round in July was overwhelming, on the order of 88% for a full catch and release protocol on wild steelhead. And I wish that were still the leading candidate in the recommendation, because once again, given some key data that is not real solid, not real certain, and what we are seeing in terms of the acceleration of climate change, I would think that the way to go the extra mile to make sure these wild runs sustain is, for the time being, until we see different climate trends or have better data, to go with a full catch and release protocol in the Rogue and I suppose Chetco as well. And I hope that rises again to the top of the commission's consideration. Again, thanks for the opportunity today. Thank you very much for this ambitious effort and your commitment to Oregon and to our fish runs.
Thank you, Senator. We're going to go through all of the elected officials, and then if commissioners have questions, we'll ask them of the elected officials. So Commissioner Court Boyce.
Good day. Thank you, Chair Wall. You are making Curry County proud. I appreciate very much the volunteers of the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. My goodness, I was very much in favor supporting Savage Rapids and Gold Ray Dam removals, but I'm also very interested in supporting continuing the hatchery process. Senator Merkley certainly gets it. He and his staff have worked very hard to come up with funding to remodel, renovate, and overcome the dysfunction almost of Cold River's hatchery. Jedediah Smith come through here 20 years after Lewis and Clark expedition, and my goodness, he saw the biggest trees, the greatest watershed perhaps in North America, and the biggest fish. And so we are losing our watershed. Just reminding everyone that Curry County has had 5 major catastrophic fires. That's 100,000 acres or less, or more, excuse me. And some of these areas have been reburned 2 and 3 times. We're losing our watershed. The water temperatures are going up, and that is really hard on the natural process of the fish reproduction. So that is a tremendous argument for really maintaining the hatcheries. I think the anglers, it's a drop in the bucket on the resource extraction. So that's our focus in Curry County. We thank you very much for the references to Curry County. And again, appreciate, I served on the Oregon State Marine Board 8 years, and so I know the volunteer effort you're making, and one commissioner especially appreciates those efforts. So that's really all I have. Thank you again for the opportunity to present to the board.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyce. Let's go to Representative Suzanne Weber.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I want to thank you for this opportunity to be able to address you this afternoon. My name is Suzanne Weber. I am the representative from House District 32, and I am passionate about maintaining our coastal and our rural quality of life, but I will be brief. My main concerns revolve around what we can do to protect and sustain the people whose lives are dependent upon these fish harvests. I understand the long-term viability and the conservation efforts. I understand the science regarding hatchery fish and climate change. But I am especially passionate about the importance of hatcheries, the fish they rear, and their economic impact. They are an integral part of our economy. When we were releasing 7 million fish versus 260,000 fish, and those are estimates, I don't have the exact numbers, into our streams, we at least had a chance of protecting the people who make their living from our coastal bounty. It's probably not the silver bullet that we would like, but it does make a compelling argument for preservation of our coastal life. And so I would like you to please think about our people, our families, being able to keep their homes, send their children to college, be able to support themselves through retirement and health issues, and keep that on the forefront of your mind. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll go next then to Commissioner Bob Mayne.
Good afternoon. This is Bob Mayne, Board Chair of the Coos County Board of Commissioners. Let me move this a little bit here. There we go. That's better. Members of the Commission Wall, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. The other day, my board, Commissioner Sweet and Commissioner Cribbins, myself sent a letter to the Commission about this subject. I don't know if you received that or not, but I thought I would give some testimony. Our coastal communities have lost hundreds of millions of dollars due to decline in hatchery releases, reductions over the last 20 years. Myself, I can remember the good old days. I was born, raised here. My family homesteaded here, and it is in dire need of having more hatchery releases. That releases were best in the late 90s in recent memory. Coal Rivers Hatchery, as you may know, there was an agreement with Army Corps to build the Lost Creek Dam. That release now is for salmon, steelhead is down to 5% of what it's supposed to be in an agreement. Steve Byerland and myself worked with Senator Merkley, and Senator Merkley was able to appropriate $1.8 million to start the rogue study on the Coal Rivers Hatchery so that we can get a better hatchery. If you don't know, that's the second largest hatchery west of the Mississippi, and it should be producing tens of thousands of salmonids. We are also in favor of smolt releases rather than unfed fry because of the predation. If you don't know, here in the Coquille River in Coquille, where I'm at, we went from 35,000 Chinook down to several hundred. It is now totally closed because of various factors, non-releases of hatchery fish, as well as predation from various species such as cormorants, seals, all kinds of things, bass, and different things that were introduced. We're trying to bring this back for future generations so that they have a place to fish. And with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. The next person is Representative Boomer Wright. Representative Wright, are you there?
Representative Wright, if you select *6 on your phone keypad, it will allow you to unmute and mute your phone.
Okay, how's that?
That's great. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Wall, commissioners, and ODF staff for letting me testify this afternoon. I am Representative Boomer Wright, and I represent District 9, which is from Coos Bay all the way up to Yachts. I do appreciate the emphasis on steelhead and the fisheries in general. My concerns surround the abundance issues and in particularly the human factor. Ladies and gentlemen, 950,000 individuals in Oregon contribute to a $3 billion industry in fishing along the coast. The industries and the economic impacts on the coast basically come from what I prefer to say a three-legged stool, which has to do with timber, tourism, and fisheries. We need all three of those to be able to survive. If we look at the last census that was taken, the coastal area lost population, and that had to do with the loss of jobs. I'm concerned mainly about the abundance issue and making sure that our fishermen, our tourists have the availability of putting a fish in every box, and we have jobs on the Oregon coast. It seems evident to me and to most people that Mother Nature deals with adversity, particularly when we're taking a look at global warming and climate change. And the way she does that is to create an abundance. She creates an abundance of fish or crabs or whatever type of species that is having some problems. I think we need to do the same. I think we not only need to do and support our hatcheries, but to increase them. As I said, abundance is the key here. As an elected official, I voted for this budget, and my expectation along with my colleagues are that things will get better. It seems to me, and I've been told and reviewed, that our fisheries tend to be declining. We need to have an abundance, and hatcheries are, as far as I'm concerned, my main concern that we need to expand, and our policies need to look at creating abundance. As we look at Alaska and Washington, California, and Idaho, they're concentrating on that, and I think that that's vital to species protection and to maintaining the economics along the Oregon coast. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Representative. The last of the elected officials is Representative David Brock Smith. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm traveling, and so I appreciate the opportunity to pull over and testify to all of you this afternoon. I'm State Representative David Brock Smith from House District 1, which encompasses the coastline from Charleston to the Brookings Harbor, California border over to West Cave Junction, up West I-5 to West Roseburg, and back around over to Charleston around Coos Bay. I'm sure all of you know that I'm not one that has my head in the sand with the changing climate conditions across this landscape. I'm very concerned that the current RSP is quite heavy with regards to climate change, but lacks the input with regards to the opportunity to provide more in our hatchery program. As a matter of fact, California and Washington continue to increase their programs where over the scope of the hatchery increases in Oregon is only 4%, and the majority of that is to coho. I think that we all know that when it comes to the changing conditions across the landscape due to climate change, that we are very familiar with the fact that if, as Director Whitman of the Department of Environmental Quality said, if Oregon were to go to zero emissions tomorrow, it would have an insignificant impact across the global issue of climate change. So I would encourage this commission and the agency to look at making sure that we have a robust hatchery program. I would encourage the commission to move the agency on current state law that says that the agency shall, not will, but shall have a hatchbox program. I would encourage the agency to look at legislation that I have attempted to move. That is an incubation box program that is being moved in other states and is very successful in propagating fish in our rivers and streams. I would encourage the agency and the commission to look at the lack of what I could see in the executive summary and in scanning the document, predation management issues that are currently impacting our salmonid populations along the coast. And as we move forward, incorporating all of those things, but really as Representative Wright said, look at the economic impacts to our coastal communities. Coos Bay and our coastal communities have had generations of poverty. We have had a lack of natural resource extraction, and we continue to be pushed into an economy that's based on tourism, but especially for the South Coast that is so far away from Portland and our other larger urban communities, it is difficult to drive those tourist dollars to our destinations on the South Coast. So I thank you for the time. I thank you for the opportunity, and I appreciate the commission's work in this area. It's not done, and I hope that we can take into account some of the suggestions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. For the Fish and Wildlife Commission, are there questions to any of the elected officials? Any of these six? Now's your chance.
This is Mark. I just want to thank the elected officials. You're very busy people. Thank you for taking the time to testify before us today. Very much appreciate it.
I would echo that. Thank you all. It's great to have you show up, all of you. So we also have Vice Chair Woolley who would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, this is a question for Senator Golden, and thank you for coming and presenting, or metaphorically coming to our meeting. You mentioned 88% people surveyed wanted only catch and release. I was wondering what entity conducted that survey, and what was the survey population that was surveyed for that?
Yeah, Chair Wall, members of the commission, I'm looking at some notes, and I can tell you frankly, I mentioned that I have not been tracking this very carefully, but here is the data that I have. July public comment breakdown that weighed in on harvest showed alternative A at the time, catch and release, with 2,256 supporters, 88%. Alternative B, 1 day, 3 year limit, 306 supporters at 12%. And the other proposal, it says ODFW proposal, 1%. And I am not going, I would be happy to get back to you with sourcing, because I don't have that in my notes here. It says July of this year.
Okay, no, that's fine. We can follow up outside of the meeting.
And Vice Chair Wall and Vice Chair Woolley, if I might, I believe, and good to see you, Senator Golden. I believe that is the summary of the folks who commented in July. So it wasn't a statistical survey per se.
Right.
It's results of the public comment period. So
certainly a self-selecting population. I know of no widespread survey of the population in general.
Yeah, that's correct. Sorry to interrupt, but I just want to clarify that while it was a live issue.
Great. Thank you very much.
Who conducted the survey?
Chair Wall and Vice Chair Woolley, it was not a survey. That's just the summary statistics from our public comment period in July. So
okay. Okay. All right, thanks.
And Representative David Brock Smith has his hand up as well. So Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for hopping back in the queue, but appreciate the opportunity. Just an observation. I again appreciate the comment periods that occur, and we know that sometimes the the minority is the vocal majority sometimes in those comment periods, unfortunately. And so sifting through those comments when it's just the one or two liners sometimes can be tedious but important, especially when others like electeds represent larger swaths of individuals or organizations. But my comment is, Madam Chair, and I appreciate again the work of the commission and all that you're doing, but to provide testimony, a lot of our folks, especially in that have expertise in these fields, are older, maybe more technologically challenged, but have a wealth of information and historic information on these issues. And sometimes it's difficult for many of them to be on a commission meeting from 8 a.m. and wonder, well, when do I get to testify? And so I know that, so maybe in the future, Madam Chair, in your leadership, there could be some changes in the format for the commission to say, okay, we're going to have public testimony at 2 o'clock, so that those folks that are attending don't have to go through the rigmarole of waiting by the wire, so to speak, to know when they can hop on and they can call in at that point. So I'm hopeful that maybe we can transition to that as we've done in the legislature, right? And in these times of the pandemic. So just a suggestion, and appreciate the opportunity.
Good point. Thank you. We have, let's see, Commissioner Spellbrink and then Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Okay, thanks, Chair Wall. Yeah, in fact, that's what I wanted to ask of staff, because I thought it was, I understood the majority opinion of the general public, I wrote this down, supports the harvest of wild steelhead when the population is healthy and the overall catch rate is low. And so I just like maybe staff to respond to that, because that's what I had in my notes, is that was that the majority opinion of the general public supports the harvest of wild steelhead when the population is healthy and the overall catch rate is low.
Is there a staff response, a very short one to that?
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Tom Stahl. I'm the Conservation Recovery Program Manager, and I can answer that question. Director Melcher was correct that the 88% figure was something that some of the stakeholders tallied from the comments based on the public review draft, which happened in July. Staff did not go and tally. We did not consider that a vote. We did, however, conduct an angler survey, which Chris mentioned in the presentation, that was statistically developed and was considered a survey. And we did that early on in the development of this process, the development of this plan, and that is the reference that we made during the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
And so that statement I made was that was that backed up then, that the majority opinion of the general public? I'm trying to remember where I got that from. I copied it from somewhere and I wrote it down, that they support the harvest of wild steelhead when the population is healthy and the overall catch rate low.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, yes, that's from that survey. That is one of the appendices in the draft plan as well. So yes, that is from that angler survey.
Okay, thank you. I knew I'd got that somewhere. I wanted to make sure I didn't make it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Yes, real quickly, I also read the same thing as Commissioner Spellbrink. Could you tell me which appendices that is? Because I'm lost in my 180-page document plus appendices.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, yes, it is part of, let me get this for you, attachment 3 of the agenda items, attachment 3, appendix 6.
It's the angler survey, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that that's it on the questions for the elected officials. And again, thank you to all of you for taking time to be here. And your points are well taken, including the one about the changing a little bit or looking at how the meetings go for some of the testifiers. To your point, Representative Smith. Let's go then to the rest of the people who are signed up to testify. And again, we have a lot of people signed up. You'll have another chance in December because this is the informational presentation for the Rogue South Coast Plan. And in December, we'll have the final coming back to us. We are going to limit people to 2 minutes. If you're from a group that has several making similar comments, feel free to say you agree with the people that spoke before and yield the rest of your time if you would like, if you would be willing. To the extent that you can give us the information that you want us to have to make decisions and avoid being in a position to impugn or vilify the other speakers, that would also be terrific. And we thank you all for staying with us to be part of this conversation and for testifying. And we're ready to listen to you. So we'll start right in with the first 5 people: Leonard Krug, John Ward, Stephen Godine, Roger Lindquist, Joseph Janowitz. So
are you ready now?
We are. Go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Leonard Krug. I'm a stakeholder on the RSP, a board member of the Oregon South Coast Fishermen, and again, president of the Oregon Anglers Alliance. I'd say let's ask staff what will happen to the rest of the plan if harvest is removed, because this plan was agreed to pending our ability to maintain harvest. The success of this plan is contingent on maintaining harvest. A majority of stakeholders have agreed to this as a good faith collective bargaining agreement. So I just say, please don't remove harvest and undo years of effort, eliminating any need for endorsement and harvest fees, research and monitoring, and many other plan items. Now, additionally, if this plan is adopted as it is, it will have the potential to eliminate South Coast stratum streams harvest of not just wild winter steelhead, but possibly hatchery fish as well. The wild fish emphasis language potentially prevents any future additional winter steelhead production. If we ever go to catch and release regulations, whether it's now or 5 years from now, there's no allowance to replace lost harvest opportunity with hatchery production. In addition, it doesn't specifically provide for the harvest of broodstock for our hatchery program. At the February 26th stakeholder meeting, proposals were introduced to take forward. The proposal that had by far the most overwhelming support was, if harvest of wild winter steelhead is reduced, then hatchery fish will be added to fully replace lost harvest opportunity. It had 13 votes. Interestingly, the wild and hatchery fish rivers proposal had only 1 vote. So how did we get here? Now, ODFW data and opinion is that harvest opportunity is critical to our community's cultural and economic well-being. Currently, there are only about 10 miles of modest hatchery harvest opportunity in the whole stratum. So right now, I'm asking that you commissioners consider this language be added as a part of the plan to give our communities some assurance that we will be able to maintain future harvest opportunity and better provide for the conservation of the resource as well as our communities. Chair Wall.
Thank you. Thank you, Leonard. John Ward. And thank you for watching the time on this one. It really is going to help us if everybody does that. So John Ward. Okay, I think we'll go to Stephen Godine and we can come back to John. Stephen Godine.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a little bit challenged trying to do this from home, but I'll do my best. Chair Wall, ODFW Commissioners, and Director Melcher, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Steve Godin, residing in Scottsburg, Oregon. I'm the president of the Oregon Coast Anglers, and I'm speaking for myself as well as our 200 members who support ODFW's recommendations regarding the Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan. We support ODFW's recommendation for interim angling regulations, harvest of winter wild steelhead, that's 1 and 3, and upgrades to the Rogue mitigation hatchery infrastructure. The new authorizations, Rogue South Coast Steelhead Validation and Rogue South Coast Steelhead Harvest Tag, recommended in the RSP will fund the additional monitoring to provide needed data to manage the southern zone salmonids. The proposed 5-year review would be based on well-founded science, resulting in justified management of the resources and appropriate fishing regulations. Most anglers, including myself, fish to harvest. The public survey taken in 2019 by ODFW supports that belief. 80% of those surveyed responded moderately important to extremely important for the opportunity to harvest fish. ODFW's RSP recommendations are a reasonable compromise considering all those who would eliminate harvest of winter wild steelhead altogether and those that want to harvest 1 and 5, and provide latitude for adjustments as necessary. I urge the commissioners to accept ODFW's RSP recommendations, and thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And we'll go then to Roger Lindquist.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall. I was unaware that I was actually on the docket to speak to this subject, but thank you for whoever put me on. I appreciate the time. I'm the Vice President of Curry and Adams Fishermen. I'm also the South Coast Stack Representative. I've watched this effort go forward, and I must admit that the staff and the stakeholders have been very, very dedicated to this process, and they have really worked hard. So I want to congratulate them on that. So the Curry and Adams Fishermen Board of Directors, they do support the 1 and 5 recommendation, but understand that if there has to be a compromise, the ODFW 1 and 3 is very acceptable, but that the catch and release option is not acceptable to the Curry and Adams Fishermen group here of approximately 150 members. So as I said, I was not prepared to speak, so I will render my time back to Mr. Janowitz. I know he's really raring to talk. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lundquist. We'll go to Joseph Janowitz then, and you'll have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Can you
sir.
hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? I'm
Yes.
Joseph Janowitz. I live in Gold Beach, and I'm a member of the Oregon Anglers Alliance and a board member of Curry and Adams Fishermen and its 150 volunteers, which is a step group that operates the Indian Creek Hatchery. I'm a stakeholder for the RSP and have worked on this for many, many months. Please let the science provided by ODFW biologists be your guide in this process. ODFW staff has made clear that the winter steelhead population on Oregon's south coast is not in jeopardy, and that the proposed harvest rates of 10 to 15% specified in the plan will not significantly affect the population viability of steelhead in the species management unit. ODFW staff made it very clear that the winter steelhead population in the SMU is strongly guarded, indicating that the population is robust and can withstand harvest. Staff stated all the wild winter steelhead alternatives listed in the plan are conservative, that any of the 3 options would fulfill the department's mission of protecting and preserving the resource. The minority of the stakeholders believe that alternative A, catch and release on all RSP streams, is the prudent choice. This is in direct opposition to ODFW staff's assessment that wild steelhead populations can support harvest. Please adhere to the advice provided by those entrusted to protect the resource. To eliminate harvest as a purely precautionary measure would be yielding to social pressure, not following the science provided by staff. That's dedicated time and resources to give us a clearer picture of the fishery. Both staff and stakeholders agreed on this plan as a whole with a harvest framework left intact. To remove the harvest framework would be an unfair bargaining practice, and we'd probably have to revisit the need for any research and monitoring, the additional harvest and endorsement fees, and a host of other things. The success of this plan is contingent on maintaining harvest. We've spent 2 years of work producing this plan. We've tried to bargain in good faith. Please don't remove harvest and undo 2 years of effort. Please endorse 1 and 5, and do not close our streams to catch and release. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Janowitz. The next 5 people are Anna Krug, Tracy Strain, Steve Byerland, Cliff Lance, and Josh Betzworth. So if we could go to Anna Krug. Hi again. Go ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher, and ODFW staff. My name is Anna Krug. I'd like to speak specifically about the South Coast winter stillhead streams. Most people here are familiar with the Rogue Stratum. It is a much larger and complex river. It has hatchery mitigation programs on it. But the South Coast streams cannot be compared to other rivers. We do not have commercial fisheries for these fish. We do not have dams. We do not have any major habitat issues. We do not have tribal fisheries or ocean fisheries. We have only one small hatchery program for steelhead. ODFW has calculated that only about 10% of the overall winter steelhead habitat is accessible to anglers due to the rugged wilderness type topography and the vast expanses that are close to angling and preserved as essential fish habitat. There's only one winter steelhead hatchery program on these South Coast streams with less than 10 miles of hatchery introgression. Hatchery presence is perhaps less than 1% of the overall available habitat. Due to these factors, the South Coast streams are essentially one giant steelhead sanctuary. Out of the 10% of this habitat that allows for angler access, and due to only 8 hours of daylight during the winter, combined with high water events, angler participation amounts to only about 20% of the time that these fish are available. Harvest data based on a 1 in 5 catch limit indicates that these fish are only harvested at a rate of about 6.5%. We harvest our Chinook at more than 40%. Some have taken this conservation plan and used it as an opportunity to convince us that the sky is falling. Well, it isn't. We have more data on these fish than many other species of South Coast fish and wildlife that are open to harvest. We simply need to use the data that we have to make educated decisions. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. We'll go to Tracy Strain. And hopefully she will be here this time. We had trouble reaching her this morning. Tracy?
Chair Wall, I was able to bring Tracy over as to unmute her microphone. I was still not able to put her in the room to be able to use the camera.
But we can listen to her, correct? Great. Go ahead, Tracy. Maybe while we're waiting for Tracy, we'll go ahead and go to Steve Byerland. Steve, are you there?
I do not have Steve in the room at the moment.
Okay, then we will go to Cliff Lance, and go ahead, Cliff.
Okay, thank you. Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. Name is Cliff Lance. I have lived on the Oregon South Coast for nearly 50 years, and I own property on the Rogue River. Today, I speak to you on behalf of all those who fish from the banks and descend on our magnificent gravel bars when the winter rains come. As an owner of the Lucky Lodge RV Park on the Rogue, I believe every RV park up and down the river would say the same, that we have multiple generations of fishermen from all over the country who have come yearly to fish the wild steelhead. In recent years, we have continued to see a reduction in legal harvest on the Rogue, and now there is a push by Native Fish Society to further reduce or eliminate this harvest altogether. I testified that this change would have a devastating effect on the economic and social populations who live there. From the motels, marinas, RV parks, grocery stores, restaurants, bait shops, livelihoods are reduced as well. The ODFW science has repeatedly shown that we have a healthy, robust winter wild winter steelhead run that can allow harvest of up to 10% of the annual return. The rate of harvest is only about 6.5%. Instead of reinstating the 1 in 5 restriction limit, maybe allowing a 1 in 10 would be a more reasonable limit. I would like to point out that the Oregon Anglers Alliance came into being in response to this one issue, with over 70,000 members joining together to say, we say 3 things regarding the harvest limits. Enough is enough. Instead, we support the ODF&W science. We speak with our purchase of thousands of dollars worth of fishing and hunting licenses yearly. I respectfully request you choose to support the Harvest Alternative B, which provides the greatest economic benefit to our communities with the greater angler harvest opportunities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cliff. And we will go next to Josh Betzworth. Josh?
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Josh Bettesworth. I am the Vice President of the Oregon Anglers Alliance. As Cliff mentioned, we are somewhere around the neighborhood of 70,000 members. All of them are, or the vast majority of them are South Coast anglers, harvest anglers. I would like to inform you that I am in support of option B. It is fully supported by the science, and any other decision would be an ideological decision, which doesn't make a lot of sense. But I'll go ahead and read to you my speech I had planned. So Oregon has the habitat, volunteer base, and the resources to have some of the highest abundance of salmonids in the Northwest, maybe even the world. Instead, our few remaining hatcheries are under attack and on the brink of disappearing. With the exception of mitigation programs that receive federal funding, a large portion of Oregon's modest hatchery programs are largely volunteer-based and funded through public grants and private donors. Washington, California, and Idaho are all increasing their hatchery programs. Yet Oregon has been succumbing to the attacks of anti-harvest, anti-hatchery groups, which are, while watching our fisheries head further towards the brink of extinction. Every month, citizens like myself, who work in excess of 60 hours a week, are forced to testify against for-profit so-called preservationists that would have you believe that they are spearheading a noble effort to save our salmon. But instead, these groups prey upon the misinformed for donations to increase their wealth. Case in point, the recent lawsuit filed by the conservation angler to halt hatchery increases that were intended to save starving killer whales in Washington. None of this makes sense. By statute, ODF&W commission hearings are required to travel to various congressional districts to ensure that these user stakeholders are included. This option has been long removed due to COVID. The voice of our South Coast underprivileged are technically challenged, and the voices of our South Coast underprivileged and technically challenged public have been lost. With the looming threat,
wrap up. You're out of, you're over your time.
Perfect. I've got about 30 seconds left. With the looming threat of climate change, our ability to utilize adaptive management techniques are more critical than ever. Having a plan to help mitigate climate change with the use of cutting-edge hatchery production is a tool that we have at our disposal. Using the best science to plot a course is what we must do. Let ODF&W experts that we pay form an opinion and carry more weight in the decision. We have stakeholders and staff that have followed this process from the beginning. We currently have over 6,000 letters of support in our position from South Coast communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Commissioner or Vice Chair Woolley, it looks like you have your hand up. Did you want to?
Yeah, I would just like to reiterate a couple of points that you made early on. Chair Wall, prior to the beginning of public comment, and one was to refrain from attacking other organizations. And secondly, since we have a number of multiple representatives from various organizations, if you know that you your point has largely been made and your comment in substance has already been given. We just ask you to yield your time and feel free to say with whom you agree, and that would go into the record. And that will help us to move along and be respectful of everyone's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. The next 5 are Kirk Blaine, Brian Soul, Mark Mason, Alec Underwood, and Nick Chambers. So if we could go to Kirk Blaine.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. My name is Kirk Blaine. I'm the Southern Oregon Regional Coordinator for Native Fish Society, and I live in Roseburg. Over the past 5 years, local anglers, guides, river stewards, and nonprofit organizations have been concerned about the perceived declines of wild winter steelhead populations and the lack of data available to manage the fishery. In 2018 and 2019, this coalition carried petitions for catch and release for wild winter steelhead to the Commission. Nearly 25,000 signatures were gathered in support. 2,000 of those were Oregon residents. As a result, ODFW Commission reduced bag limits and directed the department to create the RSP. In 2020, ODFW convened stakeholders to develop a plan. Despite the newly adopted ocean and climate change policy, climate change was not covered in a robust way during this process. This summer, ODFW released a public draft of the RSP for review and comment. 88% of the comments were in favor of adopting catch and release regulations for wild winter steelhead. On October 1st, ODFW released a commission draft of the RSP. Despite overwhelming public support, ODFW staff eliminated catch and release alternatives. This decision was contrary to public support and comments and the best available science and an agreement made by ODFW staff to include alternatives to issues that did not reach consensus among stakeholders. Since the release of the commission draft 15 days ago, another 506 people have sent you, the commission, comments supporting catch and release angling regulations for wild winter steelhead. Native Fish Society asked the commission to direct the department to add the following climate response actions to the RSP: catch and release angling regulations for wild winter steelhead, robust monitoring of wild steelhead, including juvenile abundance, adult abundance, wild mortality, and hatchery fish on the spawning ground, and a suite of alternatives for hatchery actions that did not reach consensus during the stakeholder process. Mixed emphasis areas in the Winchuck and the Euchre Creek, rogue summer steelhead releases, and offsite winter steelhead releases. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Brian Soul. Brian, are you there? We will come back to Brian. Mark Mason. Michelle, are those two people, do you know if they're there? Brian Soul or Mark Mason?
I was just, Brian was just moved into the room, and Mark, I do not have available at this time.
Okay, Brian, are you there?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Brian Soul, MD. I live in Ashland. I am a Native Fish Society river steward for the Rogue River. I served on the Oregon Health Services Commission for 7 years and understand and appreciate your commitment and volunteerism. I have fished the Rogue and many South Coast rivers since 1988. Annually, I bring 6 friends to the region to fish for steelhead and salmon. These anglers contribute out-of-state dollars to our local economies. They buy fishing gear in Ashland, stay in hotels and eat in restaurants in Shady Cove, Gold Beach, and Brookings, and buy a lot of beer all over the region. Catch rates by myself and my friends of steelhead and salmon have been dropping the past 10 years, and with a precipitous drop in the past 5. These friends are now wondering if it still makes sense to travel to and fish in this region. ODF&W data show that wild juvenile fish counts in this region over the past 6 years are at historic lows. Native, wild, and anadromous fish in our region face unprecedented challenges. Climate change-induced drought is here and will only worsen over time. I've lost my notes. Given the uncertainties that climate change will bring, I do not believe that ODF and W has data that supports a kill of wild fish for the future. British Columbia, Washington, Northern California, and Oregon have instituted catch and release policies for wild fish. The Umpqua in recent years has successfully gone to a guide-supported no-kill policy for wild salmon and steelhead with no major economic consequences. Your and ODFW's responsibility to our children and our grandchildren's future ability to catch a wild fish outweighs that of ours to put a wild fish in the freezer next season. ODFW should amend their recommendations to the plan to mandate catch and release of wild fish, and also to consider the liberalization on the take of clipped hatchery fish in the region. Commissioners, please direct staff to provide a catch and release alternative for wild anadromous fish for the Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation Management Plan during your December meeting. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Brian. The next person is Alec Underwood and then Nick Chambers. Alec?
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, Chair Wall, ODFW Commissioners, Director Melcher. My name is Alec Underwood. I live in Missoula, Montana. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Rogue South Coast Conservation Management Plan today. I'm testifying today on behalf of myself and dozens of other passionate anglers here in Montana, as well as friends in other Western states who travel regularly to the Oregon South Coast to fish for wild steelhead each and every year. Non-resident anglers like us care deeply about the future of wild steelhead, and each year we spend time and money in rural Oregon communities benefiting the local economy. Each time we fill up at the gas station, eat at restaurants, stay at hotels or vacation rentals, and of course, visiting the local bars. Climate change and habitat loss are two issues that will continue to affect steelhead populations for decades to come. And it's abundantly clear that cold water fisheries, including salmon and steelhead, are at historic lows across much of their native range, and that's across the globe due to these stressors. I ask that the department, with decisions on this plan, consider the large constituency of non-resident anglers who want to see wild steelhead persist and thrive for future generations of anglers to enjoy. It is simply irresponsible to continue harvest of wild steelhead on the South Coast without having all of the appropriate data to understand the status of adult spawning populations. I urge the Commission and the Department to provide and adopt a catch and release angling alternatives in this Rogue South Coast Conservation Management Plan at their future Commission meetings. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Alec. We'll go to Nick Chambers.
Commissioners and staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Just going to touch on 2 points, and I'll try to be brief. So when evaluating the RSP, it's very important to also consider incidental effects of catch and release in addition to directed harvest. Scientific literature is very clear that catching fish results in an unavoidable physiological response from the forced exercise, and the outcome of that can range anywhere from rapid recovery to death. And the effects of catch and release are proportional to the number of fish caught. So for example, in the 1990s, the encounter rate for wild steelhead in Idaho was estimated around 116%, meaning that anglers caught every fish more than once on average in the entire run. And that's just in the state of Idaho. Fish and Game there uses a 5% estimated mortality rate, which would result in a nearly 6% effective harvest rate from catch and release, so equal to what ODFW is already estimating in the Rogue. And it's important to note here that this was during the last major downturn in steelhead abundance when fishing pressure was extremely low. More recently, the wild steelhead fishery on the OP was estimated to have encounter rates around 140%, with one river over 200%. At the 10% mortality rate used by Washington State, this would equal a harvest rate ranging from 14% to over 20% just from catch and release alone. The point I'm trying to make here is that it's extremely unlikely the effects of catch and release are negligible in the Chetco, Rogue, or any other popular steelhead fishery, and they absolutely do matter. So not accounting for catch and release means the current harvest rates would be a significant underestimate of the actual fishery mortality proposed in this plan. And this is exactly why other states incorporate estimates of catch and release mortality into their management plans. Second, in the Rogue, where we have the most data, there's good evidence that average size of steelhead has been reduced and that run timing has been shortened over the past 70 to 100 years. These are classic effects of high harvest rates and a good indicator that we're still living with the legacy of past overharvest. There is a genetic component to the variation in size and run timing, meaning that we've reduced the diversity present in our populations of wild steelhead. This diversity makes steelhead more resilient and adaptable to climate change than other anadromous species, but their ability to adapt on short timescales in the next few decades is really dependent on the diversity that currently exists, not what could potentially evolve during this time. And that's why it's critical that we take precautionary steps now to preserve what diversity remains in this population. So I'm asking for the commission to please request the department to include and adopt a catch and release alternative and estimates of catch and release mortality in this plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nick. We'll go to the next 5, Landon Mace, Richard Nawa, Stephen Mayer, Elliot Adler, and Elizabeth Perkin. So Landon Mace.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher, I would like to first and foremost thank you all for the opportunity to speak here today. Again, my name is Landon Mace, and I currently reside over the hill in Bend, Oregon. My hope is to keep this testimony short and sweet, and there are far more gifted minds that can eloquently convey the data and reasons as to why we should not harvest wild steelhead in our great state. But I do want to touch on a few personal reasons as to why I also want to reserve these wild fish. I happened to spend a good portion of my early years growing up in the Rogue Valley and spending many days out on the water on the Rogue River and its tributaries, such as the Applegate and the Illinois River. As you may well know, my local waters are the Deschutes, and they have been close to steelhead fishing in recent months, and that gave me opportunity to travel down and spend roughly a dozen days on the Rogue in the past summer, in which I thoroughly enjoyed knowing that I still had opportunity of crossing paths with some wild fish. You know, it pains my heart to think that in the current climate and state of our current steelhead runs, that in a short span, we have the potential to lose those wild genetics in any given river, especially the Rogue. I don't think anyone can disagree that statement, as we are currently experiencing it firsthand with broad steelhead closures across the entire Pacific Northwest. I think that it's also safe to say that wild genetics are the lifeblood of our steelhead life histories, and in turn, the best shot we have at perpetuating the success of the species. This also gives me pause when thinking about how troubling it is that Oregon is the only state in the Pacific Northwest that still allows the harvest of wild steelhead. I would hope that each and every one of you would take a moment and ask yourselves why the ODFW believes that it is somehow acceptable when every other state or province has made such harvests illegal. I, like many others today, request that the Commission take a stand for Oregon's wild steelhead and direct the department to adopt catch and release regulations until adequate adult monitoring is in place. I think it trivial that we feel the need to kill wild fish when we have hatchery fish in place already that are designed for that purpose. I believe this is also a precautionary step that would prove beneficial to all. As a father, I simply hope my 3-year-old will someday, as he grows older, will be able to share this time with me on the Rogue and take part in the joys of catching wild steelhead in those amazing waters. Again, thank you all for your time today, and I hope we can make the right decision to protect our wild steelhead. Take care.
Thank you, Landon. Richard Nawa.
I am Richard Nawa, the staff ecologist for Klamath-Siskiyou Wildlands. KS Wild is a nonprofit, non-government group based in Ashland. Rogue River Keeper is a program within KS Wild, and Emily Bose will testify later in this hearing. Our 3,000 plus members are vitally concerned about the well-being of all aquatic species in our incredible rivers and streams. Our members have submitted hundreds of letters critical of the lack of alternatives in the June public draft due to lack of alternatives for hatchery fish releases. I participated as a stakeholder for the Rogue Stratum in the development of the plan. I attended every meeting and provided the department with numerous written and verbal comments, which culminated in a detailed 15-page letter dated July 30th. This letter is identified as attachment 4 supplemental. My testimony today is based on comments made in that letter. The process to develop the plan was seriously flawed from the beginning. Klamath-Siskiyou Wildlands recommends that the commission reject the plan at the December 17th meeting. The deficiencies in the plan cannot be remedied prior to December 17th. The plan and planning process failed to actively incorporate the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion as promoted by Governor Brown in all aspects of government. Women were underrepresented among stakeholders. The stakeholder teams were comprised of 29 men and 1 woman. Prior to this first stakeholder meeting, I indicated to the department my surprise about the total lack of women on the Rogue Stratum stakeholder team. I was powerless to change this. However, the commission can reject a plan that lacked adequate stakeholder representation by women. Similarly, there were no people of color among the stakeholders. There's no acceptable excuse in 2021 for the lack of women and people of color on the stakeholder teams. In other words, giving the Department a pass on DEI in this plan is giving the department planners the wrong message. Well, it looks like I don't have much time to say what I have left here. The plan failed to provide for management of resident trout. The plan is incomplete because it fails to provide a reasonable range of options for hatchery fish release numbers for commission review and decision. The plan lacks critical adult tributary spawning data from the past 5 to 10 years for summer steelhead and coho salmon population scale analysis. The point is these deficiencies cannot be corrected, so I recommend that the plan be rejected at the December 17th meeting.
Thank you, Rich. Stephen Mayer.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. My name is Stephen Marr. I live in Eugene, Oregon, and I am an architect, an angler, and a director at large for the Oregon Council of Fly Fishers International. We are a group of fly anglers who care deeply about our state's waters and especially the native fish populations, such as the southwestern steelhead. The FFI supports catch and release regulations using single barbless hooks and artificial flies or lures only in the RSP management area until adequate monitoring is in place and fisheries managers are confident that harvest can be implemented sustainably. There were not any adult spawning surveys conducted in the Rogue Basin this year. The percent of hatchery fish on spawning grounds, or PHOS, is unknown, and there are not any adult estimates for any of the South Coast watersheds. Requiring the release of wild steelhead will increase angler opportunity to catch more fish. Fisheries managers throughout the Pacific Northwest have moved to catch and release regulations to help boost adult steelhead escapement. This has proven to be an effective management tool that still provides fishing opportunities for sport anglers. Adopting these regulations in the RSP management area are best practice in the Pacific Northwest. We are seeing steelhead declines all along the coast. We must implement precautionary management until adequate data is collected and monitoring is in place. The proposed management in the October draft of the RSP is not a precautionary approach. It applies far too much risk for our wild steelhead populations. Hatchery steelhead can and should be harvested to fulfill that opportunity. 89% of wild harvest already occurs in the Rogue and Chetco rivers. These are streams with an abundance of hatchery fish. The Oregon Council encourages the Commission to direct the department to implement rigorous monitoring similar to what has been adopted successfully in Idaho and Washington to better understand the state of our Oregon steelhead populations and make more informed decisions. Considering this year's historic low return on steelhead across the state, we believe the current harvest regulations in the region only contributes to the undeniable decline of wild winter steelhead. We want to support ODFW and the stakeholders to prevent their further decline or extinction. Therefore, the Oregon Council asks the Commission to direct the department to provide and adopt catch and release angling regulations in the Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation Management Plan in the December Commission meeting. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Stephen. Elliot Adler.
Good afternoon to everyone on the commission. My name is Elliot Adler. I'm an out-of-state angler who just loves fishing for steelhead. So far, I've heard a lot of people testify about the economic impact of eliminating the harvest of these fish. And I just want to say, as an out-of-state angler who works remotely, last winter I moved to Corvallis for a total of 5 months just so I could fish for steelhead. Over those 5 months, I paid rent, I bought groceries, I paid a mechanic to fix the car that I drove into a pole in an Albertsons parking lot. I put over $10,000 into the local economy. And I just want to say that while I was in the state, I made sure to stay away from the South Coast because I don't want to watch someone contribute to the extinction of my favorite species of fish. I purposely spent my money elsewhere, not on the South Coast community, because I value the fish too much to watch them get bonked and end up in a freezer. So I just encourage people to consider that end of the economic impact, the money that isn't coming into the area because of the current rules. As we've seen on other rivers throughout the West Coast, if this year hasn't made it clear how lucky that the South Coast is to have a viable fishery, I don't know what's going to wake people up. It's the Commission's job to guarantee that we have a fishery, not to bow to the pressure of people who don't want to adapt. With all that in mind, I encourage you to adopt the catch and release angling alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. Elizabeth Perkin.
Chair Wall, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Perkin. I'm the Northern Oregon Regional Coordinator for the Native Fish Society. Native Fish Society is asking that the Commission direct the department to not allow take of wild rogue and South Coast Oregon steelhead until adequate monitoring is in place and 5 years of sufficient data have been collected. Monitoring must include watershed-specific red surveys and angling impacts. After 5 years, an evaluation can be completed to determine if harvesting wild steelhead is compatible with rebuilding South Coast populations. Without accurate baseline data in all watersheds, it is impossible to make informed decisions about the effects of harvest on wild steelhead populations. As others have mentioned, climate change adds additional risk and uncertainty to modeling how wild steelhead populations will respond to ongoing harvest. When information is lacking, the best management action to take, according to conservation biology, is to apply the precautionary principle, which ODFW has officially adopted in both its climate change policy and as a key element of the native fish conservation policy. The precautionary principle has 4 central components: taking preventative action in the face of uncertainty, shifting the burden of proof to the proponents of an activity, exploring a wide range of alternatives to possibly harmful actions, and increasing public participation in decision-making. We commend ODFW for involving stakeholders in the draft in the RSP, though we are also extremely frustrated that they have chosen to not present a more precautionary approach to wild steelhead management that garnered the greatest public support during the public comment period. We ask the Commission to direct the department to apply the precautionary principle in wild steelhead management. This includes limiting angling to catch and release and implementing adequate monitoring of wild steelhead. The burden of proof lies on those who would like to take wild steelhead to provide strong evidence that doing so would not threaten their continued abundance. As it currently stands, limiting wild steelhead angling to catch and release in the Rogue and South Coast is the best management option. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. The next 5 are Mike Brinkley, Mark Sherwood, Dave Kewen, Marcus Mattioli, and Rob Atwill. So if we could go to Mike Brinkley.
My name is Mike Brinkley, Conservation Director of the Oregon Council of Fly Fishers International and a member of the McKenzie Fly Fishers in Eugene, Oregon. I want to tell you on behalf of the organizations that I represent that your current position of allowing the continued harvest of wild steelhead in the rivers of the South Coast may be a clear and present danger to the survival of these fish. The practice may not be sustainable, and we are asking you to consider modifications to the RSP. Regulators in every other steelhead fishery on the West Coast have recognized the need to protect wild steelhead and implemented strict catch and release rules for wild fish while allowing harvest of hatchery fish. In a similar manner, the South Coast RSP needs to be changed to also prevent harvest of wild steelhead while allowing a controlled harvest of the hatchery origin fish in these rivers. One of the most obvious reasons for a no harvest rule for wild steelhead is the current lack of knowledge of the fishery. There are no population estimates for adult steelhead in the Middle and Lower Rogue, Chetco, Applegate, or any of the other South Coast rivers. There's no estimates of harvest rates and numbers and no established escapement goals. There's no data on the percentage of hatchery fish on spawning grounds. And how can the agency continue to allow wild harvest when there's such a lack of information required to make an informed decision on whether the practice is even sustainable? This year, we are seeing the lowest returns of wild steelhead in the West Coast rivers in the last 43 years. Complete closures to fisheries are in effect on many rivers, and common sense precautions should be taken to ensure against any further damage to these struggling fish. Until sufficient data is obtained to justify any harvest of wild fish, there are good sustainable populations of hatchery steelhead in the Rogue and Chetco rivers to supply any harvest needs to support the anglers, the guides, and the economy of the fishery and the region. I and the organizations that I represent respectfully ask you to change the rules and move to catch and release regulations for all wild steelhead in the Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation Management Plan. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mike. Let's go to Mark Sherwood.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Mark Sherwood. I'm the Executive Director of the Native Fish Society, which is an Oregon-based nonprofit with 23,000 members and followers who envision a future with abundant wild fish, free-flowing rivers, and thriving local communities. I live in Gold Beach, and I was also a stakeholder. Commissioners, climate change is the single greatest barrier to reaching our shared vision for healthy and abundant wild fish. To ensure Southwest Oregon's wild fish remain healthy and abundant in the face of climate change, data uncertainty, and increased angler effectiveness, the Rogue South Coast Plan needs to build in more safety for wild fish. To do so, we ask that the commissioners request these climate response actions be added to the plan. 1, robust monitoring in each river that annually collects data on juvenile fish, adult spawners, angling mortality, hatchery fish on the spawning grounds. 2, catch and release for wild winter steelhead until we have at least 5 years of this data. And 3, a menu of actions if populations decline. 4, to reduce the overall harm of hatchery fish on wild fish. Each of these actions contributes to safeguarding the genetic diversity of wild salmon and steelhead. This is important because genetic diversity includes all the survival traits these wild fish have gained over their millions of years of history enduring past climatic change. Unfortunately, the plan presented by staff today diminishes the safety of wild fish over current management. For example, the harvest of wild steelhead is proposed to increase over current management. The plan proposes more hatchery fish and more risk from hatcheries to threaten coho salmon and winter steelhead than prior to the plan. Commissioners, the Rogue South Coast Plan will be the first fisheries plan developed since the ocean and climate change policy was adopted in 2019. In this regard, the RSP is a bellwether for how ODFW will act in response to climate change. For this commission, the plan will be a definitive part of your legacy. Commissioners, please request that these climate response actions be added to the plan prior to its adoption in December. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Dave Kewen. Dave?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Chair Wall? Oh, good. I know you can't see me, but thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. My name is Dave Keene. I am the president of the Oregon South Coast Fishermen. We're a STEP group based in Brookings, Oregon. I want to thank the hard work and dedication of the ODFW staff and all the stakeholders in preparing this plan. I also want to take the time to thank the comments made by Representatives Weber, Wright, and David Brock Smith, as they seem to be in line with our views as well. The plan supports that there is no biological basis for reduction or elimination of wild winter steelhead harvest. Assessing current population with a harvest component in place is vital in procuring accurate scientific data. Eliminating harvests with catch and release only will likely lead to false positive conclusions. The success of this plan is contingent on maintaining harvest of wild winter steelhead. Harvest is the one variable we can control. We recommend the commission rule in favor of limited harvest of wild winter steelhead, whether it is 1 in 3 or, as data supports, 1 in 5. We will support the proposal to require a South Coast steelhead endorsement and a wild steelhead harvest tag. These funds will help to pay for research and monitoring, which is also a key component to the success of this plan. Other testimonies today emphasize how vital hatcheries are to commercial and recreational fishing. It would be premature to make decisions to reduce or eliminate hatcheries without gathering and assessing actual scientific data. We support hatchery programs and the increase of hatchery output to offset any reduction in lost harvest for wild winter steelhead. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Dave. Could we go to Marcus Mattioli next?
Hello, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity and for taking your time to listen to us. I'm Marcus Mattioli. I moved out to Oregon from Montana about 5 or 6 years ago, and I did it mainly to fish for wild steelhead. I've spent a lot of that time working in the fly fishing industry and did it at a local fly shop here on the Upper Rogue River. And I want to touch a little bit on the topic of economic impact in relation to these fish. So on the Upper River, most of the fly shops, a majority of the business happens during the summer steelhead run in the summer and the fall months. And those are times when you are not allowed to kill any wild steelhead, but I can directly attest to the fact that the economic impact of these resources has more to do with the strength of the run than it does on whether or not you are allowed to kill a wild steelhead. Anyone who tries to tell you that reducing the ability to kill wild winter steelhead is going to have a negative impact on our economy, you really need to be skeptical of that, because it's the health of the total run that really brings economic dollars. And we're living in a time right now where the Deschutes has faced a closure this year, the North Umpqua, British Columbia, and people are traveling to our region to fish. So the pressure is increasing, and we really need to treat those wild remaining winter steelhead as preciously as possible, because the steelhead run last winter was very, very poor. And I can just echo the sentiment of a lot of anglers that I would appreciate if you only allow for catch and release for wild winter steelhead. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Rob Atwill.
Yeah, commissioners, director, lay public, thank you for the chance to talk and really appreciate your hard work in maintaining the fisheries. I live along the banks of Hunter Creek, just above Maytier Bridge. Every couple of days, I'll probably walk down to the gravel bar. During the recent multi-year closures that we witnessed for the fall salmon, I know a lot of attention is focused on steelhead right now. Over time, as a local, you disengage and you don't really have the connection you have with the creek. We see illegal camping and trash build up along the banks. Suddenly, this year, we've had limited take for the fall salmon. We still have 1-3 regulations for winter steelhead. It's very much appreciated by many of us locals who understand that the fishery has to be maintained. We all want a sustainable future in these beautiful streams and rivers. But to harvest 1, 2, 3 fish a year is extremely important to us remaining engaged to the stream. So for example, once the fall season opened for 1 fish, the whole season, very restrictive, but incredibly precious for those of us who live on Hunter Creek. My neighbor and I, particularly at his urging, said, hey, let's go down to the river. Let's go down to the gravel bar. The illegal campers have been moved out. Thank you. And let's clean up the trash. So there's a re-engagement. If we're allowed to have the relationship we want with the river, those can fish, catch and release, can do it all they want under a limited harvest. Myself, I don't prefer catch and release. I prefer to catch 1 fish, 2 fish, and then leave all the rest alone. The mortality rates associated with catch and release, particularly during our low flow closures or low flow regimes, is of concern to me. So I just stop. So that's the point I want to make, is that re-engaging with the stream, there are secondary effects that benefit the fishery. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. The next 5 are Jason Atkinson, Stuart Warren, Richard Duncan Kirst, Shane Stalling, and Graham Banks. So if we could go to Jason Atkinson. Jason?
Chair Wall, I do not have Jason in the room at this time.
Then we'll go to Stuart Warren.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, and Commissioners, thank you for having us here today for comments. My name is Stuart Warren. I am a Land Conservation Development Commissioner, although I'm not here in that official capacity today. I'm also a 12-year fishing guide on the Rogue River, where I was born and raised. This is the first year out of those 12 years that I will not be guiding. And the main reason is I do not believe that ODFW is supporting our fish enough to sustain a healthy career in the guiding industry. So I've chosen to go into land use planning. I want to kind of call out something here that's been brought up a little bit, but I want to talk about these 3 alternatives. So when the RSP was developed, the initial plan had 3 alternatives for y'all to make decisions on. The staff collected comments on these 3 alternatives. Alternative A was for catch and release. Alternative B was the 1 and 3. And alternative C was for 1 and 5. 86% of those comments received were in favor of catch and release. Now, in the plan in front of you, you don't have these alternatives there. I would be asking myself as a fellow commissioner, why were these alternatives removed so the commission does not have a say in what we can actually do moving forward? And so today, I'm here to ask you to ask or to direct staff to include all 3 alternatives once again, so that you can have a lively debate on it, collect proper public comments, and then make your decision based off of that. Thank you for your time.
Stuart. Richard Duncan Kirst.
Hello, thanks for listening, and I'm happy to be here. I'm going to make this short. I've lived in Oregon for 25 years, and I like to go fishing when I can. A lot of times I'm too busy with work and other things. But when I do get out, I practice catch and release fishing for all species. And I try and keep the fish in the water when I'm releasing them. And I try and use single barbless hooks. And I usually try and fish from shore, not from a boat. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we're back.
So, you know, I always go back to the issues of harvest, hydropower, habitat, and hatcheries. And all four of those issues seem to be very difficult for the fish. And I'm for the fish. So that is my vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard.
Chair Wall?
Yes.
Can I interrupt for just a second? I believe that Tracy Stram has gotten some of her audio difficulties worked out. She appears to be unmuted if we would like to let her go ahead.
Go ahead, Tracy. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Tracy Strain. I'm with FMF Steelhead. There's a lot of things that go along with the rivers. I mean, I'm not against harvest, against catch and release, but I am against the restricting of like the floating devices and motor restrictions. There should be a motor restriction, like size and horsepower limit, but there's a whole lot of things that are factoring against our fish with predation from invasive species that we also need to look at as a very important thing. And brood stocking. We need to implement more brood stocking in our hatcheries. I feel like that would help them out immensely. These are just some key points that I have. And like that last guy said, dams, those are very hard on our fish as well. I live in the Umpqua drainage. I live right on the North Umpqua. There's 3 dams on that river, and the hatchery fish that we do have are shipped to the South Umpqua, and there's no dams on that river. I mean, there's some things that are there that we can do better as for everybody, but we all need to get on the same page is the most important part. I'm just trying to keep it short and simple. If I said anything that confuses anybody, shoot me a message on the chat, or if I could just made things up wonky, that would be great. I think I said what I needed to say, and hopefully we can all get it figured out together.
Thank you, Tracy, and I'm glad we were able to get you on with all the difficulties of the technology, so thank you. We'll go to Shane Stalling and then Graham Banks. Shane?
Sorry, I was muted. Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Shane Stalling. I live in Coos Bay, Oregon. And like many others who have testified today, my wife and I moved to Southern Oregon because of our love of steelhead and the rivers they return to. So it's been a really tough summer and fall not being able to spend time on rivers such as the North Umpqua and the Deschutes, which closed due to strong data that showed historically low numbers of returning fish. I commend everyone for making the difficult but right decision on these closures, because the decisions were based on hard data extracted from fish counts that tell us exactly how many fish are returning. So I'm a bit confused on this new plan. If other Oregon rivers are closing based on data that says fish are returning at record low numbers, how can the department continue recommending harvest of wild populations with no adult population data to address sustainability, especially when the multi-species plan presented earlier starts by stating a primary goal is to stop depletion of wild stocks. This year, no adult spawning surveys were conducted in the Rogue Basin, and the proposed monitoring does not commit to obtaining or using adult population estimates or escapement goals for the Rogue or South Coast rivers such as the Chetco. Again, if we don't know how many wild fish are returning, how can we justify a wild harvest? So I asked the Commission to direct the department to provide and adopt a catch and release angling alternative in the Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation Management Plan during the December Commission meeting. Thank you for listening to my testimony. These wild fish owe us nothing, and we owe them everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Graham Banks.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. I agree with Senator Golden in terms of incorporating a full catch and release regulation for wild steelhead on the South Coast. I am speaking on behalf of the small South Coast rivers, which I've had the opportunity to fish for about 15 years. And the fact of the matter is there is no data on returning adult fish. And I've never been confronted by any management about creel surveys, harvest cards, anything like that. So as Shane just mentioned, without the data to support harvest for returning wild adult fish, it's simply irresponsible to allow that to happen. And I do have empathy for those who are economically affected by these dwindling runs. But the reality is these fish are disappearing. So we can either keep taking them out of the river, inhibiting their ability to spawn new generations, and in turn die off, ending that resource and any benefiting businesses that are affiliated with that. Or we can protect these fish, allow them safe passage to spawn, regenerate, and work for sustainable solutions to help this resource rebound and just maybe thrive again. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Graham. We'll go next to Steve Scow, Chris Stout, Brian Cohen, Richard Harrington, and Emily Bowes. So Steve Scow.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank sorry, that ambulance driving by. I'd like to thank the chair, the director, and the commission for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Steve Scow. I own Steve Scow Fly Fishing on the Rogue River, and I'm also a full-time law enforcement officer in Southern Oregon. I was raised on mining and timber dollars while moving around Montana, Idaho, and Nevada. I understand the need to balance environmental issues along with ensuring people in certain industries stay employed and are able to take care of their families. I also understand the desire to consume what you catch, as that's the way I was raised. However, we can still allow anglers to catch and keep hatchery fish while releasing wild fish. Looking at the trajectory of wild steelhead throughout the Pacific Northwest, we know that numbers continue to decline. A number of the fisheries were shut down this year due to water temperatures and low returns. While in Southern Oregon, we can continue to allow the harvest of wild steelhead, which goes against the current science on the sustainability of these fish. Wild steelhead return numbers are not accurately counted, as currently there is no reliable way to measure those. I would urge the commission to look at the totality of the current environment and climate when making this decision. In Southern Oregon, we still do not know what the impact will be on water due to the large number of non-permitted cannabis grows that unlawfully take water from rivers and streams, which also compounds the drought. There's a very real possibility if action is not taken to protect wild steelhead in this region, we will see these fish disappear. I understand that there are passionate people on both sides of this issue, and I appreciate where they are coming from. I'm asking the commission to direct the department to provide and adopt a catch and release angling alternative in the Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation Management Plan during the December commission meeting. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Let's go to Chris Stout.
Mr. Wall, I do not have Chris Stout or Brian Cohen in the room at the moment. Oh, you know, Brian just showed up. Let me get him switched over.
To Brian and then go ahead, Brian. Michelle, can we go to Richard Harrington and then we can
Yes.
drop back? Yeah, Richard Harrington, and then we'll go back to Brian Cohen.
Hi, I can't tell if I'm there or not.
You are, we can hear you.
All righty, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wall and members of the commission and Director Melcher. My name is Richard Harrington. I'm an angler that lives up in Oregon City. I grew up in the Pacific Northwest. As a teenager, my family moved east and I was away for decades. I pined away for Oregon, the land and the rivers that I grew up with all those years. 7 years ago, my adult children gave me their blessing to move home. The night I drove a truck of our belongings down the Columbia River, the North Bank, the Washington side, was in flames. I couldn't help but wonder if I'd finally gotten back home just in time to witness the end of everything I grew up with, all the things I'd been missing. I've been a fisherman since I was a small child. I started fishing here in Oregon, and my love of steelhead and the rivers they return to is one of the primary reasons I wanted to come home. But just like the flames I witnessed on the North Shore of the Columbia, the declining returns of the steelhead and salmon are indicators of bigger problems. Catastrophic declines of the last few years are pretty strong indicators that the policies the past several years are not the answer. While returns to the southern Oregon rivers have not dropped as severely as the rivers to the north, the returns are not what they've once been. Sound policy governing these rivers seem to be based in sound science, good quantifiable data that has been collected at the source. I was heartened with the report presented by ODFW today about their focus on improving water quality. But at the same time, there's not much applicable and current data available on actual wild fish returns. And the wild fish is not the same as a hatchery fish. Wild fish provide genetic diversity that we need with the coming climate change. I would really like nothing more than to be able to collect a few fish every year to keep and feed myself and my family. But at this point, I can't do that in good conscience. Please amend the Southern Oregon Management Plan to require the release of wild steelhead until sufficient data is collected. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Richard. And we'll go to Emily Bowes and then go back to Brian Cohen if he's there. So Emily?
Thank you. My name is Emily Bowes. I'm the Conservation Director for Rogue River Keeper. We're affiliated with the Worldwide Waterkeeper Alliance and the Southern Oregon-based conservation organization, Klamath-Siskiyou Wildland Center. Rogue River Keeper is an advocacy-based organization that works to protect and restore clean water, native fish, and healthy communities in the Rogue River Basin. We do this in coordination with state, city, federal agencies, local businesses, our other partner organizations, and with the support of our thousands of members. I would like to endorse the testimony provided by Richard Nawa at the Klamath-Siskiyou Wildland Center that the current plan be delayed at the December 17th vote until the following elements can be addressed, such as considering management for rainbow trout, add a reasonable range of options for hatchery fish release numbers for commission review and decision, and add critical adult tributary spawning data from the past 5 to 10 years for summer steelhead and coho salmon population scale analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. And is Brian Cohen here?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. My name is Brian Cowan. I'm a resident in Seattle. I take as frequent of trips down to Oregon to go fishing as I can. Unfortunately, this year, out of an abundance of caution, all the rivers that I like to fish in the summer were closed. And I hope that we can make kind of similar precautionary decisions as well going forward. For me, being a transplant from the East Coast, it's harder and harder to convince friends to come out here and go fishing with the low numbers. And I think that catch and release is a meaningful step to improve the amount of economic activity we can have down in that region. Because if there's no fish to be caught, then people aren't going to come. So thank you for your time today. And I echo the testimony with Native Fish Society and so many others that are interested in proceeding with an abundance of caution.
Thank you, Brian. And I think we'll do 5 more and then we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and do the rest. So the next 5 are Charles, I think it's Gear, Cole Baker, Nick Workhoven, Harvey Young, and Dave Lacey. So Charles, and please pronounce your last name for us.
That's correct, Chair Wall. It is Gear.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Stakeholders were assured during this process. Well, I should back up. My name is Charles Gear, and I was a stakeholder in the Rogue Stratum in the development of the RSP. We were assured to stakeholders during this process that all non-consensus items would have alternatives presented to this commission for you to choose from. Yet all of the alternatives have been deleted from the current plan. My experience with management plans is that they're a roadmap for the managing agency and include either specific management actions or at the very least a range of actions to be taken under different circumstances. This plan has no management actions listed in the case of conservation status being achieved. So if we see consecutive years of declining returns, ODFW staff have no roadmap to follow, no menu of management actions to try and address those declines and change course. Additionally, this plan includes no direct management actions to be taken in the event of climate change-based negative impacts to these fish. Stakeholders were not given the opportunity to weigh in on climate change-based impacts despite our asking to do so. When I asked specifically what actions might be taken during years of extreme drought and historically high water temperatures, I was told by staff that we prefer to let the fish tell us there's a problem in the form of declining returns. I am sorry, but I do not accept that a public agency charged with managing our public natural resources should wait until there's a crisis to take action rather than managing proactively in the face of uncertain and changing conditions. As much as I would like to tell you that I have full confidence in this plan, to my eye, it reads more like the outline of a plan. I'm asking three things for you to direct your agency to provide alternatives on. Catch and release of wild winter steelhead, removing the mixed emphasis area designation from the Winchuck River and Euchre Creek, and the proposed increase in hatchery summer steelhead despite far exceeding mitigation goals and requirements. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Charles. And we'll go to Cole Baker.
Chair Wall, Cole Baker is not in the room at the moment.
Okay, we'll go to Nick Warkoven. Nick? Maybe we'll go to Harvey Young while we wait for Nick to get it lined up.
Am I
Harvey,
in?
are you there? Oh, there's Nick. Go ahead, Nick.
How do you do? Chairman Wall, Vice Chairman, Commissioners, my name for the record is Dr. Nick Werkhoven. I'm a 47-year resident of Coos Bay. I am the unofficial and unelected representative for all of us who fish but seldom catch. I inherited my father's gift for fishing without catching, but I have nevertheless enthusiastically spent the last 47 years supporting the infrastructure devoted to sport fishing and the hatcheries devoted to maintaining fish stocks in an increasingly hostile climate. I would like to endorse the comments made by the Oregon Anglers Alliance, Mr. Cliff Lance, and Mr. Janowitz. And with that, I would like to yield the rest of my time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nick, and appreciate the time savings. It really does help in this long day. Harvey Young. Harvey? Let's go to Dave Lacey and we'll come right back to Harvey. So Dave, are you there? And it looks like we have a note from Dave. Yes, you can still comment even though you don't see video.
Got it.
Go ahead, Harvey.
Oh, thank you so much. Hey, good afternoon, Director Melcher and commissioners, including Chair Wall and Vice Chair Woolley. My name is Harvey Young. I've been a guide for 50 years on the South Coast and in the West. I just wanted to talk to us about three different points. And one of them is consensus, economic values, and small businesses' future. The most important one to me is consensus, and the consensus that I see is what I would like from the commissioners this afternoon, and especially the December meeting, to adopt what I thought was a very valid reason to promote catch and release of wild winter steelhead. I have spent a lot of time on the ground, not in front of computers looking at graphs, but observing and fishing and catching with clients. I've saw my business expand with the release of fish, primarily because there was more fish to catch and we catch them multiple times. I have 4 grandchildren that talk to me and I take them fishing. It's a really great thing. And I know most of us don't care that much, but these kids are Tolowa Yurok children, grandchildren. And they say to me, Harvey, let it go. You know, we can go to the grocery store, let that beautiful hen go, that beautiful wild hen steelhead. We can catch a hatchery fish in the Chetco or the Rogue, let that wild one go. So I think it's important for us to listen to our grandchildren. And I wouldn't be on this Zoom meeting with you guys, and I appreciate your work, unless I had the support from a lot of fellow people. I do not I'm not that strong as an individual that can stand up and say, hey, I'm a tree hugger, don't cut that tree. I kind of blend into the background, go, that'd be a shame to see that big tree go. With the fish, it's very important culturally for our grandchildren and the future for us. We have to look beyond our selfish needs. And I can tell you that if you guys get consensus and agree and adopt catch and release until we have the good data, like the other regions around us, I would just be grateful and glad. And I am not a naysayer to Native Fish Society. I understand people, loggers and plumbers, they have agreed with me about releasing these fish. So that's where we're at. And you guys have a great meeting, the rest of the meeting. Thank you for including me.
Thank you, Harvey. Let's go to Dave Lacey.
Hello, thank you, and sorry about my tech difficulties there.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Wall, and other distinguished ODFW commissioners for this opportunity to make comments to you today. My name is Dave Lacey, and I live up Hunter Creek, like my buddies Joe and apparently Rob. And I own an outfitter business that does very, very little harvest as part of our business model, but we do provide lots of fun outdoor recreation opportunities down here. So I would like to first say thank you to the ODFW staff and all the volunteers that came up with this plan. There's a lot of good stuff there. And also just like to reiterate my support for catch and release in both Hunter Creek, as well as all the other South Coast streams. I think they would all benefit from 5 years of rest and data collection. And also I'd like to urge ODFW to add the mortality rate into its considerations for the catch and release. Let's reassess after that. And I know there are plenty of opportunities out there of catch and release fisheries worldwide, and it's not going to stop fishing opportunity. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dave. I think we'll take a 10-minute break now. I said 5 before, but maybe we'll make it 10 minutes. And the first 5 people will be Reese Bender, Harry Piper, Kyla Lockhart, Rachel Andres, and John Hanusek. So we'll come back at 3:20, please. Welcome back, everyone. It's 3:20, so I think we'll go ahead and get started. It seems like we should send a cup of coffee to everybody who has made it this far in the day. So thank you for being here. I'm reminded that this is democracy in action to hear from this many people. Clearly, we disagree amongst ourselves on where we should go with this, but it's just as clear that everyone that's speaking loves these rivers, loves the fish, both on the South Coast and across the state. And I haven't given up. I think we'll figure out a way through this. So thank you all for being here. And let's go to Reese Bender, then Harry Piper, Kyla Lockhart, Rachel Andrus, and John Hanasek. So start with you, Reese.
All right, looks like I have no video. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher, thank you so much for sitting through all this input. It's all valuable. My name is Reese Bender. I'm a 53-year resident of the South Coast of Oregon. I currently reside in Bandon. My background is 30 years of that 53. I was a fishery biologist for ODFW. First 8 or 10 years of that was doing research on elk and sixes on fall Chinook salmon and developing the protocol for the then new Elk River hatchery. And the goal of that from that time on was to supplement the fishery, but not replace the native fish or the wild fish. I would like to say that I fully support the Oregon Anglers Alliance position on this plan. They've got about 70,000 members, and I suspect that the Oregon Anglers Alliance probably represents a pretty significant percentage of the 500,000 or 600,000 people that buy licenses every year. They put their faith in ODFW to manage the resource. They hope to have fishing opportunity, and they hope to occasionally be able to keep a fish. Please select the 1 in 5 option for wild steelhead catch. That was in place for many, many years, very effectively. Wild populations did just fine. The science says that's okay, that you're not going to affect the wild population in a significant manner. So please select the 1 in 5. And you should also add sixes to that, because sixes is 1 in 3 because of that petition in 2018. That would be better off back to 1 in 5 also. And thank you for the opportunity to comment. One other comment, I have no skin in this game. I haven't fished for winter steelhead for 10 years. I have too much arthritis and it's too hard in the wintertime. So appreciate the opportunity to comment, and thank you.
Thank you for being here, Reese. And we'll go to Harry Piper.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. My name is Harry Piper. I'm a resident of Ashland, Oregon. I've been a fly fisherman for most of my life, and steelhead were one of the main reasons that my wife and I and our kids moved to Oregon almost 20 years ago from Montana. I'm here to testify not only for myself, but on behalf of the Rogue Fly Fishers. Our club, based in Medford, was founded in 1971, so we're celebrating our 50th anniversary this year. And we have about 175 members. We meet monthly, or at least we did before COVID, and we hope to get back to it next month. But last year on the Rogue, it was terrible fishing, and it's a little better this year, but it's clear that the populations up and down the whole west coast of North America are declining. Witness the closures in the Columbia Basin and the terrible runs they've had even as far up as British Columbia. And the truth is that since the removal of the Gold Ray Dam and the fish counting station that we had there, we do not have hard data on the return of adult steelhead into our stream. So this, people keep talking about the angler survey that said 80% of the people would support a harvest of wild fish if the populations are healthy. Well, we don't know that the populations are healthy, and there's plenty of indication that they're not healthy. So I think we should take the cautionary approach of having catch and release only for wild winter steelhead. This would allow their genetic diversity to continue to cope with the climatic changes that we're all facing. And one last note is that, fishermen in the Rogue and the Southwest area, we've been having to release wild summer steelhead ever since the early 1990s. So having to release wild winter steelhead shouldn't be a stretch, for any of us, wouldn't be. We're used to looking for that adipose fin, and we would be able to do it with no problem. And remember, we would still be able to fish for wild fish. We just couldn't keep them. And we could keep harvest hatchery fish. So the rogue fly fishers,
wrap up,
the rogue fly fishers would urge the commission to include in the RSP a regulation for no harvest, catch and release only of wild winter steelhead, at least until it is possible to monitor what is actually happening with these runs. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Kyla Lockhart. Kyla? Well, we're waiting for her. Can we go to?
Kyla is not in the room at the moment.
Rachel Andrus then. Rachel, are you here?
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to voice my support for wild steelhead in Southern Oregon. I'm here to ask you to collect more data for the numbers of adult wild steelhead, winter steelhead. Catch and release is our only sensible option at this time, and we do not have to look far for examples of poor returns in Oregon steelhead fisheries to know this. We have been at many a meeting, as of all of you, requesting the same data. This is the same request. And we really can't make any decisions until we have accurate information. I think that's across the board. And I support, especially from a recent article from some former Fish and Wildlife commissioners, Michael Finley, Bruce Buckmaster, Jim Biddle. I stand with what they have to say. Please read their statement on that. It was published yesterday in the newspaper. But as frequently as my entire family has attended meetings like this in hopes to be a voice for wild steelhead, I truly believe that we are all fighting for the same thing. I believe we have more in common than not. I believe we are here to protect what we love, wild steelhead and our fishing adventures. We all love being on the water. We all feel most alive when we're fishing. Most of you, if you are in this room and wherever that may be, are here because being in nature matters. Maybe you fished with your grandparents when you were growing up. Maybe you have grandchildren of your own. Maybe if you're like me, the best part of parenting is when I'm on the water with my children. Watching my 9-year-old catch a wild steelhead is the most exhilarating thing. My 12-year-old son hooking a fish that runs upstreams, rips some line. He doesn't even land it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what those fish taste like. It matters with the memories that we're making for our future, for our present, and to really protect our memories as well of our past. Please know that I stand to direct the department to provide and adopt a catch and release angling alternative in Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation Management Plan during the December Commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. John Hanasek. John? While we're waiting for him, then are you there, John? Then we'll go to Matthew Millett, Clark Rector, Shandy Danford, Matthew Sloat, and Tim Elder. So Matthew Millett. Matthew?
Chair Wall, I do not have John or Matthew Millett in the room at the time at this moment. Next person would be Clark.
Clark Rector, Shandy Danford, Matthew Sloat, Tim Elder, and Jake Crawford. So we'll go to Clark Rector.
Hi, dear Chair Wall and all members of the commission.
Hello, my name is Dr. Clark Paul Rector, resident of Portland, Oregon, and a lifelong angler of the West Coast. Thank you for providing the opportunity to testify today. For the record, I stand in support of Andros, Soul, Perkins, Blaine, Underwood, Mace, Marr, Sherwood, Magdioli, Officer Stahl, Piper, and several others. Please adopt the catch and release angling alternative in the RSP. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Clark, and for your brevity. Shandy Danford. Shandy? Matthew Sloat.
We just got into the room.
Okay, Shandy?
I don't, I'm not sure if you, oh, let's see, here we go.
Yes, we can hear you and now we can
Hi.
see you.
Hi, thank you for having me. So 3 years ago, I didn't know what a steelhead was or a wild steelhead. I started fly fishing and now all I can think of are steelhead. I'm on the road a lot. My rivers have been closed this summer, being the John Day and the Deschutes. I have just moved to Southern Oregon and I would hate to see the same thing happen to the rivers down here. It just seems pretty obvious that it's not necessary for killing the wild steelhead. There's plenty of other fish out there. And I do support catch and release. And thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Matthew Sloat.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, members of the commission, thanks for your patience today and hearing everybody out. My name is Matthew Sloat and I'm the Director of Science for Wild Salmon Center. And in that job, I've had the fortune of studying steelhead everywhere from Southern California around the Pacific Rim to Kamchatka in the Russian Far East. I'm speaking today because I'm concerned that the draft RSP doesn't adequately consider the risks that climate change poses for Oregon's fish populations. Climate change is driving unpredictable changes in ocean and freshwater systems and reducing the productivity of steelhead populations. And steelhead populations across the West Coast from British Columbia to Oregon have collapsed this year as a result, forcing emergency fisheries closures up and down the coast. We only know the full magnitude of these population crashes from rivers that have good adult steelhead monitoring programs. But the steelhead collapse that has been documented through monitoring is undoubtedly also occurring in unmonitored populations. And this is because climate change is affecting nearly all of these populations in similar ways. A coastwide prolonged drought is reducing the freshwater productivity of steelhead, and conditions in the ocean where steelhead spend half of their life are also changing rapidly. Most steelhead populations migrate to the same area of the North Pacific during their marine life, and these areas are warming substantially. And in written testimony I provided, I showed that changes in ocean habitat that scientists expected would occur by 2080 are actually here now due to the recent series of marine heat waves. And as a result, the area of the ocean that can support steelhead has shrunk significantly by about 20% compared to what it was just a few decades ago. And steelhead survival has suffered as a result. And these facts mean that steelhead populations will not be able to support the level of harvest that they might have in the past. And consequently, I urge the commission to direct the department to explicitly account for the impacts of climate change and adopt a precautionary approach to harvest management of South Coast steelhead populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Tim Elder.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Dr. Timothy Elder. I'm the Southwest Oregon Program Manager with the Wild Salmon Center, and I have been participating as a stakeholder throughout the development of the RSP. I'm a lifelong Oregon resident, and I have backpacked, camped, fished, rafted, and worked in Southern Oregon for most of my life. Southwest Oregon is one of the last places on Earth where wild steelhead harvest is allowed. And yet, in this plan, we don't know how many adult wild steelhead return to any of the RSP basins, nor do we know how many juvenile steelhead are produced in each of those basins. We don't know what the harvest rates have been, and we don't know what effects the hatchery fish are having on our wild populations. These major data gaps create risk in this management plan. And that risk is increased when combined with the uncertainty of climate and ocean change. Today, we're asking the commission to direct the department to include the following 3 elements in the RSP plan. 1, catch and release for wild winter steelhead for a 5-year interim period while the department conducts population level monitoring. 2, an explicit statement that future wild harvest opportunities will be inextricably tied to annual population level monitoring of adult abundance, juvenile productivity, harvest rates, and hatchery effects. And 3, we would like to see the elimination of the mixed emphasis areas in the Winchuck River and Euchre Creek. Those mixed emphasis areas are specifically identified for fall Chinook hatchery releases. However, fall Chinook are not a species covered by this plan and should be not included in it. So to conclude, the data gaps are too large and the uncertainty is too high. Responsible management needs to include robust monitoring at the population scale, and we should only allow harvest if the resulting data support that. We have the tools and the resources to protect these populations. All that is lacking is the direction to do it. Thank you guys for your service.
Thank you, Tim. And we'll go to Jake Crawford. Jake?
I'm here, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commission members, Director Melcher. My name is Jake Crawford. I live down in Jackson County, and I focus my fishing efforts on steelhead in the rivers of Southwest Oregon that are included in this management plan. This is not the first time that I've been in front of many of you to comment on this important topic, and I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to be here once again, even remotely. I recognize the heavy lift that it takes for the department to conduct a plan of this scale, participated as a stakeholder and a volunteer on other plans related to fall Chinook, spring Chinook, steelhead along the Oregon coast and elsewhere in the Pacific Northwest. And I really appreciate the hard work that goes in. I know that it's a balance of lots of competing ideas and values. I want to comment specific to one component of the plan and echo some of the great words that were shared before me. Mostly, I'm here to show my support for a catch and release fishery for wild steelhead in Southwest Oregon. I think that a 5-year interim moratorium so that we can get a good handle on the population data that the department proposes and plans to collect, and that collection of that data and the effort is undertaken that's tied to future management changes or actions. I can imagine that a lot of people here can understand the concerns of anglers here. We don't have to look too far to our north to see emergency in-river closures that happened this season. And I ask you as the commission to take a hard look at the plan and to determine whether we have the existing tools and resources available to make those tough calls down the road. I really, thank you very much. And I hope that you're part of a proactive management approach to wild steelhead fisheries here in Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Let's go to Richard Heap, Tim Slater, Josh Pruden, Dean Finnerty, and Patrick Perry. So if we could start with Richard Heap.
Chair Wall, I do not have Richard, Tim, or Josh in the room at the moment.
Then we'll start with, thank you. We'll start with Dean Finnerty, Patrick Perry, Dwight Dottie, Jeremiah Houle, and Chris Shaleen. So if we could start with Dean Finnerty.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dean Finnerty, and I've lived in Oregon for more than 50 years. For over 2 decades, I was a licensed fishing and hunting guide here in Southwest Oregon, offering guided trips to customers from around the world on Southwest Oregon rivers and bays. I began working for Trout Unlimited 8 years ago, and today I represent the nearly 4,000 Oregon members of Trout Unlimited and the 30,000 plus members and supporters of our Wild Steelhead Initiative. In 2018, I came before the commission to testify in support of a petition asking that the harvest of wild steelhead in the South Coast region stop until the agency could provide data showing that harvest was sustainable. I recall several members of the commission expressing their dismay over the lack of data held by the agency to support harvest. Since then, the harvest of wild steelhead has continued, while steelhead numbers throughout the Northwest have continued to decline. Climate change, poor ocean conditions, harvest, predators, and invasive species are all taking their toll on our salmon and steelhead stocks. There is very little that can be done in the short term with any of these threats to salmon and steelhead, with the exception of angler harvest. Anglers want an opportunity to fish, but we can't expect the agency to properly manage these fish without timely and accurate information, particularly with regard to population trends and accurate numbers of returning adults. Counts of juvenile steelhead are on a downward trend in this region, with the all-time 6 lowest counts of juvenile steelhead occurring in the past 6 years. It does not make sense to continue the status quo when population metrics are declining. I know from my experience as a fishing guide that anglers visiting our region simply want an opportunity to catch a steelhead. The experience of catching and releasing a wild steelhead draws them to our region, creating a strong economic engine during the winter months when other tourism opportunities are few and far between. South Coast businesses such as hotels, gas stations, restaurants, and guides will all continue to benefit from a wild steelhead fishery as long as wild steelhead populations persist. I hope a more cautious approach to managing them will ensure that. I ask that you direct the department to provide an option of catch and release angling for wild steelhead for the first 5 years of implementation of the RSP. Once the data is collected and available, an informed decision about the retention of wild steelhead can be made. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dean. Patrick Perry. Patrick.
Chair Wall, Patrick Perry is not in the room.
Dwight Doughty.
Hello, Commissioners. Thanks for letting me bend your ear a little bit. I'm talking to you from Texas. I'm one of the people that travels to Oregon to fish for steelhead 20, 21, 22 days a year. We employ, all the guides, the hotels, restaurants. We're injecting income. And we come to Oregon to fish for steelhead for the abundance of the steelhead. We want to catch fish. Don't really need to keep fish. I would probably keep a hatchery fish if it was an opportunity presented itself. But I always turn the wild fish back. And I think anybody that catches a fish that wants to keep it, they wouldn't care if it didn't have an adipose fin. So anyways, my input is the same as many other people who've talked before me. I don't think you need to keep the wild fish. I think they're in jeopardy. I think over the past 10 years, I've seen the ability to catch fish diminish significantly. And over the past 2 years, really significantly. And I think the traditional methods that have been used to estimate populations and infer populations, especially on your rivers, because they don't have counting data, a lot of biologists and other watersheds have gotten a big shock this year. So I think it would be imprudent to allow wild catch until you see where you stand. And so that's all I basically wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwight. Jeremiah Houle.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Jeremiah Houle, and I live on the dry side of the state in Bend. I've guided for 13 seasons and now work in the retail fishing industry in Oregon, Washington, and Alaska. With closures on my home river on the Deschutes, as well as the North Umpqua and the Olympic Peninsula last year, I get to see firsthand what happens economically when there are no fish to fish for. So I would like to add that fishing, much like mountain biking in Southern Oregon or golfing in Bandon, is much about the experience as anything else. So without the experience, the money goes away with that. So I am for the safe bet of catch and release fishing on the South Coast. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Chris Shalene. Chris? We'll come back to Chris. Oh, yeah.
I do not have Chris or Joe Rudder in the room.
Peter Tronquet, Chris Armstrong, Lloyd Williamson, Sonny Capper, and Ben Liva. So if we could go to those 5, Peter Tronquet first. Peter?
Can you hear me now, Mary?
Yes.
Okay, good. Long day. Thank you, commissioners, for your patience. I appreciate that. I do not support wild winter steelhead harvest in the current draft of the RSP. I believe that ODFW's biological assumptions that illustrate a risk-free harvest are flawed. Let me illustrate. In 2002, two friends of mine and I backpacked into the Kalmiopsis wild wilderness area at the Chetco River at Slide Creek. There were no human footprints. It was a pristine place except for the mining detritus that was scattered around the river from decades past. Bear tracks on the sandbars, the river so clear that wild winter steelhead, the color of river stones, were visible. We saw other steelhead, less bright, which has spawned or would spawn soon. We explored upstream and down for 3 days, our own informal monitoring. In July, the Biscuit Fire began and 500,000 acres would eventually burn, including the upper reaches of the Chetco we had explored. What do we know about the impact that fire had on the populations, on those special populations in the upper reaches of the Chetco? What do we know about spatial distribution, diversity, and productivity of that special wild steelhead populations? What were the effects of the Biscuit Fire on pristine habitat? How has water quality impacted that population? The answer is ODFW does not know. As in so much of the draft plan, they in effect make an assumption that wild winter steelhead diversity in Southern Oregon is not at risk, that harvest is not a limiting factor, that a plan to address climate change can be implemented in a timely manner. All of those speak more convincingly of management hubris than precautionary biological assessments that support the long-term persistence of wild populations. So I will always support the release of wild steelhead, and I ask you to consider to do the same. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Let's go to Chris Armstrong. Not hearing Chris. Let's go to Lloyd Williamson.
No, I'm here. Chris is here.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Hi, Chair Wall and Commissioners, Director Melcher. I appreciate the opportunity here and the good work that you guys all do. I would like to say, first off, that I am really in agreement with statements by Kurt Blaine, Mark Sherwood, Charles Gear, Rachel Andrus, Tim Elder, and the likes. I am hoping that you guys will adopt a catch and release program of wild winter steelhead. I'm not a fisheries biologist or a scientist or anything. I'm just some guy. Just some guy that feels more connected to the world when he's standing in a river with a two-hand rod in his hand as gracefully as he can, swinging lines through the current. So in the past winter, from say January through the mid-March, I conducted a survey of my own. I took my two-handed rod and I waded out into the following rivers: the Eel and the Klamath in Northern California, the Upper and Lower Rogue River, the Elk, the Sixes, the Applegate, South Umpqua, multiple times for a total of about 24 days on those rivers. And based on my survey results, I'm here to tell you there's only one wild fish left in all those rivers. Probably not the most accurate data for you guys to base your decisions on, but for someone who loves getting out into rivers and swinging for fish, only one appeared for me. And that's alarming. And that is not just from poor technique. I fish with guys a lot more talented than myself, and they had the same results. In those 24 days, I would say the gentleman that I fished with the most and myself probably paid somewhere in the neighborhood of $16,000 in guide fees. We pay top dollar for guides and we tip them well, catching fish or no catching fish, because they work just as hard either way. We also stayed in hotels and restaurants, groceries, gas, fishing license fees. I don't have any, the only impact from fishing for steelhead on me is a negative impact because I spend a lot of money doing it. And I'm not going to stop doing it because the fish are in decline, which they clearly are. I still plan on coming to the great state of Oregon and wading out into rivers because this is sort of my version of church. Yeah. So I just want to say that I hope they do adopt the practice of wild steelhead release and appreciate your time and my opportunity to testify before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We just got a note from one of the people that we thought was gone. I will come back to you, Patrick Perry, when we finish with this group of 5. So Lloyd Williamson is next. Lloyd? We'll go then to Sonny Capper. Sonny? Okay, how about Ben Liva? I'm striking out here. How about Patrick Perry? Well, this is gonna.
I'm here, sorry. Patrick's
Go ahead,
here.
Patrick.
Hi there, so Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Commissioners, Director Melcher. My name is Patrick Perry. I live in Portland. I'm a recreational angler, previous fishing guide, fishing journalist. I travel the Rogue South Coast rivers every winter to recreational fish with friends and family. I've fished across the Pacific Northwest for wild winter steelhead, and in recent years have seen some of our beloved Northwest fisheries decline. And not only catch rates, but many of our rivers have had in-season closures, regulation changes like no fishing from a floating device, full closures on rivers. I now do not go to those areas. I don't spend money on hotels, gas, food, and other services. I still, however, do travel to the South Coast to fish, and I hope that I can for years to come. That is why I believe that ODFNW should adopt a catch release alternative. Steelhead are too valuable to lose. Without accurate baseline data of wild steelhead populations, it doesn't make sense to be able to harvest wild steelhead. It's that simple. I also just wanted to echo with what some of the other conservation groups have already said, that including the planning for climate change in the Rogue South Coast Plan. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Commissioners, and Director Melcher, do we want a livelihood for right now, or do we want to plan for the generations to come? I think that ODFNW should adopt a catch and release alternative. Steelhead are too valuable to lose. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Let's go to Sonny Capper.
Hi, sorry about my technical flaws. Thank you, Chair Wall, Director Melcher, and the commissioners. I am Sonny Capper, and I was born and raised in the Chetco watershed. And I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and my husband, Stuart, and our daughter, Alea. I had a prepared statement, but I will concede most of my time and say that I support catch and release regulations for wild steelhead. I want to endorse Dr. Perkins' statements about heeding the precautionary principle, about what Harvey Young and the invaluable experience he has and what he had to say about our future generations. And I agree with the statements and suggestions of Charles Geer, Mark Sherwood, Kirk Blaine, Tim Elder, Jake Crawford, Dean Finnerty, and Peter Tronquet, among many others today. I do have an educational and professional background in fisheries and wildlife biology, but I speak mostly today as a mom. I hope that my 2-year-old will experience thriving, abundant steelhead runs here on the Chetco and other South Coast rivers, and even be able to harvest if she chooses, with the support of a robust data set and monitoring and the precautionary management in the face of so much uncertainty. Thank you for your time. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ben Liva. Okay, we'll keep going. The next 5 are, yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Ben is not here, but you skipped over Richard Dyer.
I thought there was a note that he said he was taking his name off.
Oh,
So,
okay. Thank you.
yeah, there's a chat note from him. So let's go to John Pogue, Alex Gonsieski, David Moskowitz, Matthew Lund, and Johannes Beebe. John Pogue.
Hello, thank you for allowing me the chance to talk today. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I agree with several of the others that have already spoken. Harvey Young, I've had the opportunity to fish next to over the years on the Smith River. I support catch and release of all wild steelhead. I think the concurrence with a lot of the other folks here is more data needs to be presented before we can harvest wild steelhead. In essence, we're doing nothing more than writing checks on an account we don't know the balance of. When that account is empty, those fish are gone. They cannot be replaced. I would like you to urge the ODFW to practice catch and release in the management plan. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, John, for your brevity and your comments. Alex Gonsieski. David Moskowitz. Oh.
Yep.
Shit. Go ahead, Alex. Okay, David Moskowitz, and we'll come back to Alex.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher. Thanks for sticking with it. As somebody said, hearing everyone out. We believe the staff has a lot more to do to bring this plan to the commission for final action. I think Mr. Gear's testimony brought forward several of the clearest problems that remain to be resolved. I want to make 3 points. My first job out of law school in 1990 was executive director of Northwest Steelheaders. And one of the first things that they had been involved in and had been accomplished was adoption of a statewide catch and release regulation. And after that, there were three regions that retained harvest of wild steelhead with that statewide package. And it was the John Day, the Umpqua, and the South Coast. So 30 years later, the South Coast remains as the last place in Oregon where steelhead harvest is still allowed. And I think it's really important to think about where does the commission want to end up on this issue in terms of making a decision about what we're going to do for the future when we don't have good information on population health or trends for this last remaining steelhead stronghold. We see where history is going, and you should get out in front of it. Second point, I'm disappointed about the angler survey referred to in the appendix of the draft plan on page 192. The staff describes a statistically valid survey, and it certainly is in terms of its randomness, but only if you have an address within Southwest Oregon. You had to live within a number of Southwest counties to actually get that survey. This completely ignores the interest in wild steelhead that exists throughout the Western states, as you've heard today, people from all over the place, and it ignores the stakes that all Oregonians have in wild fish in Southwest Oregon, whether they are anglers or not. Mr. Piper spoke to the key question in that survey, if the wild fish are healthy, and that question remains unanswered. We believe this survey should be disregarded until it's reconfigured and redone. And actually, no matter how many surveys are taken, the only votes that are really going to count are yours as commissioners. And we hope that you will take those votes when you get a plan that has all of the principles that have been enunciated today and that incorporates the precautionary principle. And finally, I just want to remind you of your overriding statutory duty in ORS 496012, which is to prevent the serious depletion of any indigenous species. And that's not my interpretation. Those are the words of the Attorney General. Overriding and predominant duty.
David,
this is not a balance. I'll wrap up in the sentence. This is not a balancing act between providing optimum recreational aesthetic benefits and to present and future generations. That is where the balancing takes place, not between those and your predominant duty. We really appreciate your patience in hearing everyone today, and we look forward to continuing the discussion on this important issue for all Oregonians. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Matthew Lund, and then if I have your name right, Johannes Beebe. So Matthew.
Chair Wall, the next person that we have that's in the room is going to be actually a call for if we overlooked anyone, because
we have the people, don't we, that were on B and shifted. So Mitchell,
and they're not in the room.
Oh, those are not in the room. Okay. Then is there anybody on the line or in the audience that we have skipped?
Actually, Charles Gear is now here. I'll move them over.
Which Charles, what was the name again?
Spelled last name Gehr.
He spoke, I believe,
Yeah,
Charles.
we heard from him.
Okay.
Yeah, we heard from him.
Anyone else that you have?
That is the only hand that I had come up. It's the attendees. If anyone else needs to speak, please use the raise hand.
Give it just a minute.
Alex
before-
Kincheski.
Alec,
Go ahead.
I'd like to thank all of you for taking the time to do this today. I'm a fishing guide on the North Oregon coast, as well as the Deschutes and John Day rivers. I've been on those rivers, all those rivers for over a decade, making my livelihood fishing for steelhead. I think you've heard from a lot of people today about the importance of wild steelhead in Southern Oregon. I think you've heard from a lot of people today asking for you to, excuse me, stop harvest of wild fish and the scientific reasons behind that. I agree with that, but I think that there's an opportunity here to take this a step farther in all of Oregon. We need to look at the economic viability of having wild fish. I've been doing this for a long time, and I have countless number of clients every year that travel far and away to British Columbia to spend thousands of dollars a week, up to $1,000 a day to fish for these fish that we have in our state. And so much of that is centered around this perceived notion of intact watersheds, intact fisheries. And we have that here, and we could have that more here if we pushed towards having a real value on these wild fish. And the value is intrinsic, I believe, due to their part of the ecosystem. But I think that we can move towards a management strategy and a ODFW strategy that really values these fish, and we could start to see the economic value of these fish for people such as myself, for people such as the guides in Southern Oregon, and also the communities that we bring people into every year to stay, to eat, to spend their dollars in these small communities. That value is there, and I think as a state, we should really, put utmost value on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Anyone else that we have missed who's still?
I did have a couple other folks raise their hand that I had overlooked.
Okay.
Dan Steele, Tom
Okay.
Rumrick.
Okay, go ahead. Stan Steele and then Tom Rumrick.
Am I there?
Yes, we can hear you. We can't see you. So
No,
go ahead.
that's fine. That's fine. Thank you for enduring this great process and great discussion. Just a couple points. We've heard a lot today about precautionary principles. And, there's many different components of that, but also there's another companion of that, and that's called risk-based decision-making. And the successful implementation of risk-based decision-making is dependent on the strength of the scientific database, as well as sufficient expertise in order to appropriately analyze and interpret information. Our scientists, also known as our staff, they're our scientists. They're the ones that we are relying on for the best scientific information, not outside unverified sources. We all have different opinions on science. We all well recognize that. But I really do feel that we have sufficient expertise when we rely on staff. And I think that those recommendations of 1 and 3 and 1 and 5 is well within the established principles, precautionary measures, as well as risk-based decision-making. One other point, as a former guide, there are guides who have built businesses around catch and release, and those who have built their businesses around harvest components. Both of them are equally important to Oregon. None of them are more than another. I could go on for hours, but everybody's tired, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Stan. Tom Rumrick. Tom? Okay, anybody else who has contacted you, Michelle, or are we? Okay, then I think we will stop there since we don't seem to be in contact with Tom.
I think, am I here now?
You are.
Okay, so sorry
Go
about
ahead.
that. It's a new computer. Anyway, Chair Wall, Commission members, Director Melcher, my name is Tom Rumreich. I am a fish biologist. And early in my career, I was taken back by a concept of our fish and wildlife legacy on a global scale. It was the hunters and the fishers that were the true original advocates of conservation, if you will. And oftentimes those champions of fish and wildlife conservation were actually those that actually were involved in a harvest. And while you heard two different sides, two, in many cases, polarized views of harvest versus non-harvest, it is really wonderful to hear people being champions of fish, first and foremost. The thing that if you looked at the people and you polled the people that testified today, I think that most of them would probably, those entry-level fishers were involved in some type of harvest operations. And truly, that is the nature of so many of the things that I've had the privilege of being involved with in the past, is that getting children involved. I know my two daughters, when they caught their first two steelhead, oh my goodness, I don't think I could have pried them from their fingers. But in essence, I think that the option of having harvest is an important element of continuing the advocacy of conservation for these magnificent fish. I would like to echo Stan Steele's sentiment, in that he basically says what I believe as well, is that we need to be reliant on the experts. That is our fish and wildlife staff. They recommend a harvest. I would be concurrent with that because I know that they are the experts. They are work tirelessly to be the champions of the resource. And I have always valued their opinions. And that's all I have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Tom. And thank you for sticking with us all day. Commissioners, let's take just a minute if you have any questions to any of the people who testified. Otherwise, we will call staff back and start asking them questions. If there's any burning question, we can do that. Otherwise, I'm ready to go to staff. And seeing no hands going up immediately, I think let's get our staff back. Chris, are you there? And Dan, and I think that we also have a couple other staff ready. Tom Stahl and Steve Major are ready if we need to ask them questions. And it looks like Commissioner Labhart, you have a question or a comment?
Question for Chris, but before I do, I'm going to have some comments at the end, but when we're ready to go to comments. But Chris, there was a couple commenters that talked about the fish hooking mortality, and all the way up to 200%. So fish were being hooked several times. Help me understand that for the South Coast. What, because I was told it's about 1% mortality. So help me. Are we calculating that into the numbers that we're using to draw our conclusions from? If we are, why? If we aren't, why?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, thanks for the question. I think it's a really important one as we consider how we structured the plan. And it really comes down to a couple of different points. I would think one thing, what can we measure and what's efficient to measure and what does harvest mean? So if we have a harvest rate, we know exactly what that means. Those are fish that are removed from the population. We acknowledge that catch and release mortality occurs, of course. Some fish that are released are going to die. In these winter steelhead fisheries, you typically see a rate of 5 to 10% used in management. Either, for example, we use 5% in the upper Willamette with a threatened steelhead stock as our assumption about catch and release mortality. So when you apply that to the kind of encounter rates we see in these fisheries based on creel surveys we've done, it is a very, very small proportion of overall fishery mortality. So it's only increasing fishing mortality by, in most of these fisheries, for example, we did a creel survey on the Sixes River, which has a really similar fishery to the other coastal basins, and it increased overall fishery mortality by less than 1% relative to the directed harvest. So in the places where we think that it could be more of an issue, where there's more of an intensive fishery like the Chetco, we've proposed in the plan to have more, have regular creel surveys that we would go in and take a look at that to make sure that's not something that's increasing over time.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, Commissioner Labhart, or was that it? Other commissioners, and I know we have one commissioner who may need to leave early, so if you have questions, you can go right away to Commissioner Spellbrink.
Okay, did whoever has to leave early, did they want to jump in here or want me to go ahead?
You go ahead for now because I don't see the hand up yet.
Okay. I guess, yeah, what I have for staff is, I guess what I saw here on South Coast Winter Steelhead, I thought we were talking about a success story. It was presently listed at under desired status. And that's while maintaining a retention fishery, originally at 1 and 5 and most recently at 1 and 3. And then I heard so much testimony about there's no estimate of population, there's no adult population data, there's no catch rate data, there's no abundance data, there's no supporting data for harvest. That kind of flies in the face of, I mean, we do have some data for that. We didn't just make that up. Is that correct?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, we do feel like the current status assessment that we conducted for the plan incorporated meaningful data that is indicative of the status of these populations. That data varied from place to place. So in some places we had adult data. Some of it is not very recent in the last 10 years, but we have some really good long-term data sets that are informative. And then we have these robust juvenile data sets that tell us about kind of the productivity, whether that habitat that's out there is being fully seeded by adults and used. And then we have some indicators like the rogue half pounders that have historically been really strongly correlated with adult returns, so it can give us some additional information. So we had a lot of information that informed our assessment. And there was some other data that's presented in the plan that may not have been at that population scale, but we have done surveys in the South Coast stratum and the rogue in the past to monitor wild steelhead abundance in the last 20 years. And some of that is more recent. So we had a variety of data sources to pull from, and we do feel like we're able to make, good, inference about the status of these populations with that data.
Good. Okay. And while I was listening to the testimony and thinking about this, I kind of went back to the mid coast and the north coast of Oregon when we did the management plan for that area. I was on that stakeholder group that before I was on the commission, and that area, I might add, is mostly catch and release only for the whole north and mid coast. But on top of that, I kind of went down the list in my mind here. I started the Nehalem up there. You have the North Fork Nehalem Fish Hatchery, produces steelhead for consumption for harvest. The Wilson River coming down the coast. You've got a very successful broodstock hatchery program there. Fish available for harvest. Going down the coast, then you got the Nestucca next. You've got the Three Rivers Cedar Creek Hatchery producing steelhead. I think you also have a good broodstock program starting there. You get down to Salmon River, you got the Salmon River Hatchery. I'm not sure what state it's in right now, but the Salmon River is one of the places you actually have wild retention. And then you go to the Slats, my home river. It's got a successful broodstock hatchery program on it. You got fish there for harvest. You go to the LC, you have the North Fork LC Hatchery producing steelhead for harvest. Siuslaw, I don't frequent that area. I'm not sure about that, but I believe there's some hatchery production there. Someone could let me know. Anyway, as I looked at that, I said, yeah, we do have catch and release only for the whole North Coast and Mid Coast, basically. But look at the opportunity we have for retention of broodstock and hatchery fish, and that's one thing that's missing on the South Coast. And I guess as long as we have a robust population of winter fish, of winter steelhead there that are wild fish, then that's great. And I think we should, take advantage of that and with a small harvest. And if we don't have enough fish there to harvest, then we need to think about maybe adding some more hatchery fish down there. So they have the same advantage we do on the north and mid coast.
Commissioner Spellbrink, I didn't hear a question. I heard a comment. And did I miss something? Or
No, I guess that was just more of a comment. I mean, like I say, we do have catch and release on the whole north and mid coast, but what I kind of related was all the opportunity we also have to catch hatchery fish and the good broodstock programs we have going on there. And those are missing on the south coast. So I guess, like I say, we have to make up our mind whether we're going to, take that part of the coast and go catch and release only. And I think, most of the people that live there, the local people, I think are still interested in, the last thing they want to do is hurt that resource down there. The people that live there are the people that have the most to lose. And they're also, I think, one of the best resources we have down there. They're going to be the first ones. What I've seen in our area is, us that live there, we're the first ones. If we see a problem, we'll mention it. Do we see that resource suffering? We'll let you know. And the last thing they want to do is catch the last fish. They also want the opportunity, if the population is robust, they want the ability to harvest a few and take them home. And I guess I was just commenting.
Thank you. Commissioner or Vice Chair Woolley.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I'm the person that has to leave at 5. I have to drive to Ashland and with a stopover in Eugene. So I have to, hopefully we can get pretty far along by 5 o'clock. So quite a few people that testified mentioned the apparent disappearance of the catch and release alternative somewhere along the way, despite majority of people, I guess, during the public comment period in favor of retaining that alternative. So Chris, I was just wondering what happened. Did it in fact, was it in fact dropped? And if so, why? I just wanted to respond to all those questions that people had about that alternative. So could you respond to that, please? Thanks.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, I'll respond to that question. We certainly did talk with stakeholders about the potential for having alternatives before the commission. Some of the certain stakeholders asked if we might do that, and we talked with them about doing that as a way to delineate a clear decision space for non-consensus issues for the commission. Key points in that discussion, though, were around bringing limited number of issues, limited number of options, stakeholders being able to unify behind an option, and support for the rest of the plan. So the decisions by the commission could be fairly simplistic. As you heard from a bunch of the testimony, there's a lot of interrelatedness and complexity around these different options, and we felt that we never achieved those assumptions. So rather than a complex set of interrelated issues and options, potentially multiple drafts of the plan because of that, we decided to present a full draft of the plan, as we have done in most other plans, that is really cohesive, consistent with our mission and policies, precautionary relative to conservation and climate change, based on the best available information, and what we felt was a compromise of the issues for which the consensus wasn't achieved.
So what we're talking about is alternatives. We're talking about choices. And so it's, I don't know, in my mind, it's just simply providing a range of choices that don't necessarily add an inordinate amount of complexity. They're just simply, I mean, like, the NEPA process, the same kind of a thing. There's alternatives to choose from, and, there's a do nothing alternative, right, and all the way up to detailed actions. And so I still don't understand why that was selected to drop out. It seems to be puzzling to a lot of people.
Yeah, if the commission wants to limit the alternatives to just bag limits around wild winter steelhead harvest, that's pretty simple. But when the information came in and the comments came in, that's related to other things in the plan. Do you then change your wild fish emphasis area discussion, which we haven't had with people? So there's a lot of interrelatedness to these issues. And so we decided to provide like I said, a complete draft of the plan to the commission. Happy to take direction from the commission about how you want to proceed in this area.
Okay. Thanks, Tom.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and then Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Sure. And I have to drive as well, but if there's others, Commissioner Labhart or Commissioner Khalil, that need to go sooner, please go ahead of me in the queue here. I'm fine with that. Yeah?
You go ahead. I'm still formulating.
All right. I got to drive to Brothers tonight too, but I'm used to driving in the dark anyway. I guess first I want to step back for a second and just thank the department for all of the hours that went into putting this document together. And, looks like hundreds of hours of meetings to me with stakeholders, and took me about 4 hours with my slow approach to read the whole plan and look through what you were doing. So we've had a lot of testimony today. We obviously have division over the issue, but there was good work done. So I want to throw that in there. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. I also would love if in the main plan, in the main draft plan, if you would pull up page 81, the wild, kind of where we're going to be harvesting and not harvesting wild winter steelhead. And I just kind of like it to be up on screen as we're having a little other conversation here. And I can ask the other questions in the interim if we could. Is that possible to get that up?
You want the map from page 81 on the screen?
Yeah.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield, I'll work on that right now.
Okay, thank you. I think what's alarming about this is I don't think any of us want to put wild winter steelhead in the state of Oregon, an iconic fish, at risk in any way. Nobody wants that, right? What's disturbing to me and what I would like to hear more from the department is, first, I'd like them to explain this map right here. And then I've got a couple of other follow-up questions. So somebody give us an interpretation of this map right here.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, this map shows the areas where for a number of years, and that time frame varies a little bit between these areas, but these have been the areas for the last 17 to 20 years that have been open to wild steelhead harvest in the yellow. In the purple are areas that are open to steelhead fishing, but not where harvest isn't allowed. And then the rest of this green lines are the areas that are the winter steelhead distribution in the planning area. So these are where steelhead spawn and rear.
Okay. So those green areas are areas where they're not allowed to be harvested. Is that correct?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, that's correct. Those are areas that are either certainly close to winter steelhead fishing.
Okay. All right. So then my next question is, as I read through this plan, and we can either leave this up or don't leave it up, but one of the things that just hit me over the head like a sledgehammer in reading through this plan is that as with many other issues that we're dealing with our fish and wildlife in the state of Oregon, it is habitat issues that are hitting us hard. And I think we're all hurting right now in the state of Oregon with the drought that we've been in. But I would like to ground ourselves again with the priorities that the department came up with in terms of what are the weakest link. And let's focus just on winter steelhead here. What is the true weakest link for winter steelhead today? And my concern is, I wish it was harvest, but I'm not sure that's the case. So I want to hear what you guys think.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde. So, I think that the plan dives into this pretty deeply in the limiting factor section and also in our management strategies and actions that we've proposed. That we need to focus on habitat issues if we want to produce more. If we want to produce more winter steelhead. The other pieces of that are that we, in the long run, we also need to manage risk from our hatchery programs and from our fishing. And so the plan lays out the strategy for focusing on those habitat issues first and foremost, but also putting in place a sustainable management framework for our hatcheries and our fishing to make sure that they don't become limiting factors in the future. And so, that's really the precautionary approach that we've taken here, is that we want to make sure that the fisheries are going to be sustainable and that our hatchery programs are going to be contributing to the fisheries in the way they're intended to, without holding back wild steelhead from being able to adapt and respond to a changing climate. So that is, that's the intent of the plan, and I hope that comes across in the plan. We're certainly not discounting these other important management responsibility we have, but we do think that if we can keep that focus on habitat, that's how we're going to produce more steelhead.
Yeah, and that's been tough this last bit, hasn't it? It's not very bright. So my last thought just kind of harkens back to the way we are managing fish today. And if you look at the closures in places that were mentioned over and over again today, like the Deschutes and the Umpqua, I think the concern that I continue to hear is, sorry, I have about 500 little chicken scratches here. Commissioner Wall, cut me off. I said the others could go first.
For a minute, and then we'll go to Commissioner Zarnowitz. And
okay, I'll try to wrap it up. But there's a lot of concern that we don't have good adult spawning survey data, so that we might overfish weak runs of winter steelhead, and the concern is that we could overfish in this interim period steelhead. So we have closed off the Deschutes and the North Umpqua this year. And that's pretty precautionary as far as I'm concerned, if you completely cut off the fishery. So what is the protection for people? What is the thing that will make people say, we can continue to harvest winter steelhead modestly, and we're going to pull the plug immediately when we need to, like we've done this year on the Deschutes and the North Umpqua?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Go ahead.
I think that, I would just, briefly say that is the real, that's what we put together in that winter steelhead angling framework, was exactly what you're describing. That is the goal of it, is to make sure that we have, very specific criteria that when we get to that point, and the plan does provide very specific action around when we do reach that point, that we're going to, take specific actions to either go to a catch and release regulation or close the fishery, with some, in nearly all places in the planning area. So, that's really what we tried to build in to this plan, is that, and that's the part that's going to be in effect in that interim period. I would also say that, we understand the concerns about not having adult steelhead data. And if we could monitor everything everywhere, we would love to do that, but we do have limited resources. And so it kind of goes back to that question of, can we monitor, catch and release mortality everywhere? Well, we don't necessarily have the resources to do that. And there's some diminishing returns around that, but we have recognized that everyone wants to see more adult fish monitoring, and that's what's going to be implemented, with this plan. And we're going to have that data on a year-to-year basis during that interim period, and we're going to be able to respond to that data, as we collect it. So it's not like we're going to be just waiting for 5 years, keeping that data hidden somewhere. That data is going to be available to us, and we're going to be able to use that to make, decisions as we move along.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for all your hard work and
If you
letting
would-
us ask hard questions. I'm stopping, Chair Wall. I'm done. Mute.
Could I ask just a quick follow-up on that very question to you, Chris? It's terrific that we are now at the point where we're going to have adult monitoring. That's what people have been looking for a long time. What I also read in the plan is it's going to be a while before it's incorporated and we will know what to do with it or what it means. So how soon would it start driving and being the basis for management decisions?
Chair Wall, I think that there's kind of two different levels of how we would use that data. We use data to make decisions that are based on criteria that are, formal criteria in these plans. And those typically are based on a long baseline of data, or, it doesn't have to be very long periods of time, but, you have to have a sufficient amount of data to kind of understand the population dynamics and natural range of variation. So it would be a number of years before we had that kind of information where we would want to say, okay, we're going to throw out these old, status metrics that we have, and we're going to use these new ones. But along the way, we're going to have these status metrics that we feel like are informative. Some of those status metrics are tied to that adult monitoring in a way that is going to validate on the status metrics that we're using. We're going to start monitoring adult steelhead in the upper Rogue again and confirm this historical relationship with half pounders still holds. So we're going to be confirming our status metrics that we're using as we collect this new data. And so we're going to have kind of multiple streams to work with, and we can manage accordingly. But it is important to note that you don't just go out and collect 1 year of data and say this is what these populations are doing. It does take time to develop these relationships, and that's why getting started on this is key, and why we've started even before this plan is adopted to start investigating how we're going to monitor these populations. And this past season, we really started to dig into exactly some preliminary data collection and how we're going to do it.
Okay, thank you. So it'll take several years is what I'm hearing. Let's go to Commissioner Zarnowitz, and then Commissioner Khalil, and then Commissioner Labhart.
I temporarily cede my place for Commissioner Khalil.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Khalil.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so 100% of the things that I know about fisheries, I have learned in the last week. So that's kind of where this is coming from. And a lot of my questions have already been asked by Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. So thank you for being thorough in your question asking. I want to ask about catch and release mortality rates and what the conversation was around not including those or including what it might be to include them in a future version of the plan. Those comments struck me in the testimony.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil, thanks for the question. There's been a lot of work done looking at indirect mortality of steelhead, not in this area, but in other studies. And so we have some good sense of, indirect mortality rates in winter steelhead fisheries that we can use to inform our, understanding of what's happening in a specific fishery. The other key piece of information you need is how many fish were caught and released. And so to get that kind of information, you have to do an intensive creel survey that requires people on the ground asking fishermen on a daily basis or, on a regular basis, how many fish they caught and released. And so we have that kind of creel work that we have implemented, and we have that work in specific places that we plan to do that in this plan, but it's not something that we can do everywhere every year. And it really wouldn't be, a valuable use of our limited monitoring resources to try to do that. So what we're doing is, we've made, in places where we think catch and release mortality is going to be, where we have the most intensive fisheries, we're going to look at it more closely there. We have looked at it in the other creels that we've done in this area, and it appears to be quite low. And then we also have, a variety of ways that we're going to look at just the total size of the fishery. And one of those is the new authorization that we're developing that would be a winter steelhead fishing authorization. So we know how many people are actually participating in the fishery. So we have several ways that we can get at kind of this fishing intensity and how many people are participating in the fishery without having to do this intensive every year, try to figure out exactly how many fish people are catching and releasing, how many fish are being caught and released, which is really an intensive thing to try to collect. And again, it seems like in most of these fisheries, just because of the way they're set up and the way, the fishing intensity, there's just not a lot of fish. The catch and release mortality is a small portion of overall fishing mortality.
So it's a resource issue mostly, like a cost benefit analysis sort of situation.
That would be a good way to put it.
Commissioner Labhart.
Well, I actually don't have any more questions. I was ready for comment. I was figuring that I wouldn't get to LeGrand till 10 o'clock tonight anyway. So if Jill has questions, I can go after her. So I was going to be ready for comments to the department.
Thank you. And we're still on questions, so I appreciate that. Go ahead, Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm really puzzled why you included Fall Chinook in this plan, since they have their own plans, and Fall Chinook and Spring Chinook have their own plan. It doesn't make any sense to do that, and also to propose a Fall Chinook hatchery program and a potential hatchery program or multi-species program in two of the wild salmon, steelhead river creeks. So I guess I'm wondering why that was brought in at all.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, I'll answer that question. We brought that in because the intent of a wild fish emphasis area is to limit the stocking of hatchery fish or indicate where you will and won't stock hatchery fish. So we felt like if you just limit it to those planned species, there could be the potential for other anadromous salmonid hatchery programs to be stocked in that area. So then you've kind of defeated the purpose of a wild fish emphasis area. So we just kind of extended that one concept outside of the planned species to the other two anadromous species for which we already do have a plan and could fit within that map of wild fish emphasis areas that were proposed. And so the mixed emphasis areas on those small lower portions of Euchre and Winchuck were really proposed. There's no planned hatchery programs there. It was really proposed as a concept if in the future ocean fisheries get reduced because of the listing status of other species, or in other locations Oregon fisheries are shut down, that there'd be some other way to get at some fishing opportunity for that species.
It seems like we could do that in the plans that they have already. On monitoring, it seems like a lot of the monitoring is modeled. I mean, we have the data from a few years ago from Gold Ray Dam, and then the data that is taken every year on the half pounders and the Rogue, and extrapolated to all the other rivers and creeks. And then you mentioned a lot of the data was from 20 years ago, and there was a lot of difference in the climate 20 years ago, or in the previous 30 years. And it just seems like we really don't have the monitoring in this plan to that's actually in place. It's a lot of it's estimates and modeling. So, and using old data. So that concerns me in this plan. And I know our commission actually asked for there to be the, whenever that meeting was, January or something a while ago, that started, or maybe it was in 2019, that started this plan off, asked for the adult surveys, which I know you moved staff from probably other places to do those adult surveys, but and so that was started in 2021 is my understanding. But I don't know, it seems like a lot of confidence is put into the data that isn't really data that's from the ground, that is so often used in fisheries management. And I understand that there's been budget problems and things like that, although it seems like we have a lot of money now to maybe start getting more of that type of data as we go along. So I guess my question might be, why are we using, relying so heavily on this data that is either old or is extrapolated?
Chair Wall, Commissioners Arnowitz, there were, when we went through the process of developing the current status assessment, we had a process with our, technical staff to pick the best available data sets. And there were some older data sets that we didn't use in this planning process for the exact reason that you're talking about, that there are, 20 years old now. Everything that we included in here is information that's been collected more recently. And in cases where we had really long data sets, we even truncated those data sets because we felt like it was really important to focus on this in a changing, world, focus on the most recent, results we've seen in the performance of these populations. So I do think, there's some instances where we did have to do some modeling. I think that that's pretty common practice with any of these data sets, is that we don't collect information on fish everywhere. And so there's some extrapolation and inference that you have to make. And so I think that we did that all in a, our technical staff did a really good job of doing that in a way that's well documented in the draft or in the draft plan, and is also, consistent with, good scientific practice. So I really, I do think that, when you look at it, we don't have the perfect data that we would love to have for these populations, but the data that we do have is informative, and we used it to the best, purpose that we could, and we used the most recent data that we could. So that's how I would respond.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to be at a point soon where we're going to start losing people. We are not going to have enough time to do the kind of conversation we need to have on this. So we'll keep going with the questions for a few more minutes, and then we probably need to go to some comments. Commissioner, Vice Chair Woolley.
Debating if I should hold my question and allow more time for conversation. But let me give it a go, because it's related to Commissioner Zarnowitz's question about modeling. And I guess my question could be subtitled, Modeling 101 for lay people. There's public comment stating that an integrated population model would be a better tool to use for modeling different data types and in cases of incomplete data, which is what we have, rather than the population variability analysis, particularly when spawner recruit relation is not well understood. So could you just kind of briefly and simply explain in a layperson term sort of these two different modeling methods, how they differ and why we use the PVA instead of the IPM?
Well, Commissioner Woolley, I'll give this a go, okay? Yeah, I'll give the short version. Basically, when we do spawner recruit analysis and the analysis that come out of a spawner recruit analysis, so it gives you information about the population dynamics. In an integrated population models, you're taking information about other covariates. These are other things that are varying in the environment, and they help you understand the population dynamics. So if you have that kind of information, and we have produced that kind of analysis, for example, for our Oregon Coast coho populations, where we have that kind of information, we didn't feel like we went a little bit down that road in this plan, but ultimately our modeler, Dr. Matt Fauci, felt like we didn't have a need to do that in this plan to get to do the population viability analysis that is comparable to our previous plans and is, consistent with, kind of the science around population viability analysis. And so, that's the direction we went instead of these integrated population models, but they certainly are a valuable tool that people are using more and more. And we definitely want, in our comments to the reviewer, we said this, we would love to go down that road because they really are a powerful tool to understand things like the environmental factors that are really driving population dynamics and which habitat, conditions like these droughts and other things, how they're affecting these fish. So it's going to be a really valuable tool in the future, especially when we have these new monitoring streams in place.
Other questions, Vice Chair Woolley?
No. It just sounds like we just really didn't have enough information to use that particular model. Not enough kind of variable inputs to be able to plug in. So anyway, thank you for explaining that. That's helpful for those of us, like I said, who had statistics classes 40 years ago. So thank you.
Other questions? I have a couple that I would like to ask, and then I think we need to go to comments and giving people some idea of where we seem to be landing so that the staff can hear some of that. And that's going to be abbreviated by necessity. And the director would also like to make a couple points. So Commissioner Labhart, do you have questions now?
No questions, just comments.
Okay.
I have one quick one, Chair Wall, and that is, isn't the habitat on the South Coast area one of its advantages? Because I think there's no dams for one thing, and there's lots of inaccessible spawning and holding areas. And I believe I saw somewhere in there where like only 10% of the South Coast rivers are actually accessible for fishing. And a lot of even in the yellow areas in there, even though they were open for fishing, a lot of that area is inaccessible. And isn't overall habitat one of the advantages that steelhead have down there?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, yeah, that's definitely the case. We have two different situations, one in the Rogue and one on the South Coast. And I would agree with your characterization of the South Coast. And I would also add that there's some inherent habitat characteristics of those South Coast streams that they're just really productive for steelhead because of their gradient and their geology. They're kind of special places for steelhead. And of course, that means, that's why we're so interested in protecting them and making sure that these fisheries are sustainable, but they really are special places for steelhead in the state.
And then you also have some juvenile survey data too on juvenile smolts. Is that true?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, we do, since 2002, we've been doing landscape scale surveys of juvenile steelhead. We're counting them when have spent a year in freshwater, so they're not quite smolts yet, but it gives you a good sense of what freshwater production is going to look like, and how many fish are out there on the landscape and how well, how widespread fish are across the landscape. And I would say that we get into all these remote areas on an annual basis, including the Kalmiopsis wilderness, to monitor those juvenile fish, and have been doing that for about 20 years now.
Okay, I'll take a couple questions or take the chance to ask a couple questions, and then we're going to go to comments. Just in the interest of time, I have a few more questions that I'm not going to be able to get to. One of mine was the same as from Commissioner Zarnowitz about the adult information and it being incorporated. I'm very concerned actually at this point that we're getting it, but it's not going to get incorporated for several years. Let me go to one of those pieces, though. The model on which we set these harvest rates of either 15% or 10%, as I understand it, is a PVA model. Does it account for climate change risk?
Chair Wall, the PVA doesn't explicitly account for changing conditions. So it's really should be considered, given conditions right now, this is what risk looks like. I would also mention, though, on the other side that modeling also didn't account for our conservation status thresholds. So it doesn't account for the fact that we would be going to catch and release or closures in time periods when we expect low returns. So there's kind of two different pieces of that weren't in that modeling that kind of might move in different directions. So I would say that both of those things were not specifically modeled when we're evaluating that risk.
Okay. I'm a little worried just about time, and we're not going to be able to get this. Why don't we start with the comments, and I'll just do this in comments rather than take up more time with questions, because we're going to run out of time and lose some of our people. So let's go to Commissioner Labhart and make the comments, and then I will come back and make mine as comments. Go ahead, Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, thank you. I'll read fast. And I also sent this to Michelle, so staff will have it. But as requested by the department, I'd like to offer the following feedback to the commission and staff for your consideration in developing the final fourth draft that we will be discussing and voting on in December. When I reviewed this draft, the filter I evaluated the proposals on were based on three sources: our mission statement, which is to protect and enhance Oregon's fish and wildlife and our habitats and use and enjoyment for present and future generations; the native fish conservation policy, which says we are to ensure that conservation and recovery of native fish through three goals: prevent the serious depletion of native fish, maintain and restore native fish produced, and provide substantial ecological, economic, and cultural benefits to the citizens of Oregon's. And then third, our recently adopted climate and ocean policy, which states, and I quote in the OAR, conservation and use are not mutually exclusive, but can be fully integrated through risk management that scales use appropriately to avoid undermining conservation and conservation-oriented sustainable fisheries. It's my belief that in reviewing this draft, reading the comments supplied, and listening to the testimony provided today, that we are considering is what level of risk tolerance we should promote and support regarding wild fish while the department monitors and gathers the new, more accurate information during the 5-year monitoring and evaluation period. I appreciate all the folks that took the time to weigh in today on this matter. It tells me that if we don't provide opportunities for folks to interact with our fisheries, be it to catch them, watch them, protect them, or just comment on them, we lose those that are invested in the future of the very species they so much care about. So let's keep letting us know what you think. The future depends on your involvement and your participation. Based upon what the department proposes and the input received from 2 scientific reviews, the level of risk is identified as low to wild fish and low enough to maintain some level of reduced harvest opportunity during the 5-year monitoring evaluation period, considering an abundance of caution and proactive management. It is important to note that and state before I go on that the Rogue and South Coast steelhead populations do not fluctuate synchronously with other steelhead from the North Coast or the Columbia River. The recent steelhead downturns on the Columbia that have caused us to dramatically curtail harvest have not been observed in the Rogue and the other South Coast streams. The department and other federal agencies believe this is likely due to the unique life history in the ocean locations of these South Coast stocks that are buffering some of the poor ocean conditions we have seen recently. So in summary, you can't extrapolate what's going on in the Columbia to the South Coast steelhead stocks. We all realize this is the 3rd draft we're reviewing today. The 3rd draft is a result of extensive public meetings, surveys, work group input, 2 stakeholder teams, involvement, NOAA fisheries input, and 2 independent scientific reviews. I attended several of the virtual meetings so I could understand what some of the issues are and hear input directly from interested parties that took the time to participate. Point taken here is that there's a lot of work that's been put into this document to get where we are today. Is it perfect? Probably not. Is it final? Probably not. Will it change between now and December based upon what the department hears today from public comments, commissioner comments, and more work between now and December? Likely. The draft plan designates 80% of the area covered by this plan as a wild fish emphasis area. 80%. Let me be very clear. This means no hatchery salmon, steelhead, or cutthroat trout are going to be stocked in 80% of the planned area. What we are discussing today is the remaining 20%. Discussion of non-consensus items. The department would like to improve the steelhead fishery in the Grants Pass area by establishing a new winter hatchery smolt acclimation site in the area. This is being proposed by shifting hatchery smolts from the Applegate to a trib of Jump Off Joe Creek. This proposed change has no net increase in hatchery production. I would support this if there is a low risk of hatchery strays onto natural spawning grounds to the 10% PHOS proposed. This needs to be an important part of the monitoring plan to ensure that we don't exceed the 10% PHOS threshold. This 10% threshold has been supported by NOAA Fisheries in other plans, and it fits within the guidelines of the congressionally appointed scientific review group comments. Given again that 80% of the plan area is wild fish centric, the department would like to designate portions of Euchre Creek and Winchuck Creek as mixed emphasis areas where hatchery fish may be stocked. The thinking here is that because these basins are low in the watershed, you could develop a fall Chinook fishery in case other mixed stock fisheries are constrained down the road. Sounds like a rational idea to me, as long as the fish is limited beyond may be anticipated. In other words, straying. The department is proposing to increase by 25,000 hatchery smolts in the upper Rogue. So the release would go, that's coho, excuse me. The release would go from 75 to 100,000. The rationale is to get the returns of coho up from the poor returns level in recent years. This number is again in compliance with the NOAA Fisheries approved release levels. The departments believe this will have a negligible impact on PHOS numbers. As long as we be sure and monitor what happens to PHOS, it seems like it's in compliance with our mission, native fish conservation policy, and our climate and ocean change policy. The department is proposing to harvest rate caps of 15% in the large basins like the Rogue and Chetco and 10% in other areas of the plant. There was not consensus on the 15% cap from some stakeholders, even though the percentages offered by the department are below what the model predicted. It appears to me that it would have no appreciable impact on persistence and is within the current estimated harvest rates. But if we are looking for a compromise, the conservation thresholds might be a place to start the discussions. In talking to staff, they might be able to consider a compromise of the wild winter steelhead harvest potential area. The plan establishes conservation thresholds below which fishing will be restricted to either catch and release or closed entirely. These thresholds and the process are described in beginnings at the bottom of page 83 and onto page 85. There was consensus in the stakeholder process on the conservation threshold, but there may also be a way to seek compromise between those concerned that the risk is too great before we have the 5 years of adult data in hand, and those that feel we're already being too conservative by providing a quote policy buffer during the interim period of these conservation thresholds by essentially moving them up some amount to further guard against the concern that we will overfish a weak run. To look at the potential impacts of increasing these thresholds, we could look at the graphs in figure 8 on page 39 and consider moving the conservation line up or down and see how many times fisheries would have been constrained historically. For example, the current threshold of 200 half-pounders harvest in the Rogue Stratum would have been constrained in 2006 and 7. If the threshold was increased from 200 to 250, the harvest would have been constrained in 2006, 7 and 2010, 11. So that's an idea for a compromise here. There was a lack of consensus to continue what we as a commission had previously approved for bag limits for the 5-year evaluation period. The department states the information is not currently available to justify modifying the harvest limits, but the 5-year monitoring information will help determine those future harvest numbers. Remember, habitat factors are the primary limiting factors, not harvest, to meet the desired status and provide for climate change resilience. There is no evidence from current stock assessments and what monitoring is currently occurring to say that current bag limits, which are already conservative, are affecting fish populations. It is important to note that the department is shifting existing resources to conduct new monitoring, evaluate harvest, environmental, habitat conditions, and spawner abundance during this 5-year period. It has already started this year, 2021. The department has committed that during this 5-year evaluation period, they will monitor the conservation metrics on a yearly basis to determine if harvest modifications are needed in subsequent years to address any downturns from environmental changes such as low flow, habitat changes from wildfires, high stream temperatures, etc. It's also important to note that the South Coast Angler Survey indicated the majority of anglers on the South Coast supported continuing the opportunity to harvest wild steelhead. And finally, it is important to note that current data suggests a high harvest level could be sustained, but the department is proposing a status quo harvest level, precautionary approach while additional data is collected, with the caveat that a harvest will be monitored yearly to determine if it should be adjusted downward. I don't support different angling regulations in different basins as was proposed in one of the work groups, as it becomes complex and very bureaucratic for the fisher to know what the regulations are in each basin, and the enforcement would be more complex and difficult for OSP. Surveys over time show the anglers propose fewer complex regulations. Let's not go in a different direction here. So our policy is clear: protect and enhance for use and enjoyment, prevent serious depletion of native fish, maintain and restore naturally produced fish, provide substantial ecological, economic, and cultural benefits, and conservation and use are not mutually exclusive. Thanks for the opportunity to outline my thoughts for the commission and the department for consideration in December. Sorry, I went a long time there.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll make just a few comments and then we'll go to the director, and then we're probably going to lose some of our commissioners in the process while we're talking. There are a few things in this that I appreciate hugely. One is the work that staff did for the last 2 or 3 years on this process. That the habitat work is so evident in especially the Rogue Basin, and that it includes protection. Those are huge pieces and couldn't be more appropriate or appreciated. That there are 84 commenters was remarkable and shows the level of interest and knowledge about these. So thank you for all of those. I'd like to mention a few things. One is on the authorization for new hatchery programs in the wild fish emphasis areas. This one also makes no sense to me, in part because it would be for fall Chinook, and those are not part of this plan, and that should be dealt with in the fall Chinook plan. But much more importantly, because the wild fish areas are critical in the face of climate change. These are our wild fish are more resilient. We absolutely need those places with the wild runs. And so to preemptively authorize new hatchery programs when we don't know the details doesn't make much sense to me. I appreciate what Commissioner Labhart said about the conservation thresholds. I think those are really worth looking at. It's one of the places where we can incorporate the climate change conditions and the ocean conditions by raising those to put in a buffer for the unknowns and the conditions that are coming at us. So I think it would be an important piece to look at, is to raise those conservation thresholds. The adult information might be my biggest concern going forward, and the one where I think we need some conversation among the commissioners. It really is important that staff is putting adult information monitoring into the plan now and moving forward and getting it every year. I think it's important to think about tying it to where we have opportunity. I also heard staff say, and they're right, that it'll take a long time before we have that. And in the meantime, the concerns that Commissioner Zarnowitz raised about using either old data or model data that doesn't account for some of the current information and the current situation we're in, that's a big concern, I think. I know we're short on time, but there are a couple others that I just want to mention that need some, at least from my perspective, we need to talk about a little bit more. On the coho hatchery releases, we're talking about increasing those. And I do recognize that they were cut earlier, but that is in this area a threatened species, and we reduced them in the past for reasons we really haven't had time to talk about why we would feel comfortable and where the biological imperative is to increase the hatchery releases for coho. So I would like to look at that some more. And we also have the question of the coho desired status levels. if I understand it right, and this was one of the questions we didn't really have time to even get to, was if the federal levels of desired status are based on, that's the delisting number, and ours are significantly less than those numbers now in our plan, how is it okay that we have numbers that are less than would be broad, it's not broad sense, it would be delisting numbers, and it's just a question we didn't have time to get to. I really appreciate something that's in this plan, and I think it can't be overstated, and that is that I think that staff went a long way toward putting in triggers and actions, and the conservation thresholds are one of those where there are actions that would be taken and there are triggers that are set, and I think that's why I think it's so important to put some focus on that one and figure that out. And the last one I would mention, because we do have another commissioner who would like to speak next, and we need to go to the director. And that is that I think that it's, given what we have heard over the last month and all of the testimony about catch and release, to take it off the table, it's too early to take it off the table completely. And so I think that it still needs to be discussed. I don't know where this commission will go with that, but it seems like it still needs to be discussed among the commissioners. So I'll stop there. Commissioner Zarnowitz, you have your hand up, and then we'll go to the director, and then we'll come back to you, Tom Stahl. So Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, thank you. And I do want to thank the staff, Tom Stahl, Dan Van Dyke, Chris Lorian, Steve Mazer, for all the hard work you put into this, because I know that you did, as well as other people who aren't visible right now. And I know probably for Steve and Dan, it's really a personal thing because you've lived there and you've watched these fish and know a lot of the people who testified today. I do want to just say, I'm going to try to be as brief as possible because we're all tired, that there wasn't much discussion about coho or cutthroat trout in this meeting. I know that they're both really important, and I agree with Commissioner or Chair Wall that we need more discussion on that at some point. And I also have to look back at this year, which was supposedly a neutral climate condition, maybe even towards La Nina, and yet we had all this drought and heat and things like that, which makes, I think, everybody wonder who's at least admitting climate change, what's gonna, we're saying we're going into a La Nina right now, and what's gonna happen? We're still below the precipitation needed that we usually get in October and September. So those things are big warning signals to me, and I'm hoping that the plan, through its risk assessment information that's in it, can handle these type of changes that while we're predicting, the climate people are predicting a cooler climate, that cooler climate isn't what the last La Nina was like, or the next El Nino. If it was neutral this last year, what will the next El Nino look like? So those are all things of concern in dealing with long-term plans. So I think that's all I'll say at this point, but I appreciate all your work on this and your presentations and answering all of our questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Zarnowitz. Let's go to Director Melcher, and then we'll come to Tom Stahl and then Commissioner Hatfield Hyde. So Director Melcher.
Well, thanks. I don't want to belabor many of these points too much, but I did want to, I guess, just highlight a few things. And I think it was Tom Rumreich that mentioned everyone here today was testifying in support of wild winter steelhead, and he's absolutely correct. I think it's great that we can have these conversations in a civil manner without, without personal attacks. It's really, I mean, it's a pleasure because we see that in some of the other political forums of this day that that same collegiality does not exist. So I'm very appreciative of that. I do think it bears mentioning though that out of the whatever it was 60 or so folks who signed up and the many hundreds of more who commented in written comments, I don't think there was a single one of them that was advocating for zero impacts on wild winter steelhead. They were all advocating for continued mortalities on wild winter steelhead. It's just a matter of degree. And, we can debate the catch and release mortality rates and the multiple encounter effects of multiple encounters. And we can talk about the impacts of very small restrictive harvest, but nonetheless, everyone was advocating for continued mortality at some level. I think I also really wanted to mention there was a lot of discussion, or at least some discussion about models. And of course, you all know we don't work in a laboratory environment in almost all cases. We are working in the real world environment. And as such, models are literally part of almost everything we do. I mean, our water work is based on models. We use models in literally, I think almost everything we do to some degree is based on modeling, and it just has to be. I wanted to also mention that there was a lot said about adult escapement, and we need to base this on adult escapement. And of course, we have a monitoring plan to improve the adult escapement information. But the best information in this state or in the region, even when it comes to adult escapement information, literally comes at dams. And I don't think anyone here would be advocating for getting the best possible escapement through building of dams. So it's just, when we have these undammed and very valuable undammed systems, adult escapements are hard, and you have to rely on models. There's just no two ways about it. And then the last thing that I just want to mention, I think, I really don't care where the commission ends up on this hatchery retention versus wild fish retention fisheries versus no wild fish retention fisheries. But I do have to say that one of the values in this plan and in the process and in the consensus that we attempted to achieve is that this plan includes fees to implement the monitoring. And I can tell you, and I've done in my 15 years in the director's office, a lot of fee related work at the state legislature. And if there's not a consensus among the constituents about the fees, and in this case in particular, since they're brand new fees, it's not going to be easy to get bills passed. And of course, we won't even know who the governor is in 2023, but there's a high level of value in consensus as it relates to this plan and all the different components. So sorry to make your meeting another 8 minutes longer, but I just really wanted to say those things.
It was useful to hear it, so we're not going to worry about the 8 minutes. Besides, we're pretty deep into the 8 minutes anyway. So Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yes. Thank you, Director Melcher, for those comments. And I just quickly wanted to pop in and say to Chair Wall, this is our business, right? This is what we're here to do. And I know we all want to drive somewhere, or we might be tired, but I, for one, really want, for example, Chair Wall, to hear all of your questions in this forum about what you think about this. These are your home waters. And if we were talking about the Klamath, and everyone felt like we needed to stop, I would be agitated. So I would really love if we could get to a good place for communities and fish here next month. And part of that is understanding some of these issues. And so, I mean, everybody else can leave, but Chair Wall, I will sit here and listen to you with the department with every question you've got till midnight. So there we have it.
I'm probably not going to risk my rating with this many people by keeping us here till midnight. So let's go. But I appreciate the notion. And I think what we need to do is figure out how this commission can have a discussion, just a discussion of some of these things. It's not enough to have a half hour left for us or an hour left for us to talk about this. There are so many important issues here. And there is growing understanding and appreciation for these issues, for what staff has done, for what all of these commenters have done. And we're not going to get it done by 5:30 or even 6:30 tonight. So I think we need to figure something out. I'll be talking to Director Melcher about that soon, and some of you soon, but I'm not going to make everybody stay here tonight because even I can't withstand that. So let's go to Tom Stahl, who's been very patiently waiting.
Well, thank you, Chair Wall. I appreciate you fitting me in here. I just wanted to provide a quick point of clarification on the adult steelhead monitoring. That is something where we will be using those data immediately. That's a component that we need to monitor harvest rate during the interim period. And we also have made some shifts in our monitoring program, so we are able to do the steelhead monitoring that we're talking about in this plan. We actually did begin it this past season in 21. So I just wanted to provide that point of clarification. What will take some time to develop will be conservation status metrics based on those data, because you need time to develop those relationships once you start collecting those data. But we certainly will be using those data right away.
Thank you. We have the director's hand is up again, and then go ahead, Director.
Chair Wall, thank you. And I guess I would just mention that there are, there are some other alternatives as it relates to wild fish retention season structures. Of course, what you see here is the traditional seasonal bag limit and daily bag limit. There are alternatives that we could consider. And of course, we've talked about them for probably almost a decade, at least as it relates to sturgeon retention in the Willamette, and the opportunity for some very limited fishing with, essentially with a controlled hunt-like approach where, we would issue, and I'm just making these numbers up because I don't know what the right numbers are, but we would issue by random draw 200 wild steelhead tags for whatever the water bodies may be. And essentially that caps the concern, at least as it relates to, runaway effort driven by high catch rates or something like that. So anyway.
Actually, that's an important kind of discussion to have. Those are the kinds of discussions I would like to be able to get into. And so I will be talking with people in the next few days to figure out how we can have another conversation about it. I would like to just follow up what you just said with a question, because the reason that I asked about whether the PVA model includes or incorporates or accounts for some of the ocean changes and that sort of thing is that we're basing our harvest rates on that model. And I understand that it does productivity and viability and those sorts of things, but what we're trying to figure out is how to address this, whether you call it risk, as some of our commenters have, a risk-based analysis, or whether you call it anything else. We are basing it on PVA, but that doesn't take into account climate change. And we need to take into account that additional risk. So there are things, these are interconnected pieces. I think it's important to look at those kinds of questions. And when we look at, especially because we're looking at acting when we see the adult declines, if we see those adult declines, and given what the climate change people tell us about the frequency of these events, we might be seeing some of those. So how will we know there are those declines in time to do these changes? And I think those are important questions, and their staff have done a remarkable job of answering them, but we're not finished with that conversation, I would say. That doesn't seem like a great spot to end. So, but we are at the point where we're starting to lose members. So I think what we should do is stop here, have a conversation about how we can actually get into some of these significant issues in one more conversation for the commission when we're not exhausted on a Friday night. Any other thoughts, thinking? Well, I'm getting a couple thumbs up, which means something. Director, what are you thinking?
Yeah, so I guess I have a couple things. I want to make sure. One, I want to make sure that I understand the direction and the plan moving forward here as it relates to the staff getting to work. If there's, and I thought I heard, I'm reading between the lines here, but I thought I heard that there was interest in having the essentially catch and release only option as Steelhead or catch and release as an option in the final plan. So I just want to make sure that we're not leaving this meeting and not knowing what you all are expecting of us, and or if we are leaving the meeting and not knowing what you all expect, I want to make sure we have a plan for how we're going to find out what you all are expecting. So I have that. That's an important issue. And then I also want to mention that of course, we have a November meeting, which is one item, and it's going to be short, I promise. The December meeting is going to be long, and we already know that just based on the agenda. And so I am going to be proposing to the chair that we not do public forum during December to hopefully gain back about an hour. So I just want to put that on all of your radar screens, and then happy to take any feedback in terms of how you want us to move forward here. Because mail out for the December meeting is really not that far away.
Yes, unfortunately, it's coming right up. I can't believe I'm saying this out loud, but I'm not sure that we're going to be able to do it in the time that we have in the December meeting, and we may have to take the half day before or do something like that to actually do a discussion about these issues. I think they're very big issues. And so we may need to do that. The December meeting is long, and we could take that hour out of public forum, but we're losing a contact that we're trying to have with people. And I'm willing to do that. But I think that you heard there are several issues, probably 8 or 9 that people are raising consistently that we probably should look at. And I couldn't tell you exactly what those mean right now in terms of direction going forward, but maybe 2 or 3 of us could do a write-up of what we think that might be, or talk with staff. But there are several that we need to raise, keep discussing. And we have 2 people who have their hand up who might have better ideas. So Commissioner Zarnowitz and Commissioner Labhart.
Well, both Commissioner Woolley and Commissioner Khalil left in chats their preference, which was to include the catch and release into the options. And I'd say that I would like to see that, but I like what Director Melcher mentioned about tags or something along those lines, just opening up what some other options would be, because I was thinking about that as I was reading the plan, that we have that for wildlife pretty prevalently, and it's you have to buy a Columbia River, I can't remember the exact term, but to fish in the Columbia River. But that doesn't limit how many people do it. But that I think that including some possibilities like that into the plan, I would really like to see the fall Chinook taken out of it completely. and those two, for those two creeks, remove them from hatchery. I don't have an opinion on Jumbo Joe Creek, but or whatever that creek's called. But you know, and I think that there's lots of opportunities to catch hatchery fish in the Rogue and Chetco and some of those side creeks. So that doesn't limit harvest of steelhead in the long run, or the other species. So that's kind of where I'd stand. And we have two other commissioners who left the chat there for us to see.
And Chair Wall, maybe what I would suggest, and I'm sorry to cut off whoever else has their hands up, but maybe what I would suggest is that we, in the next week or 2 weeks, we schedule another commission meeting. This will just essentially be the commission discussion. So there's no rulemaking. We can schedule it, you know, we can have it as on a hard time frame of, 2 hours or whatever, where you all can get back together, or at least those of you who are available can get back together with us and with the public available to view over our YouTube channel, view the discussion and view the direction to us moving forward. And that way it's in the public, and it's not just some private communication that we receive from one or two or some number of you. Okay.
Actually, I like that idea a lot. And yes, I do. I'll just leave it at that. And we do have Commissioner Labhart who would like to speak. And I think somebody else had.
Kurt just said it for me. Excuse me, I knocked out my earphone here. I'm just gonna, Kurt did exactly what I said. What's the drop dead date for the December meeting? Is there an opportunity that we could meet somewhere in between there? I just hope it's not during elk season. So for me, but maybe Michelle can get the doodle poll out and, maybe schedule 2 or 3 hours public meeting where we can have this, because I think it's just so important. There's so many people that have such strong feelings about this. We need to make sure that we're trying to get the right decision here. And I know it's not going to please everybody, but maybe we can get some consensus among the commissioners on some of these issues that are raised today. And in my opinion, I feel a little bit frustrated and anxious that we're trying to make decisions just because of a time thing. And we need to make sure we make the right decision and think about this a little bit, and maybe have some more discussions with staff, and a 2-hour meeting that's public can watch. It would be very beneficial, at least for me. So.
And for me.
Okay, well, we're gonna try and get that scheduled sooner rather than later. And by sooner, I mean perhaps sometime late next week. Subject to, we'll send out the doodle poll to figure out hopefully where you all have a couple of hour time slot available. We'll work with you, Chair Wall, if there's, as long as we have a quorum, but if we have individual members who cannot make it, we'll let you, determine what the appropriate time slot is. But, and it'll be easy to manage because we won't have the large lengthy list of public participants. They'll just simply view on the YouTube channel.
I think that we just came to a reasonable place to go with this. And I appreciate people's time and thought. These are discussions that are important and we should be having them. And let's leave it at that. And everybody have great weekends. How about that?
All right. See you
Thank
later.
You all. And staff, this has been years of work. So thank you. And to all of those who commented, ditto. I know a lot of you have been working on these for years. So thank you. And we'll stop there and we'll talk about this again soon. So happy weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Commissioners.